Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku and Class 1A Reacted to the Multiverse. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everyone received 2 days of rest before being transported back to their seats in the cinema. During those 2 days, the students, along with Fayola, spent time together while the pro-heroes discussed everything they had gathered from the past universes. They didn't dwell on it for too long and managed to rest for the most part. Aizawa took a nap and enjoyed several bottles of alcohol, while All Might spent time with some students. The villains devised their second kidnapping plan while taking it easy, with Toga observing the students and Dabi minding his own business. Compress and Twice relaxed over drinks, and Shigaraki dominated Spinner in video games. AFO decided to tease All Might and the other pros until he grew bored, successfully irritating them and causing quite a scare. Danny was fortunate enough to talk to some friends who also worked for the boss. They even met up with Andrew, who was showing the cast of Miraculous Ladybug their universe. They felt a twinge of jealousy over his dimension filled with more light-hearted content. Fortunately, everyone was more relaxed when they returned to the cinema. Kaminari lamented as the pie and whipped cream he had in his arms vanished. Danny expressed disappointment, wishing the break had lasted longer as they prepared themselves. Fayola mentioned being curious about the next film, while Uraraka hoped it wouldn't be disturbingly sad again. Danny's tone suggested that was exactly what was about to happen, leading Midoriya to groan and sigh, fearing Uraraka had jinxed it. Todoroki asked if Uraraka was cursed too, to which she responded with confusion, only to be quickly dismissed by Midoriya. Monoma inquired about the next film, and Danny revealed they would be watching Deadpool. The heroes collectively groaned, while Twice cheered enthusiastically, eager to see how it would turn out. Danny clapped their hands as the loading screen appeared. A girl was shown standing at the edge of a tall building, her eyes closed as she took a deep breath. Ojiro recognized her immediately. Midnight complimented her adorableness, and Hagakure thanked her. Class 1A was shocked to see Hagakure on screen, but she was too busy admiring her visible self to address their surprise. Shinso asked how Ojiro knew what she looked like, and he explained that while helping Sato with baking he accidentally spilled flour on her. Sato confirmed this, reminding Ojiro of his flour debt. Ojiro nodded in acknowledgement and apologized again to Hagakure, who calmly dismissed it. As Hagakure looked back at the screen, a voice suddenly interrupted her, causing her eyes to shoot open. All Might fell silent, and the rest of the room was shocked as a red-clad hand rested on her shoulder. Deadpool made himself known by stepping closer to her, looking her in the eyes as he pointed behind him, mentioning that Midoriya Industries was just a few blocks away, the kind of place one would leap from. Fayola expressed disbelief, while Dabi remarked on the coldness of the comment, and Twice defensively denied responsibility. Hagakure questioned why she would want to jump, and Danny explained that they didn't have access to that information. Hagakure was incredulous that Deadpool was making jokes, and he swung his arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer. Hawks recalled Dabi doing something similar in the last universe. Deadpool humorously claimed he was bitten by a sad radioactive clown, adding a whiny tone for effect. Midoriya wondered if it was a reference to something. Hagakure violently shrugged him off and stepped further down the ledge. Deadpool decided to sit down, commenting on the tragedy the place had already seen. He mentioned Ultron, a big villain defeated recently before these events, and Hagakure remained quiet, causing him to appear more somber. Danny explained Ultron's significance, and Bakugo noted they could have figured that out. Kirishima urged Bakugo not to be mean. Deadpool tried to connect with Hagakure, admitting he wasn't a real hero but was all she had. She remained silent, and when he introduced himself, she interrupted him, telling him not to speak. He asked what she meant, genuinely confused, and lifted his mask to reveal the lower half of his scarred face. Dabi commented on his appearance, and Twice mockingly expressed hurt, while Fayola pointed out Dabi's own flaws. Danny explained that Deadpool had been experimented on, resulting in his scars and incredible healing factor. Many felt sympathy for him, with Nizu empathizing while Midoriya and Aizawa were reminded of Eri. Hagakure told Deadpool not to pretend to care, looking away from him. He accused her of being presumptuous, stating she was making it hard for him to care. He asked if her troubles were about a boy, a girl, or money, even jokingly suggesting she might have married a succubus. Kaminari found that too specific, and Mineta cried out in disbelief. Danny confirmed that Deadpool had indeed married a succubus, causing Mineta to shed tears of blood. Zero expressed disbelief at Deadpool's luck, while twice boasted about his own charm. Ojiro, impatient, urged everyone to refocus. Some were still shocked by the mention of demons, particularly Shiozaki. Hagakure glared at Deadpool, asking if he was trying to make her jump. He assured her he would never do such a thing, though he admitted he was told he made people uncomfortable. As Hagakure began to sob lightly, tears escaped from her closed eyes. Deadpool stood up and placed an arm on her back, pointing toward the building. He mentioned that Midoriya Industries was right over there. Hagakure, still in tears, expressed her frustration with him. Deadpool suggested that perhaps her feelings were a sign she was on the mend. Midoriya, intrigued, asked if he had heard correctly about Midoriya Industries. Danny explained that in this universe, Midoriya was not only secretly a famous hero but also the owner of a multi-billion-yen company. All Might was astonished by this revelation, and everyone except AFO was left speechless. AFO simply acknowledged the information as impressive. Midoriya's eyes sparkled with hope as he wondered if they would ever get to see this version of him. Danny confirmed that she had seen something indicating they would, much to the boys' delight. She smiled, feeling that Midoriya really needed a win, and their excitement was contagious. Deadpool then had an idea and made an offer. If Hagakure was determined that this was going to be her last night on Earth, what did she want to do? He asked if she had seen Tenno, to which she backed away, questioning his sanity and the feasibility of getting tickets. Danny recalled a coworker who had desperately sought donations to see Hamilton, which made her smile. Deadpool assured her that he knew a guy with tickets, striking a pose with a hand on his chest. Danny giggled at the thought of Kyle screaming in excitement. Kendo inquired about her laughter, but Danny dismissed it as nothing. The scene shifted to Deadpool and Hagakure sitting on a theater balcony, with two unconscious wealthy elderly people on the floor nearby. Hagakure expressed her concern for them, and Deadpool clarified that while he knew a guy with tickets, he hadn't promised they would be given to them. He reassured her that the two on the floor were slumlords, justifying their state as the faint murmurs from the bodies could be heard. Hagakure tried to focus on the musical, but her concern for the elderly resurfaced. Todoroki, confused, noted that Deadpool had said they were rich. Uraraka explained that Hagakure's concern was not about their wealth. Kirishima expressed disbelief at Deadpool's actions, while Shigaraki defended him, stating that they were indeed slumlords. Midnight sighed, suggesting that their actions could have been handled legally, but it was clear no one was listening. As the play concluded and everyone exited the theater, Monoma slumped in disappointment for not getting to see the show. Deadpool approached a taxi he had presumably arranged earlier and opened the door for Hagakure. He cheerfully announced that he had a blast, surprised that the founding emperor could be so entertaining. He then asked where to go next, and Hagakure sarcastically replied that she wanted to go to the Midoriya Industries observation deck. Deadpool exclaimed in delight at her joke, his face lighting up behind his mask. However, when he realized she might not be joking, concern crossed his features. Hagakure expressed her hope that she was joking, and Ojiro, concerned, looked at her while his gaze remained fixed on the screen. A blush crept onto her cheeks as a small smile appeared. Hagakure questioned if she had hit her head and ended up in hell. Ashido noted that this version of Hagakure was much more sarcastic, while Danny commented on the irony of the situation. Deadpool, contemplating, mentioned that he had just seen a musical and humorously noted that there weren't 73 versions waiting for him, which elicited a collective ew from the group. He then shifted to a serious tone, asking if her problems required a more physical solution. Kaminari commented on his sudden mood change, while Vlad expressed disbelief at Deadpool's censorship. Danny, confused, noted that the boss likely wanted things to remain uncensored. They decided not to dwell on it. Hagakure simply replied that she didn't know. Deadpool tilted his head cutely, and she assumed he would say that violence didn't solve everything. Sue agreed with her, while Aizawa nodded in acknowledgement. Deadpool claimed that violence could solve everything if one was skilled at it, cracking his knuckles in a playful manner. Toga chimed in, proudly stating that she had taught him well. Deadpool explained that the night was still young and that his Avengers Unity Squad received numerous requests for help daily, which was how he learned about the aristocrats in the theater. He pulled out a few crumpled letters from his belt, explaining that the Avengers were Earth's mightiest heroes who had defeated Ultron. He kept the letters from those worthy of pro bono beatings and mentioned that whenever he felt down, he would head out to confront people. He invited Hagakure to join him, leaving room for her to decline. Momo asked if Deadpool was a vigilante, to which Aizawa clarified that he was more of an anti-hero, a mix of hero and villain. Fayola found this cool, and Toga cheered in agreement. Hagakure asked why he wouldn't leave her alone as she got into the taxi, scooting over to make room for him. She suddenly questioned if this was a kidnapping, to which Deadpool dramatically declared that he only kidnapped for money and promised to let her go if she followed his instructions. Hagakure expressed disbelief at his seriousness, while Monoma questioned if he was joking. Danny noted that they all knew the answer. Chuckling could be heard from the front of the taxi as Deadpool asked for her name, which she provided as Toru. He expressed relief, humorously stating that he was glad she wasn't a Robin. Fayola, noticing Danny's shocked expression, asked what was wrong. Danny gave up trying to wrap her head around the situation. Bakugu asked impatiently what was bothering her. Danny explained that someone had made a reference to a DC character. She expressed her confusion about how he had knowledge of different universes that shouldn't exist in his own, but she decided not to dwell on it any longer. AFO looked intrigued by the conversation. Twice commented that his alternate self was quite cool, albeit a bit of a weirdo. As a taxi drove off, a cheerful voice with an Indian accent called out a goodbye to Deadpool, who responded with a wave before entering a building. He turned to Toru and said he was going to teach her how to breach the door of a real tyrant. He had received several letters about a man named Hira Diaznatsu, who had been robbing his elderly neighbors to feed his drag habit. They climbed the stairs to the unfortunate man's room. Deadpool knocked loudly on the door with the side of his fist and, in a high-pitched voice, attempted to imitate a Sisi Spanish woman, calling out to the occupants. He instructed Toru to watch for the peephole going dark. Fayola, Shoji, and Jairu were taking notes, eager to learn. Deadpool prepared to kick the door open, declaring that he would kick it hard. With one mighty swing of his foot, he sent the door flying off its hinges and yelled a greeting to Hira. Inside, they were met with the shocked face of a tattooed man who appeared slightly overweight and sported a Van Dyke beard. Hira yelled out in concern for his mother, who was lying on the floor, her frizzy white hair a mess and her glasses nearby, having fallen during the commotion. Many heads turned to Kaminari, who was struggling to suppress his laughter at the absurdity of the scene. Ida scolded him for finding humor in someone else's misfortune, but Kaminari couldn't help himself. The sight of Hira's shocked expression and his mother's wide-open mouth was too much, and soon Siro joined in the laughter. Kirishima felt ashamed for laughing but couldn't contain himself either. Aizawa casually announced that they would all be getting extra training, but the boys continued to chuckle. Hagakure expressed surprise that Hira lived with his mother, while Deadpool defended himself by pointing out that none of the letters mentioned her. Hira's expression shifted from horror to anger as he prepared to confront the intruders. He charged at Deadpool, who expertly dodged the attack and countered with a punch to Hira's jaw, sending him stumbling to the ground. Deadpool remarked on the irony of the situation, and Toga giggled at his words. Fayola smiled at the villain's unexpected quip. Danny pointed out the inconsistency in the censoring, explaining that things followed Deadpool's rules whenever he was on screen, and they had accepted that making sense of him was futile. Hagakure nervously kicked the unconscious body on the floor, prompting Deadpool to encourage her to go all out. She playfully protested as she stomped on the man, getting into the spirit of the moment. Deadpool announced he needed to step away for a moment to text a friend. Sue commented on her potential for corruption, but Hagakure reassured her that she would never turn evil as it wasn't cute. Ojiro quietly expressed that he would be sad if she were evil but thought she could make it cute, leading to a sweet moment between them. As they exited the building with a pile of electronics, a crowd gathered outside, showering them with compliments and thanks. Fayola wondered why people were acting so casually around Deadpool, considering his reputation. Danny speculated that he was trying to be a hero in his own way. Shigaraki, Toga, and Twice booed at the screen, while All Might felt a mix of concern and hope for Deadpool's potential change. Deadpool enthusiastically declared that the warm-up was over as he set down the pile of electronics. When Toru approached to help, he halted her, revealing that the main course was still to come. He pulled out letters detailing a new mission involving hackers who were ransoming data and uploading sensitive material online. Deadpool excitedly explained that they wouldn't have to hold back this time as they made their way to their next destination, while Hagakure still appeared bored. In the background, medics rushed in to assist Hira's mother, one of them exasperated by the number of elderly people needing help. Ida felt a tear welling up in his eye, mourning the innocent citizens affected by such circumstances, while Momo shook her head sadly at the situation. Aizawa and All Might felt sympathy for the medics. All Might wondered if Recovery Girl was safe in that universe. Outside the hackers' building, Deadpool's voice could be heard. He mentioned that he wasn't the best with technology, but the Avengers' tech made it easy to locate the hackers. Danny questioned how Deadpool managed to infiltrate their headquarters, recalling the boss's advice not to question Deadpool's actions. Deadpool, attempting to imitate a sultry Spanish woman, greeted the group with enthusiasm. Hagakure, astonished, whispered to her friends, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Deadpool assured her that his approach always worked, and Mineta and Kaminari agreed, albeit with some regret from Kaminari after Jiru playfully punched him. Danny pointed out that Deadpool's antics had previously worked with the heroes. Spinner, feeling defensive, corrected her, stating that they had been offered pizza, not a stuffed greeting. All Might supported Spinner's claim, but Danny responded sarcastically. As expected, the slat opened to reveal two dark eyes. Before the person could finish their sentence, an explosion erupted, blasting the door open and sending it and the person behind it flying. Some managed to shield themselves from the blast. Hagakure stood in shock, holding a bat in one hand and a detonator in the other, while Deadpool looked at her expectantly. Hagakure, still processing the chaos, remarked on the excitement of breaching charges. One of the hackers brandished a weapon, declaring that they were doomed. Deadpool quickly sprang into action, snapping the man's arm with a loud crack that sent shivers down the spines of the students. Aizawa simply muttered in response. A frightened hacker holding a skateboard asked what they should do, while his companion suggested they rush Deadpool. The skateboarder, panicking, declared they wouldn't go to jail, and Deadpool, unfazed, quipped that they were headed to the emergency veterinary clinic instead. Some girls cheered at his remark. Deadpool swiftly regained his footing and head-butted the skateboarder, causing blood to flow from his nose as his glasses shattered. Without looking, Deadpool punched another attacker behind him. He warned the group that he had just endured an entire musical, and while it was enjoyable, he intended to restore balance by taking them down. He kicked one assailant, trying to maintain his balance against another who had jumped onto his back. Hagakure stealthily approached someone about to join the fray and shouted for them to stop, swinging her bat at the attacker. Another hacker attempted to intervene, grabbing her hair and cursing at her. Hagakure yelped in pain but quickly retaliated, knocking him to the ground. Encouraged by her classmates, Hagakure unleashed her fury, smashing everything in her path with her bat computers, screens, and tables, feeling a rush of exhilaration. After her spree, she paused to catch her breath, her head hung low as she released her grip on the bat. The smoke around her created an almost cinematic atmosphere, making her appear intimidating. Dabi commented on her fierce display, while Monoma began to critique Class 1A, only to be interrupted by Kendo. The scene shifted to a motorcycle, with Deadpool driving and Hagakure holding on behind him. She questioned whether they had stolen the motorcycle, to which Deadpool playfully replied, asking what her heart told her. Tetsu remarked that their actions didn't seem very heroic, and Deadpool teased that Hagakure should be grateful for their chaotic adventure. Hagakure, whispering, expressed her concern about being left alone. Nizu and All Might agreed that it wasn't wise to leave her by herself. Deadpool slowed to a stop in front of a building, turning to Hagakure with a serious expression. He admitted that he couldn't help her, but others could. The entrance of the building was marked with the word, "Emergency," in bold red letters, and through the glass door, they could see nurses at the reception desk. Twice observed the similarities between himself and this alternate version of Deadpool, despite their different lives. Hawks expressed pride in Deadpool's actions, and Midoriya agreed that what he was doing was commendable. Realizing where they had arrived, Hagakure turned to Deadpool in anger, reminding him of his promise to let her go. Deadpool calmly explained that this was where they would part ways, revealing that he had been texting the staff, who were expecting her. Momo realized that this was who Deadpool had been communicating with earlier. Hagakure questioned whether he would force her to go inside if she didn't want to, but Deadpool reassured her that he didn't think that would be necessary. He paused for a moment, contemplating his next move. He suggested they walk in together, mentioning they could visit the elderly people he had unintentionally harmed. Kaminari recalled Diasnatsu's mother, while Ida Momo looked at him with disappointment. Bakugu responded with sarcasm, pointing out the word, accidentally. Kurwaro chimed in, noting that at least he felt remorse. The group dismounted the motorcycle and entered the emergency room. They admitted her to the hospital, and a nurse gently escorted her away. Deadpool observed as their figures disappeared down the hallway, letting out a sigh. He remarked that undoing harm was much more challenging than his usual antics as he turned to leave. As he walked, he reflected on the situation, thinking about how he always seemed to come up with the right advice too late. He reminded himself that no matter how difficult things became, life was ever-changing, and something wonderful could be just around the corner. Suddenly, he felt something squishy underfoot. He lifted his foot to discover he had stepped in something unpleasant. Frustrated, he complained about his new boots. He looked up at the camera and waved lazily, expressing his discontent while attempting to maintain a light-hearted tone. The screen faded to black. Twice returned the wave before the screen went dark. Midnight commented on the irony of his profound advice, and Mike, along with a few others, agreed. Midoriya inquired if Deadpool would eventually become a good hero. Danny speculated that after a tumultuous journey, he would revert to his anti-hero ways. The villains cheered, except for Spinner and Dobby. Midoriya and Hawks expressed their surprise, with Hawks quietly showing his disappointment. Ojiro reassured Hagakure that he was glad she was okay, and many voices from Class 1A echoed his sentiment. Danny suggested they not dwell on the past since they had just had a break, and she began preparing for the next universe. The screen remained black for a moment before a cheerful voice broke through the darkness, announcing the purchase of a new camera. The voice expressed relief at finally acquiring it after a long savings effort. Uraraka empathized, recalling her own success in saving money. The teachers of UA, except for Vlad and All Might, recognized the voice immediately. The voice continued, excited to celebrate by taking a photo. A camera click echoed, and an image of a boy with sun-kissed skin and fiery blue hair appeared, capturing him from below, his bright blue eyes looking up at the sky. Toga wondered if he was the same person who had been lost in other universes, while Ashido recalled him as the hero from the Aizawa Batman universe. Danny confirmed his identity as Shirakumo Oboro. Shirakumo chuckled, anticipating the fun he would have with his new camera. Another click revealed two shadows running on the sidewalk, accompanied by a third shadow that appeared to be walking normally but was obscured by the photo's borders. Laughter erupted from the two figures, and Mike cringed at the sound of his teenage voice, which he had always disliked. Kirishima and Uraraka noted the familiarity of the voices but struggled to place them. Another click revealed a young presentation Mike, wearing multiple glasses and sporting a wide smile. Shirakumo exclaimed in delight, while Hizashi joked about his ability to see everything. Kaminari pointed out the appearance of young Midnight in the background, prompting Ashido to compliment her beauty. Jairu humorously suggested that the dull voice belonged to Aizawa, who confirmed it with a nod. The next photo showed a boy with black hair shyly hiding his face from the camera as Shirakumo playfully pretended to squish his head. Shirakumo joked about the boy's small head, while Shota demanded he not point the camera at him. The screen faded to black again as Shirakumo laughed, pleased with his purchase. Midnight agreed with Shirakumo's sentiment, and Aizawa commented on her predictable response. Kurojairi felt a familiar sensation as the next photo appeared, showing Shirakumo on a cloud, the lighting adding a unique charm to the image. Fayola remarked on what a great person he seemed to be, and Mike fondly confirmed that he truly was. Fayola deduced that Shirakumo was either gone or had been lost for a long time, given the repeated use of the word was. The next photo depicted Shota playing a claw machine, with Hisashi anxiously watching, his face pressed against the glass. Shota's face remained hidden from view. Hisashi expressed his concern, urging Shota not to drop the cat plushie he was holding. Shota, feeling frustrated, warned Hisashi to let him concentrate or he would lose his focus. Spinner commented on Shota's intensity, likening it to their boss, Shigaraki, during games. Aizawa, wanting to focus on the screen, dismissed their banter, reminiscing about simpler times at UA. The photo disappeared, leaving the screen blank once more. Hisashi excitedly urged Shirakumo to hurry and capture a moment, while Shota sighed, requesting them to stop trying to take pictures of him. A click sounded, revealing a photo of the three boys together, all smiling except for Shota, who was hiding his face behind a fast food cup. Ashido pleaded for just one photo, while Mike teased Shota, suggesting he could look more photogenic with a little help. All Might chimed in, encouraging Shota to join in the fun, but he simply sighed in response. Nizu asked if Shota would at least take a picture with him, to which Shota firmly replied no. As Shirakumo and Hisashi continued to snap photos, a new blurry image appeared. Kirishima remarked that it felt like something Bakugo would do, and Bakugo confirmed it. The screen then shifted to Hisashi curiously looking over Shirakumo's shoulder, asking if he had finally captured the moment. Hisashi expressed his excitement about the photo, while Shirakumo revealed that Shota had covered his face again, leaving Hisashi in disappointed shock, which was drowned out by the sound of Shota slurping his drink. Danny observed the scene and explained that Yaoyorozu and Ashido were explorers who had ended up on an island where the locals believed they were goddesses. Ashido, feeling a bit cocky, wondered why they thought that, while Mineta eagerly agreed. Danny explained that the two girls resembled the depictions of the gods. Midnight noted that the locals hadn't been informed of their true identities. Momo expressed concern for their other selves, and Jairu comforted her with a side hug. The screen lit up, showcasing people in tribal attire playing instruments. It transitioned to Momo and a human-looking Mina atop a large building, both dressed in silk outfits adorned with gold, red, and blue. Awais complimented Momo on her beauty, and she thanked him, fiddling with her hair. Kirishima echoed the compliment to Ashido, who found it strange to see herself without her quirk but appreciated the praise. Jairu and Kaminari nodded in agreement. Momo nervously adjusted her headpiece while Mina, the calmer of the two, encouraged her to follow her lead. Momo rolled her eyes fondly before joining Mina as they danced down the stairs. Momo mused about not feeling qualified to be worshipped, gently cooing to a nearby infant, only to withdraw after the baby nearly bit her while giggling. Mina playfully pulled Momo towards their adoring followers, who were on their knees, making the experience feel effortless for them. Fayola cautioned against encouraging the locals, fearing their wrath once the truth surfaced. Bakugo bluntly agreed, prompting a raised brow from Fayola. Ida rephrased their concerns, emphasizing the poor choices being made. Momo, getting into the spirit, sang about her connection with the people, ducking as Mina accidentally spat a drink onto the fire, exclaiming in surprise. As they rode a horse past their subjects, Momo continued to sing about the challenges of being a goddess. The screen shifted to show Mina posing while her shadow performed different actions, revealing Momo's clever use of her hands to create the shadow from an unseen tower. Midoriya praised the creativity. The horse was treated like royalty, presented with plates of apples, clearly enjoying its status. Momo and Mina danced on a spinning statue of Mina's head, prompting Kodai to question if Mina had made them build such a grand statue. Danny suggested it could have been a shrine gesture. Ashido expressed her hope that it was the latter, stating she wouldn't want to force people to do that for her. The two girls jumped to another building shaped like a snake and slid down, enjoying the moment. Momo, standing on her horse, declared that if the people believed she was a goddess, then she would embrace that identity, pumping her fists in the air as Mina smiled in approval. Momo playfully called Ishido a bad influence, to which Ishido responded with laughter, claiming to be the best influence. Kirishima and Owaze watched the two girls with dreamy smiles, though Kirishima's was less obvious. The scene shifted to Momo getting playfully punched while Mina made faces at her reflection. Momo whispered her concerns about not complying with the locals, fearing they might face dire consequences. Mina followed Momo's gaze before turning back to her. She acknowledged the point Momo made, appreciating her clever thinking. They sank into comfortable cushions as a group of people waited to serve them. Momo agreed, expressing excitement about the possibilities ahead. Momo held a model of El Dorado on a plate, and Mina twirled around her, holding cigars in her hands. She playfully placed one in Momo's mouth before putting one in her own. Ida sighed, feeling a bit hopeless about their choices, knowing they likely wouldn't heed his advice. Uraraka couldn't help but giggle at Ida's expression, finding his unintentional pout amusing. Mina chimed in, insisting that local feelings should never be dismissed. Suddenly, something popped from the model, igniting the cigars. Owaze danced in the background, and Komori teased him about his moves. Momo joined in the fun, dancing and getting into the spirit of things. They all danced together, dressed in explorer outfits, though their flushed faces hinted that it was all in good fun. They sang about counting their blessings and keeping the people sweet, and Mina declared it was tough to be a god. Ishido gushed about how cool it looked, and Kaminari enthusiastically suggested they try it. Uraraka eagerly asked to join, and Ishido playfully nudged her, welcoming her participation. They sang about taking praise and collections as the crowd celebrated, even the animals joining in the festivities. Momo's horse seemed to have partied a little too hard, collapsing in a heap as the scene transitioned to a beautiful night sky before fading to black. President Mike complimented their singing, and Ishido expressed her surprise at her own talent. Momo agreed, also surprised by her abilities. Jairu praised Momo, and she blushed at the compliment. Owaze suggested they sing together sometime, and Jairu chimed in, asking for a recording. All Might pondered the implications of animals getting drunk, leading to a light-hearted moment as Danny prepared to transition to the next universe. In this new universe, Deku belonged to an elite social group while Uraraka was a poor acrobatic entertainer. The elite typically did not mingle with those below them, creating a societal divide. Spinner noted the similarities to their current world, feeling a bit bitter about it. As the scene unfolded, Ochako sat on the audience benches while Izuku knelt beside her. He questioned why she cared about the opinions of small-minded people. Uraraka whispered that it wasn't just them, revealing her pain about how others perceived her. She stood to walk away, and Spinner silently empathized with her feelings. Fayola remained mostly hidden but recalled the few times she had received odd looks from others. Midnight shook her head, saddened by the situation, and a single tear escaped her eye. Hawks, though thinking Midnight was being overly dramatic, couldn't help but agree with her sentiment. Midoriya worried about what Uraraka's parents had done to her. Uraraka watched the screen with a mix of pity and wonder, realizing this was the second universe where she and Deku were a couple. The thought sparked hope within her, and she resolved to confess her feelings to Deku once they had achieved their dreams and become heroes. As she walked away, Izuku gathered his courage, calling out to her. Fayola quietly expressed her support for their connection. Ochako paused at the sound of Izuku's voice, while Ishido and Hagakure cooed at the moment. Midoriya felt a rush of boldness, blushing at his own audacity. He began to express his feelings through song, taking slow steps toward her, but Ochako continued tying knots, ignoring him. Izuku's determination grew as he sang about their connection, trying to reach her heart. Kaminari urged Ochako to stop ignoring Izuku, while she defended herself, insisting it wasn't her fault. Setsuna commented on Izuku's charm, causing him to blush further. Midnight found their interactions adorable, enjoying the youthful energy between them. As Izuku continued to sing, He closed the distance between them and Ochako backed away, holding the rope tightly. He caught up to her, stopping her from walking away any further. They circled each other briefly, the tension between them palpable as they expressed their hopes for a shared future. Ochako once again attempted to distance herself, but Midoriya confidently pulled the rope she still held closer to him. He adjusted a strand of her hair and twirled her around. They were close enough that it felt like they might kiss, but just as Izuku leaned in, Ochako tugged on the rope, causing her to ascend away from him. Monoma whispered from the edge of his seat, expressing his excitement. Kendo was surprised, remarking that she never took Monoma for a romantic. Monoma replied that the drama and thrill of forbidden love were too captivating not to appreciate. Bakugo found himself agreeing with Monoma, at least in his mind. Izuku watched in awe as Ochako gracefully danced in the air, holding onto the ring connected to the rope. Ashido and a few others admired Uraraka's skills on screen, even Uraraka herself. As she began to lower herself, still moving elegantly in the air, she expressed her feelings about wanting to run to him. Midoriya felt a sense of relief that the other version of Uraraka reciprocated his feelings, perhaps giving him closure that he wasn't making his friend uncomfortable, especially considering how often she tried to walk away. She landed not far from Izuku and took his hands, acknowledging the obstacles between them. She spun the large ring around him and laid back on it, continuing to dance as it spun with her. Izuku grabbed the bottom of the ring, and she responded by crawling up it until she faced him upside down, showcasing her flexibility. Shiro sighed, asking Mineta to be quiet. Mineta lamented that once they stepped outside, they would realize it was hopeless. The ring rose, lifting both Ochako and Izuku with it. He let go of the ring before they could ascend too high, allowing Ochako to rise much faster. Izuku looked up to see Ochako walking along the tense trusses. She swung past him, holding onto the rope after leaving the ring behind, expressing her doubts about their connection. As she swung back, she collided with him, and they rolled on the ground together. Ochako tugged on the rope to lift herself off him, and he quickly grabbed it to pull himself up. Izuku passionately declared that it wasn't up to either of them when everyone told them what they could be. He urged her not to listen to what others said, knowing that sometimes people's opinions were wrong. Ochako spun herself up the rope, performing small tricks before rolling down it. Izuku caught her and placed her down, and she expressed her desire to fly with him. As they held hands, she spun away, and he tugged the rope, lifting them both into the air. They gazed into each other's eyes, and Ochako let go just enough to be close to the ground, allowing Izuku to help her land softly. She pulled him down to be with her, singing about the impossibility of their situation. Izuku reassured her that it wasn't impossible, and she ran in the opposite direction, using momentum to bring them back together. They sang together, colliding in an embrace and elegantly spinning to the ground. Shoto watched in awe, a small smile on his face as he felt happy for his friends. Ochako swung around the tent, moving her legs to create the illusion of walking on air. She sang about their connection, and the crowd cheered, feeling the emotion in the moment. Ochako smiled as she watched Izuku run to the upper corridor of the tent and climb to the top of the pillar, using one arm to balance himself. As Izuku jumped from the pillar to Ochako, Aizawa questioned how he could disregard his own safety, while Mike hushed him, urging him not to ruin the moment. They held each other tightly as they made their final rotations toward the ground. Upon landing, they took a moment to gaze at one another. Ochako's demeanor shifted as she realized something important. She expressed her feelings, repeating his words about wanting him but acknowledging the barriers that kept them apart. She slowly took Izuku's hand off her, holding onto him for a moment before walking away, leaving him standing in the spotlight surrounded by darkness. Midoriya and Uraraka felt a pang in their chests, reflecting on the complexity of love. Danny reassured Monoma, who was disappointed by the scene, that they would get their happy ending sooner rather than later. A few students' eyes lit up at the prospect. Uraraka asked if they would indeed get their happy ending, and Ashido giggled at Midoriya's blushing response to her slip of the tongue. Midoriya wanted to say something but found his mind blank, realizing he needed to talk to Uraraka later about everything. Meanwhile, Danny was content and ready to move on, preparing for the next universe. Danny quietly chuckled to themselves as they read the name of the next universe, thinking about Uraraka's reaction. Uraraka, curious about the laughter, asked what was so funny. The sound of her voice made Danny laugh even more, wishing their friend Fai was there to share the moment. They quickly composed themselves, assuring Uraraka that it was nothing to worry about. Bakugo, skeptical, pointed out that it seemed like there was indeed something funny, prompting Danny to suppress another laugh. Fayola and a couple of others raised their brows at Danny's struggle to hold back. Danny explained that this universe was set in a quirkless world where Monoma had started a literature club at their high school, but he lacked enough members for official recognition. Fortunately, Midoriya managed to convince his best friend Uraraka to join. Kaminari dismissed the idea, calling it lame. Monoma retorted that someone with fewer brain cells than a piece of wood would think that, suggesting he would rather start a drama club. Kendo playfully smacked him on the head for being rude, and Monoma rubbed the spot, more focused on the fact that his fabulous face was finally making its debut on screen. Ashido complimented her friend, calling her the best girl, to which Uraraka smirked, teasing that she missed something Ashido had done. Ashido felt tears welling up in her eyes from the compliment. Kaminari and Shiro exchanged amused glances at the interaction. They then clapped their hands, ready to dive into the story. As the loading screen appeared, Ochako paused when she saw her childhood best friend running toward her, his hair a bit messier than usual and his tie undone. He asked her to wait, and she smiled, explaining that if she had waited, they would be even later. She tied his tie for him, and Tsu teased that Midoriya wearing his tie correctly was almost uncanny. Midoriya scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed, not realizing how noticeable it was. The two walked together in comfortable silence, with Izuku glancing down at her with admiration from time to time. At school, they hugged before heading to their separate classes. Midoriya asked if she would come to the literature club that afternoon, and Uraraka assured him she would be there. Ashido, the #1 shipper of their pairing, cooed at the moment. Uraraka felt it wasn't the right time to clarify that their relationship wasn't romantic, given everything they had experienced so far. Uraraka then asked if he had his poem ready, causing his eyes to widen as he hurriedly let go of her. Tokoyami commented that the club didn't sound too bad. Midoriya, excited, ran off while rummaging through his backpack, and Ochako giggled before heading to class. Danny sarcastically remarked that he was the club's vice president, to which Bakugo replied that Midoriya was a terrible vice. Midoriya admitted he wasn't cut out for that role, and Bakugo noted that it was a good thing Ida and Momo were the class leaders. The scene shifted to after school as Ochako walked down the hall and opened the door to the literature club. She appeared unfazed by the chaos inside, where Katsuki and Hitoshi were bickering while Izuku was too focused on his notebook. Katsuki yelled that no one wanted to read gloomy poetry written by a coffee-faced person, to which Hitoshi retorted that Katsuki's work was no better. Shinso pointed out that their insults seemed to be a universal constant, but Bakugo didn't respond, prompting Shinso to roll his eyes at his lack of maturity. The three boys looked up when they heard the door close, and Hitoshi's face lit up, causing Katsuki to look away in annoyance. Hitoshi greeted Ochako warmly, and she returned the smile, making him blush. Kaminari and Shiro teased about Hitoshi having a crush, while Shinso expressed his disbelief at the situation. Ashido was enjoying the gossip, feeling that being there wasn't so bad after all. However, Midoriya felt a sense of discomfort, sensing the reason behind his feelings. Ochako, feeling embarrassed, apologized for not having read the book yet. Hitoshi reassured her that it was okay and offered to read it together. Katsuki approached Izuku, who was still deep in conversation with Hitoshi, and jokingly called him a simp while pretending to cough. Shinso felt a pang of guilt, wondering if this was how Todoroki felt during a previous encounter. Suddenly, Nito burst into the room with a stack of papers, shifting the mood. Izuku's concern grew as he noticed Nito looked disheveled. Nito apologized for being late but excitedly announced that he had news. Katsuki smirked, teasing Nito about his appearance, but Nito brushed it off and handed a sheet to Ochako, much to Hitoshi's disappointment. Toga and Kirishima exclaimed in surprise, questioning if Nito was involved too. Danny observed Minoma's expression while Tetsu awkwardly patted his back, unsure of what to make of the situation. Midoriya was grappling with a whirlwind of emotions, while Uraraka felt overwhelmed, her expression mirroring Kaminari's when he was flustered. Katsuki, feeling overlooked, remarked that it seemed he didn't exist. Ochako read the poster aloud, which was an invitation for others to join their club. Nito proudly announced that he had arranged for the school to host an art concert where they would perform, earning praise from Vlad. Minoma accepted the compliment with pride, while Kendo teased that he could achieve even more if he wasn't always fixated on Class 1A. A loud crash interrupted the moment, drawing everyone's attention to Katsuki, who protested that they couldn't participate in the event. He argued that no one would take them seriously with his poetry. Hitoshi playfully teased about the shoujo collection, prompting Katsuki to defend his interests, seeking validation from Ochako. Several students struggled to suppress their laughter, while Bakugu shot glares at anyone who dared to react. Uraraka was the first to break, followed by Shiro, Fayola, and Kaminari. Mike attempted to maintain order, but even he found it hard to contain his laughter, causing Aizawa to roll his eyes at the scene. Bakugu directed his frustration towards Kirishima, questioning his judgment on the matter. Kirishima, trying to ease the tension, remarked that it was hard to picture Bakugu enjoying shoujo. Ochako intervened, urging everyone to stop bickering for Izuku's sake, which also served her own interests. The two boys sighed in agreement, and Izuku expressed his gratitude towards Ochako, who responded with a playful smirk, leading to shared laughter. Nito shifted the conversation, suggesting they assign roles for their upcoming project. Everyone except Ochako nodded in agreement. Katsuki then invited Ochako to bake with him, teasing her about having to endure his poetry. Ochako rolled her eyes at the suggestion. Mike whispered to Midnight about Bakugu's potential feelings, and Midnight concurred, noting that he was less obvious than others. Aizawa added that it was a bit sad, as they could have spent time with Eri if they weren't busy with the project. Danny grumbled in response to the banter, while Nito proposed using Eri to help plan the event, which left Ochako confused. Kirishima chimed in, expressing his belief that planning could be enjoyable, though he was met with skepticism. The group fell silent, waiting for Ochako's decision, and Fayola playfully empathized with her stress. Toga, feeling left out, crossed her arms in frustration. When Ochako finally spoke, she hesitated before revealing that she had already promised to spend time with Izuku, referencing an incident involving one of his figurines. Izuku appeared surprised, while the others looked disappointed. Nito masked his resentment with a smile. With a change of subject, Nito suggested they move on to the poems, prompting a sigh of relief from Ochako. She looked at Izuku, who proudly presented her with a scribbled note from his notebook, which made her smile. As he rambled about his favorite action hero, Uraraka laughed fondly, and the scene faded to black. Bakugu commented that Izuku's writing didn't look much different from usual, to which Tsu responded with a light-hearted remark. Uraraka finally snapped out of her daze, while Izuku felt a growing need to talk to her soon, as the tension between them was becoming palpable. Toga, still feeling jealous, leaned against Twice, who was trying to think of ways to cheer her up. Shinso awkwardly declared he didn't have a crush on Uraraka, which led to teasing from Kaminari. Kirishima, exhausted, pleaded for the conversation to move on, especially when Bakugu's reaction to the idea of liking Uraraka was one of disgust. Uraraka expressed relief at their agreement, and Danny prepared to move on to the next universe, signaling a shift in the narrative. Danny glanced at the ever-expanding list and expressed frustration, wondering where the first 28 universes they had reacted to had gone. A note appeared in front of them, prompting a loud sigh. Bakugu, annoyed, demanded to know what was wrong. Danny explained that the list was longer than expected and that their superior was being difficult about it. Fayola, already anticipating the content of the note, reacted with a resigned oof. Danny, wide-eyed, turned to the new universe they were about to explore, finding it intriguing. Endeavor inquired if Shoto was part of it, to which Shoto replied that he was not, clearly unimpressed by the interruption. Endeavor rolled his eyes, resigned to the fact that he had the worst luck in the multiverse. Kuda, surprised, asked when the teachers had arrived, and Midnight reminded everyone that they had returned early, having been present for the last universe as well. Danny continued, explaining that Aizawa was a space explorer who had been kidnapped by aliens. Aizawa sighed, accustomed to the bizarre twists of fate that seemed to plague him. They shared that Aizawa escaped a year later but was captured again on Earth for interrogation, only to be saved by Bakugo, Kaminari, Midoriya, and Kirishima. The group cheered at the mention of their rescue. Danny elaborated that the 5 of them would find a giant robot lion and learn they needed to gather the rest to form a colossal robot called Voltron, becoming defenders of the universe. The lions, they noted, were sentient and chose their pilots. The cinema fell silent as the excitement settled in. Midoriya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed how cool it all was, and Kirishima eagerly agreed, thrilled to be part of it. Bakugo, with a hint of pride, implied that he had important roles, explaining his recent absence from the spotlight. With a clap of their hands, Danny initiated the viewing. The screen lit up, revealing Eijiro in a shaking ship. He swallowed hard, mumbling to himself about the situation. Denki, not far from him, ordered him to fix the ship first and worry about being sick later. Kaminari, thrilled, declared himself the leader, much to Siro's skepticism. Aizawa shook his head, concerned about one of his students being in charge, especially Kaminari. Midoriya complimented Kirishima's hair, to which Kirishima responded that he preferred red. Ashido chimed in, agreeing that red suited him well. Bakugo groaned, asking them to quiet down. The screen shifted to Denki reassuring Izuku that everything was fine, patting the ship as it rumbled ominously. Midoriya, unimpressed, watched as Denki tried to convince everyone that the ship was responding positively. Endeavor, witnessing their antics, remarked that they were going to get themselves killed. Fayola echoed his sentiment, shocked by their incompetence. Kaminari shrank into his seat, feeling the weight of the situation. The scene changed to Izuku sitting on a roof, engrossed in various devices. Kaminari snuck up on him, startling him with a playful question about rocking out. Some in the audience laughed at Midoriya's startled reaction, while Ida noted that something seemed different about him. Shoto agreed, sensing an oddity he couldn't quite place. The screen shifted again, showing Katsuki being observed through high-tech binoculars as he attempted to infiltrate a location. Denki sprinted off, declaring that Katsuki would not outdo them. Eijiro asked who it was, and Kirishima realized it was before they formed their robot team. Denki confidently asserted that he recognized Katsuki from anywhere, while Izuku watched the two run off, confused. Bakugo erupted in disbelief, insisting that the person on screen was not him. Kaminari hurriedly defended himself, and Bakugo took a moment to calm down, much to everyone's relief. Uraraka stifled a giggle at the dandelion head comment. The scene cut to Katsuki helping an unconscious Shota, his concern shifting to confusion as Denki approached. Denki insisted on saving Shota, introducing himself awkwardly. Katsuki tried to recall who he was, and Denki proudly claimed to be a pilot, not an engineer. Kaminari expressed their rivalry, which Kamakiri understood, relating it to his own situation. Kendo interjected, questioning the timing of their conversation during a rescue mission, but she was determined to have her moment. Katsuki suddenly remembered Denki as the scene transitioned to them being chased, crammed together with Izuku and Kirishima while still supporting the unconscious Shota. Kaminari complained about the vehicle's speed, and Katsuki, focused on driving, suggested they could lighten the load. Kaminari realized it was an insult, prompting laughter from the audience. Shoto noted that Bakugo's disrespectfulness was still intact, which Bakugo proudly affirmed. The screen cut to everyone screaming as the vehicle went out of control, causing concern for Aizawa from Vlad and Midnight. Fayola laughed at Kaminari's expression, and others joined in, finding humor in the chaos. Bakugo, irritated, demanded they quiet down. It effectively worked. The screen cut to a giant blue metal lion flying awkwardly through the sky, with screams echoing from inside it. Katsuki expressed his fear, exclaiming that the pilot was the worst ever. Endeavor and Aizawa exchanged exasperated looks, while All Might nervously shrugged, attempting to defend the situation by saying that everyone has a rocky start. Endeavor raised an unimpressed brow at him. The scene shifted again, and Katsuki pointed out that they were in an alien warship, though at least they seemed to be flying steadily. Denki smirked, teasing Katsuki about his fear. Katsuki retorted that he was terrified with Denki at the helm. Kaminari then decided to focus on Bakugo admitting his fear, prompting Bakugo to respond with an unflattering gesture, which Ida scolded him for. Shigaraki pointed out that Eraserhead was awake, and the screen cut to Hisashi, who cheerfully declared that everyone was lucky he had a case of the old sleep chamber knees. Otherwise, he would have demonstrated how to put someone to sleep. Aizawa was left puzzled by Hisashi's antics. Hisashi continued, questioning why he looked the way he did, to which Danny explained that he and Momo were part of a race of aliens called Altians, which explained their sharp ears and markings. Kaminari, Jairu, and Ashido beamed at Momo's return, and she felt flattered. Hisashi lamented his shorter hair, and Danny decided to let him have that moment without correction. Kaminari then attempted some clumsy karate moves, claiming it was how he would respond. Hisashi playfully countered by pretending to stab the air, making everyone around them stare in silence, except for Momo. Mike casually claimed he would have won, prompting Spinner to question how these were the heroes they kept losing to. Endeavor sighed in agreement with the villain for once, while Mike urged everyone to have a sense of humor. Denki made a comment about 10,000 years, which Katsuki corrected in disbelief. The banter continued, with Bakugo expressing his frustration at Kaminari's antics. Suddenly, Momo panicked, asking how they had been found. Dabi inquired who she meant, and Danny briefly explained that it was another group of evil aliens wanting Voltron. Katsuki took the blame, preparing to fight as he got ready to defend himself. The tension escalated as Mineta questioned how they could defend the universe in their current state. Kaminari attempted to explain, but Aizawa interrupted him. The screen cut again, and Momo informed everyone that the castle had a particle barrier they could activate. Hawks expressed relief that someone was taking charge. Denki made a flirtatious comment, which prompted Owaze to exclaim in frustration about everyone flirting with his girlfriend. One of his classmates comforted him, realizing his slip-up, but no one seemed to notice how he had referred to Yaoyorozu. Kaminari apologized to Momo, who accepted it, stating it wasn't really them anyway. Katsuki declared that staying was their only option, and the scene changed. Kaminari dramatically suggested that everyone should be quiet, but Katsuki pointed out that he wasn't using the word correctly. The tension in the room grew as classmates began to express their annoyance at Kaminari starting conflicts. Monoma chimed in, expressing his frustration with Class 1A, while Kirishima defended them. The scene shifted again, and Denki teased Midoriya about his beard, which resulted in Midoriya shocking him, causing Denki to fall to the floor. Aizawa noted that Midoriya needed to stand up for himself more. Kaminari sighed, calling his other self a JRK, while Siro tried to defend him by saying he was just eccentric. Danny explained that Bayards were devices created by Altians that could transform into weapons suited for their owners, noting that the Altians were nearly extinct, with Mike and Yaoyorozu being the last of their kind. Midnight gasped at the revelation, while Shigaraki and Toga shrugged it off, finding it unremarkable. The screen then showed Katsuki in his paladin uniform, hand on a red force field, as he tried to establish a connection. He raised his voice, insisting he was the paladin, trying to reach the lion. The scene changed again to show Katsuki using his shield to block lasers being shot at him, expressing his frustration at the lion for not bonding with him. The scene cut to a group of them, with Bakugo interrupting Ida's explanation about bonding, leading to laughter from the Baku squad. Aizawa, with a hint of exhaustion, fondly remarked on Bakugo's brashness. Shota called for everyone's attention, and they all nodded seriously, though Ijiro questioned if everyone was indeed nodding. Tetsu pointed out the need for confirmation, while Kendo laughed at the absurdity of their situation. The scene shifted back to Katsuki's lion, where he urged everyone to do something, only to be hit by a yellow lion right after. Ijiro's voice called for them to combine, and Katsuki exclaimed in surprise, realizing that their attempt had failed. Faola wondered if Ijiro was trying to form Voltron, and the group continued to navigate their chaotic situation. This was their first time, Danny thought. the scene shifted. Denk wondered who was guiding him through this experience. Katsuki's voice came through, instructing him to take 2 steps forward. Denk frowned at the sound of Katsuki's voice, following the instructions, only to be shocked shortly after. He realized Katsuki had done that on purpose. Kaminari looked into the control room where Katsuki was seated. Katsuki reminded him that he wasn't listening. Denk protested, claiming Katsuki had told him to turn right. Katsuki corrected him, stating that he had said to take 2 steps forward first. Denki groaned in frustration, and when he screamed, it was clear he was overwhelmed. He demanded they switch places immediately, while Bakugu smirked, noticing a single tear escape Kaminari's eye. In the next scene, Katsuki boredly sipped on a juice sachet while Momo and Hizashi argued in the background. Todoroki commented on the mood, glancing at Ishido to confirm if he had used the phrase correctly. Ishido gave him a thumbs up, nodding in approval. Shota interjected, asking for a break since everyone had been working hard. Katsuki agreed, drawing everyone's attention. He expressed that they weren't prisoners to be toyed with, struggling to find the right words. Denki finished his thought, exclaiming that they were like toy prisoners, but in his excitement he forgot he was handcuffed to Ijiro. Katsuki thanked Denki for his input. Kaminari lamented that he wished he could have recorded that moment. Shota attempted to leave the table but was blocked by Hizashi, who was trying to get him to eat some Altanian food. Mineta made a face, declaring it looked unappetizing. Ida scolded him for being disrespectful, reminding everyone that opinions should still be expressed respectfully. Hizashi continued to make ship landing noises while trying to convince Shota to try the food. Shota, surprised by the dish, glared at Hizashi and walked out of the dining area, refusing to taste it. Hizashi called after him, insisting he was missing out. Denki sat down with a plate of food in front of him, generously sharing some with the mice. He remarked that it seemed the mice had done more than Katsuki. Katsuki reminded everyone that he had punched Kai, while Denki mentioned that he had risen from a coma. Faola thought that sounded cool, and Toga wondered how much blood had been involved. Katsuki proudly declared they had shared a bonding moment, having cradled Denki in his arms. Denki dismissed the memory, crossing his arms and looking away. Jaira laughed, noting that he had missed out on bragging rights about Bakugu's caring side. Kaminari feigned sadness, while Bakugu insisted he could be caring too. Denki teased Bakugu, asking if he could cradle him since he was feeling tired. Bakugu retorted with a dismissive comment, prompting sarcastic whispers from Danny. The scene shifted again, showing everyone gathered in front of Izuku. Ijiro and Katsuki both expressed their understanding of the situation. Hizashi questioned if they were supposed to think Izuku was a boy. Shota encouraged Izuku, saying that owning who she was would make her a better paladin. Izuku felt relieved, expressing that it was good to get that off her chest. She then rushed to the ship control panel, leaving a shocked Denki behind, who struggled to comprehend the revelation that Izuku was a girl and that the castle was a ship. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and Izuku confirmed her identity, noting it wasn't the weirdest thing they could have encountered from another universe. Ida remarked that he had noticed something different about her. Aoyama complimented Izuku, and she thanked him with a smile. Ishido mused that it would be fun if Midoriya were a girl too, imagining her joining their girls' night. Momo agreed, envisioning how stunning Izuku would look with makeup. Siro playfully pointed out that Kaminari was the only one who hadn't known, eliciting laughter from the group. Denki excitedly commented on how cool it was to feel like space cops on patrol as alarms blared in the background, indicating another scene change. He asked Hizashi if they had a siren they could turn on. Hizashi suggested recording Denki making a siren noise instead. Denki eagerly began to do so, but Shota quickly stopped him, insisting they wouldn't do that. Aizawa echoed his other self's sentiment, and the group shared a laugh. Kaminari dramatically lamented his treatment every time he visited. The screen changed again, showing everyone's faces as they were in different locations. Ijiro confidently declared that he had never trusted those guys from the beginning. Katsuki felt proud of his other self for having good instincts. The scene shifted to Ijiro speaking rapidly as he navigated through a tunnel, prompting Katsuki to express his annoyance. Ijiro continued rambling, and the team finally yelled in unison for him to stop. Monoma made a comment that earned him multiple glares, especially from Bakugo and Kirishima. Kirishima looked to Vlad King for support, but he only shook his head. Kendo sighed and playfully hit Monoma on the back of the head. The scene changed to Katsuki in his lion. He informed Denki that he had retrieved his lion. Denki thanked him but asked if he could be unchained. Katsuki pretended not to hear him, smirking as Denki's expression fell. Denki exclaimed in frustration, feeling betrayed after their bonding moment. Shigaraki began to comment, and Denki acknowledged him, feeling the weight of the situation. His eyes widened as he realized who he was talking to. Others laughed at Bakugo's revenge, and even Bakugo chuckled a bit. The scene changed. Denki enthusiastically suggested a plan, imitating himself shooting laser guns. Katsuki, with a hand on his hip, questioned the noise. Denki smirked, explaining it was laser guns. Katsuki then made his own laser gun noise while pretending to shoot. Denki remarked that it sounded like fireworks, while Jairu and Shoji agreed it was accurate. Izuku chimed in, suggesting the sounds were more like pachu, pachu, pachu. Shota interrupted, stating it was more like blam, blam, blam. Midnight smiled at the screen, reminiscing about how Shota used to be, noting he was still the same but seemed more tired and sad. The students of Class 1A, along with All Might and Mike, were pleasantly surprised by Aizawa's inclusion, which brought smiles to their faces. Endeavor was still astonished that these students were the defenders of their universe. Katsuki couldn't believe how wrong Shota was, while Izuku and Denki agreed with him, and Ijiro voiced his disagreement as well. The scene changed. Katsuki declared it was time to go, but Denki hurriedly pulled him back, reminding him about the sensitivity of the Balmara creature. Katsuki recalled this and realized they couldn't just blow things up recklessly. Denki proposed a better idea, sneaking into the control room to shut down the bay doors, trapping the ships inside. Katsuki paused, begrudgingly agreeing that it was a better idea. Kaminari cheered, claiming he was smart. Aizawa commented that Kaminari was indeed smart, even if he often acted foolishly compared to his peers. Kaminari thanked his teacher. The scene shifted. Shota checked if everyone made it to their lions in time, and the lions flew out of the ground. Denki, with a cocky attitude, questioned Shota's doubts, only to crash into a rock formation. Hawks expressed his surprise, and Shota smirked at Denki's mishap. Denki, embarrassed, admitted he didn't want an answer. Izuku noted that Aizawa seemed to smile more in this situation, a sentiment echoed by Ishido, Midnight, Mike, Fayola, and the other students. Someone pointed out that Aizawa was right there. The scene changed again. An alien woman, flanked by her fearful companions, questioned how they could fight back against a monster. Ijiro encouraged Katsuki to reassure her that they could defeat it. Katsuki looked at him and hesitantly asked if they could. Izuku noted that it sounded like something Todoroki would say, prompting Bakugo to protest against being compared to him. The scene shifted once more. Denki expressed a desire for all the information in his brain to be stored in a giant ship. Katsuki insulted him, claiming the amount of information in Denki's brain could fit in a paper airplane. Denki countered, suggesting that Katsuki's knowledge was even less than his. Kirishima congratulated Denki on his comeback, while Mineta called it lame, a sentiment Kaminari agreed with. The scene changed to Katsuki and Denki, heavily breathing in their hiding place. Katsuki demanded to know what Denki was doing there, while Denki yelled back, asking who was after him. They both panicked, realizing they needed to escape, and ran off screaming. Fayola and Danny exchanged confused looks. The scene shifted to Katsuki in his paladin uniform, declaring he would check things out. Denki, sounding tired, suggested they lay low and not blow their cover. Katsuki ignored him, and Kaminari stood up, urging Katsuki to reconsider. Katsuki disregarded the warning and walked through the door. Denki glanced at Izuku, smirking as he noted he had warned Katsuki. Izuku sarcastically remarked on Denki's leadership skills. The screen went black. Fayola wondered what Katsuki had gone out to do, while Ida speculated it was probably something reckless. The teachers agreed, much to Bakugu's displeasure. Danny explained the situation regarding the Alteans and the Galra, detailing how the Galra sought to obtain Voltron from the Alteans, who had created it thousands of years ago. The Alteans had fought back, resulting in the destruction of their home. Yaoyorozu and Mike had survived in sleep pods and were awakened 10,000 years later by the Paladins. Momo expressed her horror at the story, while Fayola questioned the mercilessness of the attackers. AFO casually remarked on the harsh realities of survival, prompting Kirishima to call him sick. Kirishima knew it wasn't the right time to confront AFO, so he remained silent. Danny took a breath, feeling disgusted by the villain's actions. They decided it would be best to move on to the next universe. They all agreed, ready for the next adventure. My exams were finally over, and I contemplated whether to share what the wheel indicated was next. The wheel had spoken, and the upcoming chapter was about Digimon. Danny remarked on the situation, noting another Todoroki family moment. Todoroki pondered why the focus was always on his entire family instead of just him or his friends. Danny shrugged, suggesting that perhaps one day it would change. Midoriya then wondered how long they would be there. Danny calculated that the list kept growing, estimating they might be there for about a week and a half. Many were surprised by the time frame, but Danny reminded them that time worked differently in this context, encouraging them to view it as a break from their usual lives. Fayola quipped that it sounded more like death, while Kaminari added it could be akin to a coma. Danny waved them off and clapped their hands to signal the start of the next scene. As the music played, the screen revealed Rei Todoroki comforting her youngest child, Shoto, who appeared to be around 5 years old and was crying. The Todoroki family in the room quickly understood the situation and felt uncomfortable. Dabi seemed indifferent but leaned toward a negative feeling, similar to his brother and father. Rei opened her eyes at Shoto's voice, who clung to her clothes, asking why she had left him to burn. He expressed that he was too young to feel this hurt, letting go of her to look her straight in the eyes. Despite the bandage covering his injury, his innocent expression revealed the guilt in Rei's eyes. All Might was taken aback by what he saw, unable to comprehend what had happened to the young boy. Shoto stood up and walked away from her, feeling trapped in his own room, counting his wounds and afraid to tally them all. He removed his bandages, questioning if she cared about his pain. The camera captured the slightly stained bandages on the floor before shifting back to Rei, who stood up. Dabi wondered if she truly cared, convinced that the answer was no. Shoto's voice echoed again, asking why she didn't care, his face only partially visible. Midoriya and Ida gasped at the sight of his scar, while Bakugu commented on how nasty it looked. The scar was still fresh, revealing ice burns and signs of injury from Rei's failed attempt to use her quirk to heal him. Todoroki touched the scar on his face, agreeing with Bakugu's observation. Bakugu attempted to lighten the mood, suggesting that at least it made Todoroki look cooler, a badge of honor. Todoroki smiled at his friend, grateful for the support. Little Shoto's voice grew louder as he expressed his feelings of abandonment, demanding to know why she didn't care. Yaoyorozu covered her mouth in shock, while Monoma looked concerned. The others stared in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. Aizawa glared at Endeavor, while Todoroki looked down, trying to avoid reliving that painful memory. The League of Villains observed Dabi, contemplating the severity of his own scars. Shigaraki sighed, thinking of ways to support him later. Shoto continued, expressing that he had been there when no one else was, and now that he needed her, she was gone. He wiped his tears, covering his left eye, as the camera shifted to reveal an older version of himself standing behind Rei, filled with anger. He questioned her nerve for trying to tear apart his faith. Todoroki, unable to contain his anger, stood up, defending his mother. Dabi, rolling his eyes, countered that Todoroki should not blame her for becoming a lonely villain. Midoriya attempted to calm him, but Todoroki was too furious. All Might looked to Endeavor, hoping for intervention, but was disappointed when he remained silent. Dabi escalated the confrontation, blaming both Todoroki and the heroes for their treatment of him. The students gasped at his outburst, shocked by the intensity of his emotions. Dabi pointed to his own jaw, emphasizing his pain and frustration. Danny decided to intervene, snapping their fingers and causing Dabi to vanish. Shigaraki complained about the interruption, while Spinner expressed curiosity about Dabi's emotional display. Danny approached Todoroki, seemed frozen, and awkwardly hugged him, apologizing for what had just transpired. He sat back down, silent. Danny expressed genuine sorrow for the situation, reading a paper that appeared before them. They sighed in relief, revealing that the boss would erase Dabi's memory of the outburst, and they would continue watching. Fayola looked at Todoroki with concern, and Danny apologized again, feeling unwell. Dabi reappeared in his seat, confused and asking what he had missed. Toga assured him she would explain later, pointing out Todoroki's paralyzed state and All Might's disappointed gaze directed at Endeavor. Dabi sighed, slightly smiling, as he wondered why he had missed such a dramatic moment. The scene resumed with Todoroki questioning Rei about her failure to be the person she had promised to be. He had questions that haunted him, and he turned his back before disappearing. Sue felt glum as she watched the scene unfold, expressing her discomfort. Shiro agreed, sharing her sentiment. Rei attempted to reach out to him but was unsuccessful. An image of her cradling baby Shoto with a smile appeared in her mind, and she broke down into tears. Endeavor, with tears of his own, quietly acknowledged the pain he had caused her. Hawks, unsure of how to comfort him, chose to remain silent, aware of the potential danger from the League. Another figure appeared, and Rei looked up to see Natsuo. He looked down at her, reminding her that his name was safest in her mouth. He reached out a hand to help her, but Dabi, struggling with conflicting feelings about his brother, questioned Natsuo's intentions. Despite the tension, Todoroki felt relieved that Natsuo was still being kind to their mother. Natsuo expressed how familiar Rei's voice was but noted that it now sounded dangerous. He released her hands and walked away, leaving her in despair. He paused and turned back to her, asking who she thought she was. Streams of tears flowed down her face as she faced her third-born. Todoroki and Dabi whispered their responses, caught in a moment of tension. Natsuo's cold eyes reflected his anger as he accused her of tearing apart his faith. He questioned why she had tried to deceive him, expressing regret for ever trusting her. He clenched his hair in frustration, trying to understand where everything had gone wrong. Shoto wondered if Natsuo truly felt that way, as he rarely saw his older brother. Dabi hoped that Natsuo's feelings aligned with his own. Shoto reappeared, echoing the sentiment that he had questions for her. Rei desperately covered her ears as the voices surrounded her, and a shadow loomed over her. She opened her eyes to find Fuyumi standing before her, arms crossed and looking sad. Endeavor watched in disbelief and sadness, unable to comprehend the situation. Rei cried out, expressing her anguish over the sacrifices she had made for her family. Her fingers gripped her shirt tightly as tears formed in her eyes, desperately seeking understanding. Todoroki voiced his concern for his mother, unable to bear the sight. Dabi sneered at Endeavor, calling him a coward. Rei continued to ask why they didn't care, her pain evident. Memories of Fuyumi caring for Shoto played in her mind, reminding her of the love she had shown. Todoroki, with tears streaming down his face, acknowledged how much Fuyumi had done for them. Uraraka offered a hopeful compliment, and he nodded in appreciation. As memories flooded back, Rei felt disoriented, with her 3 children circling her, repeating their questions. She recognized a familiar voice that filled her with fear, and there stood a young Tuya, frowning, his hair casting a shadow over his eyes. His voice echoed as the screen faded to black. When the screen lit up again, Rei woke up in bed, breathing heavily and silently crying. Endeavor questioned if it had all been a dream. Todoroki snapped his gaze toward him, blaming him for the turmoil that had left Rei unable to sleep peacefully. He expressed how she was even blaming herself for their family's brokenness. Dabi chimed in, smirking as he pointed out that there was some truth to that. Todoroki, frustrated, tried to articulate his feelings but was interrupted. He had thought he was ready to forgive Endeavor, but the pain inflicted on their family was too great. Endeavor looked at Shoto, asking if he was ready to forgive him, but Shoto firmly stated that was not the case. Bakugo interjected, suggesting they leave their family issues aside for now, and Todoroki sighed, realizing Bakugo had a point. On a brighter note, someone mentioned that Endeavor seemed better than before, which offered a glimmer of hope. Ida came in and offered Todoroki a side hug, assuring him that it was okay to feel the way he did. Danny sighed in relief, eager to move on to the next universe, and Ishido agreed, stating that this had been too much for her. Most everyone nodded in agreement, ready to continue their journey. There were massive spoilers in this chapter, so readers were advised to skip it if they wanted to avoid them. Danny noted that they were looking at another alternate reality, and as they read further, their expressions turned pale. They immediately regretted mentioning it. Someone asked if this was the reality where Bakugo had a ghost again, but Danny shook their head, indicating it was not. They decided it was best to start the story. The screen lit up, revealing a typical day in Class 1A. Shota Aizawa was attempting to catch a nap at his desk while the students worked quietly. The atmosphere was peaceful, but that tranquility was soon disrupted by Hisashi, also known as Present Mike, bursting into the classroom. He greeted the students enthusiastically, and they, accustomed to his exuberance, responded sluggishly without looking up. A sweet young voice then asked if he would help her find her mother, capturing everyone's attention, even Shota, who had given up on his nap. Hisashi encouraged the girl to step into the classroom, where she shyly waved to everyone. The students, except for the more serious ones, expressed their delight, and even Todoroki managed a smile. Hagakure rushed to the girl, calling her adorable, though the girl appeared confused. Shota wondered what connection he had to this child he had never seen before. Hisashi explained that he had brought the girl to see if Eri was present, hoping the two could spend time together while he searched for her mother. Aizawa considered that it would be beneficial for Eri to have a friend her age. Midoriya suggested that she might get along with Koda, but Aizawa quickly dismissed the idea, stating that while Koda was a good kid, he didn't think they would connect. In truth, he simply didn't want Eri around a boy yet. Danny then suggested that she could hang out with Faola's sister, but Faola corrected her, insisting she didn't have a sister. Danny replied that she did, even though they hadn't met yet, leaving Faola in shock. Unfortunately, Eri was not there, as Hisashi had rescued her from individuals attempting to exploit her quirk, including an older cousin who had pretended to be a caring family member. Izuku asked the girl about her quirk, and she hesitantly moved closer to Hisashi's leg, making him worry. Hisashi crouched down and gently reassured her that Izuku was just curious. The girl nodded and explained that her quirk allowed her to show and predict the future through someone else's consciousness, struggling slightly with the pronunciation. The class was impressed by her quirk, and Midoriya wondered if she was related to Sir Night-Eye, feeling a pang of nostalgia for his old mentor. He wiped away a tear, remembering Mirio's words about keeping smiles alive. Danny clarified that, as far as she knew, there was no relation. Hisashi suggested that the girl demonstrate her quirk with Shota, mentioning that they would likely see a bunch of cute cats. The girl's eyes lit up at the mention of cats, and Aizawa commented that he liked her. Kaminari was taken aback, realizing that Aizawa had never expressed fondness for any of them. Aizawa, however, explained that the problem children were tiring. Midnight chimed in, teasing Hisashi about his potential as a father, while he defended himself, claiming his child would be great. Midnight countered that it would be because they would have her as their amazing aunt. Hisashi acknowledged her point, crossing his arms and feigning indignation. The playful banter continued, and Aizawa found himself reluctantly giving in to the puppy dog eyes of the girl, agreeing to participate. The students cheered as the girl took one of Shota's fingers and took a deep breath. She began to sing, her voice echoing as a hologram appeared. Faola complimented the soothing quality of her voice, and Jiro agreed, noting its almost hypnotic effect. The hologram displayed images of Shota, Hisashi, and Nemuri at their graduation, with Nemuri happily accepting an award while the others smiled proudly. Midnight reminisced about how everyone looked good in their robes, while All Might sighed, recalling her somewhat mischievous nature. Shinso expressed his discomfort with the song's sad tone, and the hologram shifted to show Midnight marking papers, looking frustrated while Shota remained unfazed, with Kirishima singing loudly in the background. The hologram continued, showing the three friends in a bar, with Hisashi struggling against Midnight's attempts to make him drink. All Might questioned the past tense of the song, and unease spread among the students as they began to grasp the somber implications. The hologram displayed a looming shadow over students and pro-heroes, and the names Gigantomachia and AFO were whispered among the group. The lyrics took a darker turn, depicting horrified, crying students, including Mina, Kirishima, and Momo, who knelt with her face covered while Sato looked on. The atmosphere grew tense, and Ishido and Yaoyorozu felt tears welling up. The images and lyrics were leading them to a conclusion they dreaded, and Midnight stared at the screen, hoping this was all a mistake. She must have just gotten really hurt, that was all. Despite her thoughts, she could read between the lines. She wasn't naive. She couldn't leave yet. There was no way she could go so soon, not when the kids still looked so young. Anger bubbled within her as she wondered what had happened. The hologram displayed a beautiful image of Nemuri in her hero costume, standing confidently with her gentle, kind smile that could light up the darkest night. In its last few seconds, the hologram showed Mina's hand holding Nemuri's in the grass, with her mask crumpled on the ground. The screen cut back to everyone looking stunned. The girl quickly backed away and apologized as her hologram vanished. Hisashi picked her up and comforted her despite his own pain. No matter how cryptic the song was, the message was clear. He looked up at Shota, asking if they should tell her. Hisashi's eyes, once clouded, became clear again. He needed a moment before leaving the classroom. The screen went black. Uraraka wondered if this was what she thought it was. Midoriya couldn't bring himself to finish that sentence as he fought back tears. Kirishima silently cried like the rest. Ishido embraced him when she noticed his tears, and he hugged her back, causing her to sob. This started a chain reaction among the students. Bakugo looked towards the floor, while Hawks and Vlad bowed their heads in respect. Awaze comforted Yaoyorozu, and Endeavor looked solemn. All Might's pupils seemed to disappear as his body shook. Fayola stared at the floor, and Mike and Aizawa were wide-eyed and paralyzed. This couldn't be happening, not again. They couldn't lose their friend once more. Mike thought it should have been him, while Aizawa wanted to confront the person responsible for this. Monoma wiped away tears as they fell, and Tetsutetsu held his head with his elbows on his knees. Shinso looked at Aizawa with sympathetic worry. Midnight snapped from her denial, her eyes watering. She didn't want to die, not yet, but she looked around at all the faces mourning for her. She hugged her two best friends, doing it for them. The hug allowed the two men to shed their own tears as they held her tightly. In that moment, she was a soft but prominent fragrance that made the environment feel new and unique, but she would soon evaporate into the sky above with the clouds. Midoriya felt like a failure. The possibility of failing to save someone, especially his own teacher, weighed heavily on him. This was an alternate reality, so perhaps there was hope. He looked up at them, and their solemn expressions told him all he needed to know. This was unfortunately bound to happen. Mike asked the older teen how this could be. He was losing another friend and deserved to know why. She, along with many other heroes, had died fighting bravely in the war. Unfortunately, they would also go through this war, and the villains led by Shigaraki seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The villains were wide-eyed. Shigaraki, Dabi, and Toga grinned, while Spinner was excited, believing change was coming. The other villains were just glad their work was paying off, especially All for One. Midnight's tears flowed heavier. She would never see these students graduate, and she thought about all the things she could never do now. She held her friends tighter. Hawks frowned, questioning if he had failed. He looked at the group of villains. Endeavor felt like a failure. If quirks existed in this place, he would be the closest thing to an inferno. Aizawa yelled at All for One, insisting that they were not collateral damage. Aizawa's anger was palpable as he confronted the villain, who dismissed him with a wave. He claimed that the fire would have made for a far greater Nomo for Tamura. All the UA staff members glared at him, and some of the villains themselves were shaken by this statement. Kurojiri looked down, feeling as though AFO had indirectly said he wasn't good enough. Fayola looked him dead in the eyes and called him sick. Danny scowled at the villain, asserting that it was a bumpy road, and they still had yet to know what would happen. However, he assured them that the heroes were fighting and finally evening the playing fields. This good news still wasn't enough to improve the situation. Ishido promised not to forget midnight when everything was done and over. Monoma echoed the promise, and a slew of promises followed from the students. Midnight thanked them, expressing how amazing they were and that they would do the future justice. All Might softly smiled at her through his tear-streaked face, calling her a great hero. A door appeared, and Danny smiled, knowing the boss was giving them a breather. They directed everyone out to the same place as last time but informed them that they only had 3.5 hours. When they were the only ones left in the room, a note appeared. Danny read it, realizing the boss was going to erase their memory of this specific universe. Danny frowned, arguing that they needed this information. Another note appeared, stating that their sadness would stunt the reaction. Danny insisted it wasn't their fault and that the boss was the one who put this on the list. The boss replied that they couldn't waste more time, there were still more universes to see. Danny laughed in disgust, questioning if all this was just for a reaction. The boss reminded Danny that they couldn't give them too much knowledge, as it would interfere with the events of their world. A tear rolled down Danny's cheek. The boss conceded that this universe didn't hold much relevance and agreed to give them back this memory after it was done, but only this one. Danny smiled, thanking the boss and whispering that they were the best some of the time. A final note appeared, stating that the boss had heard that. Danny silently swore while wiping away their tears, offering a quick thank you before heading off to another door to see one of their friends with the group they were with. Danny returned to her assigned cinema looking somewhat dazed, as if they had lost a significant portion of their mental clarity. It baffled them how individuals from a different multiverse could be so oblivious. Poor Kate had to manage a crowd of teens obsessed with a blonde model. Next time, they decided they would join the Sonic group. Most of their universes seemed far more enjoyable. As Danny surveyed the area, they noted there were still 10 minutes left before they had to resume. Seizing the moment, they opened the door that led to the resting area of the MHA cast. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of chaos, as a group of teens surrounded the Dance Dance Revolution machine. Danny leaned in closer as the music from the machine quickened. The crowd cheered for Dance, as a very sweaty Bakugo and Fayola competed on the platform. Fayola appeared intensely focused, trying to match her movements to those on the screen, while Bakugo seemed to dance effortlessly, hitting nearly every step correctly. Danny inquired about the situation, and Ishido explained that Kaminari had discovered the game, and Bakugo had remained undefeated so far. Fayola had claimed it was easy, prompting Ishido to bet her 200 yen that she couldn't beat him. Todoroki noted that they had been playing for a while, and no one had reached such a high score before. Midoriya observed that Fayola seemed to be tiring, pushing herself harder than Bakugo. Kaminari chimed in, expressing surprise at Bakugo's dancing skills and speculating whether they were a result of music lessons his mother had enforced. Midoriya shrugged, acknowledging that he didn't know every detail of Bakugo's life, though Danny couldn't help but question that statement. Their attention returned to the competition as the two players entered an advanced mode, igniting excitement among the spectators. The crowd erupted with cheers for both competitors. However, Fayola eventually missed a step, leading to a series of errors that resulted in her disqualification. As her screen went dark, she jumped off the platform, and Shoji caught her fall. Bakugo raised his arms triumphantly, celebrating his victory. He boasted about his undefeated status, while Fayola demanded a rematch, claiming the game was unfair. Bakugo smirked, teasing her about losing again. Just then, Danny reminded everyone that time was up and they needed to leave, prompting groans from the group. They felt like a party pooper as they began to gather the pros and villains. Todoroki expressed disappointment that the break hadn't lasted longer, revealing that he had never tried arcade games and found them intriguing. Yayarosa empathized, admitting she had never played them either and suggested they could try them out together after leaving. She smiled at him, and he returned the gesture before a ways called her over, leaving Todoroki wishing she had stayed a bit longer. He approached Midoriya and Ida, where Ishido playfully teased Fayola about her loss, prompting her to reluctantly pull out a wad of cash to pay the bet. Ishido was astonished at the amount and questioned how Fayola had acquired it. Fayola casually claimed it was just her savings, concealing the truth that she had stolen it before arriving in this world. Danny felt the atmosphere lighten as everyone settled in. A good break and a memory wipe had worked wonders. They glanced over the list and reminded Midoriya about the movie they were about to watch, which featured him before he became a famous hero, set during his high school days. Midoriya's excitement was palpable, even if he felt slightly deflated. Danny clapped their hands, signaling the start of the show. The screen flickered to life, revealing Izuku at his locker, conversing with Tuya, who leaned against the lockers beside him. Tuya expressed concern about Bakugo's behavior, suggesting that Izuku might notice if he spent more time with them. Toga squealed at the sight of teenage Dabi, calling him cute, while Dabi dismissed her teasing. Shigaraki and Spinner chimed in with their own comments, adding to the playful banter. Izuku, however, appeared troubled as he closed his locker, apologizing to Tuya for not being around lately and offering to make it up to him. Kendo voiced her discomfort about Midoriya's friendship with a villain, but Yaoyorozu defended their connection, noting that it was a different universe and both seemed like good people. AFO interjected, commenting on the strong influence Enji had over his son, which prompted Endeavor to retort sharply. Izuku agreed to enter a science competition with Tuya, promising not to let him down. Achiko joined the conversation, encouraging Izuku to focus on his own goals rather than seeking approval from others. Todoroki smiled in agreement, and Uraraka blushed at the compliment. As the scene unfolded, the group shared a mix of embarrassment and camaraderie, with some teasing about their feelings. The atmosphere was charged with youthful energy, and the excitement of the unfolding story kept everyone engaged. Sometimes it felt like the only way to earn his affection was to be seen by him. He confessed this, his gaze flickering to Izuku for just a moment. Nizu sensed a hint of jealousy in the air. In that universe, Enji, he began, but Endeavor quickly interjected, "Don't disrespect me, kid." Danny mumbled an apology, acknowledging that he didn't outrank Endeavor but felt compelled to speak. In that universe, Endeavor tends to praise Izuku more than he does Tuya, viewing Izuku as having more potential and being like him. It's quite misguided, but you know how it is. Dad of the year, everyone, Faola remarked. I'm trying. Don't compare me to my alternate versions, Endeavor defended, guilt evident in his tone. Ochako looked deeply into his eyes and sighed, expressing her desire to help, even if she wasn't as scientifically inclined as Izuku. Tuya excitedly agreed, saying it had been too long since it was just the three of them. Ochako glanced at Izuku, who responded with a nervous smile and a scratch of his head. Not gonna lie, their friendship is kind of sweet, Tetsu commented. They made their way to class, fortunate to have first and second PRDS together. On their way, they encountered Katsuki and his friends walking in the opposite direction. Izuku sighed at the sight of one of his friends smirking. Just as he was about to react, Katsuki held up a hand, coolly telling him to cool it while glaring directly into his eyes. Izuku was left speechless. See what I mean? Off, Tuya noted. I'm actually proud of him. It feels like a step in the right direction, Ochako added. How are you always so kind in every universe? Ashido marveled at her friend. I have amazing parents, I guess, Uraraka blushed. Or a step to my early grave, Izuku joked, not wanting to dwell on the fact that he didn't have to deal with Kaken. R.I.P. Midoriya, Kaminari said. It was nice knowing you, Uraraka added. May the shadows guide you to peace, Tokoyami chimed in. Guys! Midoriya exclaimed in exasperation as Bakugo made a dismissive sound. During class, Izuku struggled to focus, his mind occupied with thoughts related to Spider-Man. He worried about the promise he made to Tuya, fearing what might happen if Black Cat was on the prowl again or if the goblin caused more trouble. He also dreaded the thought of Aunt Inko going on a date. How many enemies does this kid have? Hawks remarked, concern evident in his voice. Way too many really, Danny replied. Izuku shrank in his seat, and Uraraka and Todoroki offered him comfort. Midoriya! His teacher called, snapping him back to reality. The answer, she said impatiently. Izuku stared blankly at her before realizing there was an equation on the board. 1463, he answered, his tone questioning. We stan a smart boy, Ashido said, with Kaminari nodding in agreement. We learned this weeks ago. Anyone could have done it, idiots, Bakugo interjected, bursting their bubble. Correct, the teacher said, disappointment in her voice as she returned to her lesson. Midoriya, meet me after school today. I need to speak with you, she instructed as students exited the classroom. He nodded, and Tuya sympathetically patted his back. I'll wait for you, Tuya said understandingly before heading to his next class. Izuku followed suit. Why can't you be that nice to me, Dabi? Twice lamented. You're a grown man twice, Dabi replied. The scene shifted to a large building where Enji Todoroki was impatiently working on papers, his eyes occasionally darting to the door. Where is he? He huffed, glancing at his watch. Sorry for the delay, but I have something that will make up for it, a voice announced as Dr. Garaki entered the room, assisted by giant metallic tentacles. Talk about lazy, Midnight commented, noting that he hadn't been using his legs for a while. Enji raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as Dr. Garaki placed a vial of black ooze delicately on his desk. And what use is this black goop to me? Enji questioned. This isn't just any goop, Dr. Garaki replied, mimicking Enji's tone. It's venom. He smirked, his voice dripping with excitement. This substance is a symbiote capable of taking a human host as its vessel and granting extraordinary speed and strength, he elaborated. Enji studied the vial with interest as the camera zoomed away from the office. The scene then cut to Katsuki and his friends at lunch. Monoma, a theatrics enthusiast, expressed his distrust of the implications of the scene change. Yo Kakin, you doing good? Ajiro asked. Yeah, you've been a bit out of it for a while, Hiro commented. Is it because Deku stood up to you a while back? Ajiro wondered. Katsuki locked eyes with him, glaring icily. It's not just that. The nerd seems different ever since that field trip, Katsuki admitted, noticing Ochako and Mina staring at Izuku from opposite sides of the quad. Join the club, Deku Ishido, Kaminari and Uraraka said, referring to the new, unwanted ship. Doesn't that imply that Uraraka actually likes Deku? Kirishima pondered quietly, aware of what they were discussing. Ami, how have you not noticed yet? Aoyama chimed in nearby. I just didn't want to assume, Kirishima tried to defend himself. And you're not the only one to notice that, Carriage added, observing the same thing as Katsuki. Katsuki sighed. Maybe he's as big of a Spidey fan as you are and got some inspiration from him. Heck, he may even be a bigger fan than you since he always gets those sweet photos of him, Hiro speculated. Who is he? Shiro wondered. Another old friend of Kakin and me, Midoriya explained. Oh my gosh, I just realized Kakin is a fan of Midoriya in this universe. Kaminari exclaimed, bursting into laughter. What? Wait. Midoriya was shocked as he realized Kaminari was right. Bakugo sat frozen, and those who knew his attitude couldn't help but giggle, while All Might and Aizawa tried to hide their smiles. This is really ironic, Todoroki remarked, a smile creeping onto his face. Bakugo began to twitch in his seat. Midoriya, filled with excitement, rambled about how lucky he felt to be admired by Kakin. Uraraka giggled, adoring the green-haired boy. Oh, guys, calm down, we need to continue, Danny said. Thank God, finally, Bakugo said exasperatedly, unintentionally prompting one last chuckle from everyone. How do you think he gets those photos anyway? Another kid in the group wondered aloud. And him? Midoriya shrugged, looking toward Bakugo. Never saw that extra in my life, he admitted. Whatever. He dismissed the comment, confident in his superiority, and received a chorus of agreement from his squad. Tuya inquired about the conversation, and the camera shifted to him and Izuku seated in their new class. Just as Izuku was about to respond, he felt a strange sensation, a warning that danger was near. Midoriya pointed at the barely visible squiggles surrounding him and asked what they were. Danny explained that it was one of his powers, Spider Sense, which allowed him to detect danger before it struck. The boss had provided a visual representation, but it was really just an exceptional intuition. All Might scratched his head, finding the power oddly familiar. Izuku realized he couldn't dodge the impending danger without drawing attention, so he feigned shock like the other students when the wall suddenly crumbled. A maniacal laugh echoed from the other side, and as the smoke cleared, the goblin appeared, a villain who matched his name in appearance, hovering on a peculiar craft. Some heroes shouted, "Villain!" while a few villains in the room exchanged incredulous glances. Toga questioned the effectiveness of such cries, while Shigaraki mocked the situation. Fayola joined in, feigning surprise at being labeled a villain. Kirishima called out her name, and she raised her hands in surrender. Saya pointed out that they had a valid point, and Mike agreed, though Aizawa shot him a look, clarifying that he did not condone villainy. The goblin interrupted, stating he had business to attend to, but a frustrated voice yelled at him, insisting that Spider-Man didn't attend their school. Recognizing the voice, Kirishima and Kendo exchanged glances, while Danny nodded in acknowledgement. Zero recalled that the last time they heard that voice, it belonged to someone who was supposedly a secret hero. Midoriya turned to Danny, curious about why the other version of himself kept his identity a secret. Fayola speculated it might be to avoid responsibility, prompting a pained reaction from Danny, who felt the suggestion was absurd. Danny explained that not many people in this universe had powers, and Izuku kept his identity hidden to protect his loved ones from his many enemies. Shigaraki expressed his desire to confront Izuku, who stared back, petrified, while Bakugo struggled to suppress a smirk. The goblin, ignoring the tension, began to wreak havoc around the area, causing panic among the students. Tuya grabbed Izuku's arm, urging him to flee, but Izuku broke free, insisting there was something important he couldn't leave behind. He dashed away before Tuya could respond. Twice sang a mocking tune, while Toga wondered why Midoriya couldn't confide in his friends, referring to Dabi with hesitance. Danny explained that the other version of Izuku was obsessed with revealing the identity behind the mask, while Tuya had a strong dislike for Spider-Man. Midoriya sarcastically lamented his unfortunate luck, wishing for a balance between his sad and happy universes. All Might felt a pang of sympathy for his student. The goblin continued his rampage, muttering to himself about leaving something important behind as he rummaged through drawers, eventually pulling out a vial of black substance and observing it with a sinister intent. Midoriya, Fayola, and Yaoyorozu recognized the villain's identity as Endeavor, while Bakugo, Shigaraki, and AFO remained silent, having already realized it. Endeavor groaned in frustration, and Danny expressed hope that there would be another universe where he wasn't a villain. All Might reassured him that luck could change, and Todoroki acknowledged his father's efforts, despite his flaws. Dabi, however, dismissed Endeavor's struggles, and Toga agreed, while the heroes chose to ignore their comments. Danny sighed, and suddenly, Izuku's voice interrupted as a web snatched the vial from the goblin's grasp. Cyan noted that this version of Spider-Man seemed more confident, while Kaminari remarked that he appeared more fun. Midoriya was taken aback by the comments, and Ida turned to him, but before he could speak, Kaminari apologized, leaving Midoriya confused. A figure in a spider-themed suit revealed himself, clinging to the ceiling and observing the vial. The goblin lunged at him, but Spider-Man dodged effortlessly while still keeping an eye on the vial. The substance reacted to Izuku's presence, triggering a flood of memories. Quick flashes appeared on the screen, showing Izuku in a black Spider-Man suit, Bakugo commenting on its coolness, and Todoroki defending the classic red and blue. Images of Izuku and Katsuki glaring at each other and Izuku dancing in all black followed, leaving Ishido in shock. Another image showed Spider-Man delivering a powerful blow to a villain, prompting Kirishima to question if that was something Midoriya would do, to which Danny recalled the formidable foes he had faced. Spider-Man's eyes widened in recognition of the vial. The goblin quickly snatched it back, claiming a friend thought it could use some recycling. He then stated that while he would love to fight, he had business to tend to. Katsuki was trying to escape, searching for the doctor's old classroom. He halted when he saw a boy standing in front of him with a fire extinguisher. Katsuki shouted at him to leave his school, but the boy corrected him, saying he was a goblin. Spider-Man followed closely behind, expressing his disbelief at the situation. Katsuki dismissed Midoriya as an idiot, while All Might, although concerned about the other Deku's mistake, reminded Katsuki to be kind. Jairu pointed out the contradiction in Bakugo's words, while Bakugo boasted about the definition of a nerd. Shiro teased him, provoking a reaction from the blonde, while Kaminari made a comment in the background. Katsuki insisted he was helping, but Goblin warned him to move or face injury. Spider-Man seized the opportunity to distract Goblin. Unfortunately, the villain dropped a vial, but no one noticed. Spider-Man urged Katsuki to leave, emphasizing the danger. Determined to prove himself, Katsuki refused to back down. Aizawa sighed at the unfolding chaos. Goblin threw some bombs as a diversion, successfully drawing Spider-Man's attention away. Katsuki, noticing this, used his strength to toss the fire extinguisher at Goblin, surprising himself with the power behind the throw. He smirked proudly, feeling strong. Kirishima admired Katsuki's strength, while Spider-Man ordered him to leave again as he swung outside to deal with the bombs. Goblin groaned, trying to get back on his feet. Katsuki approached him, ready to confront the villain for always bothering Spider-Man. Just as he was about to strike, Goblin kicked him hard in the face. Ashido teased Katsuki for trying to help his idol, while Uraraka expressed concern for their safety. Midoriya shrank back, feeling uneasy. Kirishima reassured everyone that Bakugo cared for them, even if he didn't show it. Bakugo's eyes twitched as he took a deep breath, and Kaminari pointed out that Bakugo's reaction wasn't a denial. Katsuki seethed in pain, lying on the ground while watching Goblin escape. His anger grew as he glared at the fleeing figure. Spider-Man rushed to his side, checking if he was okay. Katsuki sighed, indicating he was fine. Spider-Man felt relieved but quickly turned to anger, questioning Katsuki's reckless decision to stay behind. Katsuki admitted he wanted to prove himself and help. Bakugo called his other self stupid, and Spider-Man advised him to leave the heroics to actual heroes. Katsuki was left to find Goblin, who was laughing victoriously down the corridor. Midoriya felt uncomfortable with Bakugo's words, unsure why. Spider-Man ran towards the sound of laughter, expressing his dislike for clowns as he spotted Goblin. The villain taunted Spider-Man, claiming his downfall was imminent. Spider-Man shrugged off the threat, confident in his past victories against Goblin. Midnight complimented Spider-Man's confidence, while Ida cautioned against taunting the villain. Goblin attempted to escape, but Spider-Man followed closely, using his web shooters to navigate. The scene shifted back to Katsuki on the floor as Uraraka rushed over, concerned for him. She explained she was trying to film Spider-Man, recalling a previous incident where she lost all her footage. Jairu and Kirishima empathized with her experience, while Aizawa expressed his disdain for the media. Uraraka defended her passion, and Toga admired her dedication. Katsuki stood up, brushing off the encounter, while Uraraka reviewed her camera footage as she left the school. Spinner and Danny observed that Katsuki didn't seem okay. The camera returned to the chase between Spider-Man and Goblin, who was maneuvering on his hoverboard to evade capture. Spider-Man kept up, marveling at how he never accidentally collided with buildings during high-speed pursuits. Shiro expressed his excitement about the chase, while Spider-Man pleaded with Goblin to stop his evil plans. Hawks found Spider-Man's chatter amusing, while Todoroki suggested it might be a nervous habit. Midoriya felt left out as his friends discussed him as if he weren't there. Spider-Man devised a plan to use his web shooters to jam Goblin's hoverboard. He calculated the trajectory of his webs, and thankfully his aim was true. He watched as Goblin's jet crashed down. Just then he received a call from Inko, and All Might praised his efforts. Endeavor agreed, impressed by Spider-Man's skills. However, Spider-Man was distracted by the call, realizing he had lost track of Goblin. He sighed and spoke with his aunt while webbing himself home. Midoriya was puzzled by the way he referred to Inko, questioning why he didn't call her aunt. Danny explained that in this universe, Inko was his aunt, which confused Midoriya further. Bakugo chimed in, curious if Aunt Inko knew about Spider-Man's secret identity. Danny shook their head. Midoriya felt a pang of sympathy. The moment the hero entered the small, confined room, he flopped onto the bed, expressing his frustration to himself about not capturing Venom. Looking up from his bed, he noticed that the school day was almost over. He thought it would be nice to get one thing right. Tuya would be so surprised that he actually made it on time. A small smile appeared on his face. Toga admired his thoughtfulness. The scene shifted to Endeavor Industries, where NG slammed his arm on the desk in his office, expressing his frustration by scattering papers and knocking over items. Dr. Garaki observed from the side, a hidden smirk on his face, finding satisfaction in watching the usually composed boss of Endeavor Industries lose his cool. Bakugo commented that he was really starting to dislike the guy, and Danny agreed. Dabi added that he had never trusted him, while Spinner noted that the same feelings could apply to AFO, though he wouldn't dare voice that thought. The scene shifted again to Tuya exiting a limo at his home, only to be interrupted by a running Izuku, who called out with excitement about making it. Tuya smiled and asked if Izuku was done with Mrs. Tanaka. Izuku paused, nervously recalling the damage to the school. He mentioned that it was damaged again, attributing it to the troublesome Spider-Man. Midnight expressed sympathy for Izuku, noting how he couldn't seem to catch a break, while Kaminari remarked on the goblin being the cause of the destruction. Tuya rhetorically questioned if it wasn't the hero's job to prevent such chaos, prompting Izuku to look away nervously. Uraraka defended the heroes, stating that they couldn't predict everything since they were still human. Twice chimed in, suggesting that villains had their own struggles, but quickly glanced at Hawks, who smiled back, indicating understanding. Endeavor replied that villains were the ones causing the pain, to which Danny requested they avoid political discussions for now. Tuya mentioned that Mrs. Tanaka was likely waiting in her classroom, causing Izuku to feel stiff and pale at the thought. Kaminari and Ishido expressed their frustration about teachers in unison. Izuku brushed it off, stating he would call Ochako so they could finally hang out. As they walked into the mansion, Tuya playfully warned Izuku that he would be getting detention. The screen went blank, and Minoma commented that he did not envy Izuku, who had too much on his plate. Aizawa remarked on the unfortunate life of a hero, while Hawks thought to himself that he would change that soon. Danny rhetorically asked if they should start the next segment. The scene transitioned to Inko's home, where she welcomed Shoto with a warm smile, asking if he found it cozy. She noticed him sniffing around and revealed that she had made a butterscotch cinnamon pie, unaware that Shoto already knew. Uraraka praised Inko's sweetness, while Faola expressed a wish for a mother like her. Tokoyami noted that Inko exuded warmth, and Yaoyorozu complimented the poetic nature of the moment. Midoriya felt a pang of longing for his own mother, recalling the comfort of homemade meals and watching All Might films together. Inko expressed her desire to celebrate Shoto's arrival and ensure he had a pleasant time living there. She recited a comforting verse, which caused Shigaraki to clench his fists, feeling an unfamiliar jealousy as he barely remembered his own mother. As Shoto explored the room Inko had designated for him, Ida reminded him to respect others' privacy. Shoto pondered aloud whether his actions could be justified if done for hero work, leading Ida to bow his head in resignation. Shoto yawned, gazing at the inviting bed nearby. He climbed in, allowing himself to finally rest. Kaminari humorously mentioned thinking of Goldilocks, while Siro quickly summarized the story. Kirishima expressed amazement at the connection. As Inko left a slice of pie near Shoto's bed, the atmosphere turned bittersweet, with several characters reflecting on their own mothers. Shoto awoke to the delightful smell of pie, grateful that it was still warm, a reminder of the comfort and care he longed for. Shoto enjoyed the pie. The camera zoomed in on a wall, revealing a figure sitting on the floor, sadly watching the boy. Many people wondered about Midoriya. Mineta commented on how he seemed almost transparent, while Sato questioned if he was another ghost. Uraraka realized that if that were the case, it could mean he was. Everyone turned to Danny for confirmation. Danny explained that in this universe, Izuku had died a while back, prompting gasps from the group. Midoriya felt a pang of sadness, knowing his other mother had likely been alone for so long. Kuda asked if he was a visible ghost like the other version of himself, but Danny shook their head, indicating that he was not. Twice expressed sympathy for the situation. Compress remarked on the tragedy of it all, suggesting that perhaps they would meet again and that Midoriya would have made many friends. He added that if Midoriya found he had strayed, he would be forgiven anyway. Yaoyorozu questioned why he was saying that to Todoroki, and Tokoyami speculated that he might think Todoroki was Bakugo. A few in the audience were confused by this. Tokoyami explained that since both Midoriya and Bakugo were dead, it wouldn't be surprising if they were somehow connected. He noted that since Todoroki had fallen, Bakugo's voice had been narrating for him. This led him to believe that Todoroki must have awakened his spirit, suggesting that there was something about Todoroki that reminded Midoriya of Bakugo, causing him to believe that Todoroki was Bakugo in some way. Hawks praised Tokoyami for his deduction skills, while Vlad admitted he didn't fully understand, as he didn't often delve into supernatural matters. Aizawa nodded in agreement, and Todoroki noted that even though he and Bakugo were friends, he didn't think they shared many similarities. Nizu chimed in, suggesting that it did sound like some ghost behavior he had heard of before. Kaminari jumped in his seat, having forgotten Nizu was there, while Aizawa expressed his reluctance to learn why Nizu was studying ghosts. Bakugo shivered at the thought. Danny looked shocked and confirmed that Tokoyami's deduction was quite accurate. Tokoyami smirked at this. Toga then pointed out that it made what Izuku was saying even sadder. Bakugo frowned at the screen, feeling frustrated that his ghost was wasting time mourning him when he was also gone. The screen displayed Inko reading a book in her recliner. As Shoto entered the kitchen with a plate, she smiled at him. The scene shifted, showing Inko expressing her hopes for Shoto to make good choices, and some audience members wiped away tears. Todoroki thought to himself that he would be good for his mother. Kaminari asked if anyone else felt homesick, and several people raised their hands. Jairu teased him, prompting a playful exchange between them. The music ended, and Inko returned to her reading while Shoto explored the cozy home. He paused in front of a mirror, staring at his reflection when a voice suddenly spoke, stating that it was him. Midoriya recognized the voice as Bakugo's, while Kirishima noted how high it sounded. Midoriya casually remarked that it was how Bakugo had sounded back in middle school, surprising Uraraka, who noted the change in his voice. Shoto continued to gaze at his reflection, and the voice repeated that it was still him. Confused, Shoto looked around but couldn't find the source. The voice sarcastically remarked that despite everything, it was still him. Shoto squinted at the mirror, and the voice identified itself as Katsuki. Turning to the side, Shoto saw a smirking face upside down, surrounded by a red aura and slightly transparent, wearing a sweater similar to his own but in green and yellow. Shoto was taken aback, and Midoriya cheered, realizing he had been correct. However, he quickly became aware of the eyes on him and nervously sat down, eliciting some laughter from the audience. Katsuki, now facing Shoto, asked if he was going to keep staring, his smirk fading as he raised an eyebrow. Shoto shook his head and walked away, heading into Toriel's room, while Katsuki yelled at him not to ignore him or enter a stranger's room. Todoroki wondered if Katsuki was about to say, "Mom," prompting Midoriya to reminisce about how Bakugo used to call his mother, "Mom," to annoy her. The girls in the audience cooed at the memory, but Bakugo blushed and insisted he had done it just to irritate her. Midoriya smiled, acknowledging Bakugo's protest. Vlad interjected, reminding Bakugo not to address his mother that way, but Bakugo dismissed him. Aizawa advised against pursuing the matter, stating it was pointless, while All Might noted that this seemed to be their family dynamic. Shoto continued to explore Inko's room, looking through her photo albums and a book filled with puns, which Bakugo cringed at, claiming he usually came up with better material. Kirishima pointed out that it was just a fact, and Bakugo argued that his hair was similar to Kirishima's. As Shoto grew bored, he decided to ask Inko, who was still in her recliner, if he could leave. Katsuki vanished as Shoto approached her. Inko noticed Shoto from her peripheral vision and asked if he needed something. Siro exclaimed in surprise that he spoke, while Momo commented on how it was the first time this Todoroki had spoken, finding his shy voice cute. Ashido agreed with Momo, and Todoroki turned away, feeling flustered. Inko laughed lightly, questioning why he would want to leave the ruins. Fayola expressed concern, and Shigaraki wondered if she would let him go. Shoto stated that he needed to go home. Inko excitedly shared a fact about snails, claiming they had thousands of teeth on their tongues. Kaminari doubted her, but Momo confirmed it, explaining that she had read about snails for her mother's skincare routine. Awais complimented Momo, and she appreciated the nickname. Todoroki simply agreed but didn't react much, instead looking into her eyes and pleading silently. Inko sighed and stood up, telling him not to follow her. Despite her request, Shoto followed her down the stairs. At the bottom, Inko asked him to go back upstairs, hoping he would listen, and then walked away. Katsuki appeared beside him, glowing faintly, and their eyes met, conveying a silent question of whether Shoto would really go through with this. Shoto continued until he reached Inko, who stood before two large purple doors. Sensing his presence, Inko sighed, realizing he hadn't heeded her warning. She explained that this was the end of the ruins, a one-way exit to the rest of the underground. When she declared her intention to destroy it, Shoto and Katsuki were taken aback, though Katsuki remained unseen by Inko. Inko felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she observed Shoto's shocked expression but stood firm in her decision. She spoke of others who had come and gone, hinting at their fates. All Might questioned what she meant, and Danny explained that 6 other kids had fallen underground after Bakugo. Shinso was incredulous that they had survived the fall, and Setsuna remarked they were tougher than Bakugo. Bakugo boasted about his own toughness, while Setsuna rolled her eyes. Inko warned Shoto that if he left the ruins, Tashinori would kill him. The audience gasped in disbelief, with Midoriya unable to process such a statement about All Might. Katsuki felt skeptical but found it hard to dismiss Inko's words, given her resemblance to their own. AFO laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing. All Might stuttered in disbelief, and Aizawa attempted to comfort him. Danny explained that All Might was the king of the underground and that the barrier was formed because monsters needed the power of 7 human souls to break through. Midnight questioned why children were involved, and Danny clarified that only children had fallen down the mountain. FO continued to laugh in the background, while All Might sighed and suggested they move on. AFO taunted about All Might killing children, but Danny defended him, insisting that was not who he was. AFO argued that the symbol was encouraged to get his hands dirty, prompting Midoriya to stand up in protest. Danny urged everyone to focus on the footage and ignore AFO's comments, and Midoriya reluctantly sat down. Inko insisted she was only trying to protect Shoto and commanded him to go to his room. Katsuki remained in shock as Shoto contemplated leaving but ultimately decided to stay, determined. Inko sighed, recognizing his resolve. She declared that he was just like the others and that the only solution was to prove himself strong enough to survive. She turned to face Shoto, fireballs forming in her hands. Shoto grumbled about being unable to escape fire, while Midoriya watched in awe, admiring Inko's strength. Inko looked at her child with concern, questioning why he couldn't just be happy. She suggested that they could turn back and finish the pie together. Todoroki, feeling the weight of her words, quietly apologized, expressing that he was trying his best. Inko continued, emphasizing that she didn't want him to leave their happy home, reminding him that it wasn't safe for a child to be out there alone. Suddenly, she unleashed fireballs toward Shoto. Despite his fear, he managed to dodge them skillfully, thanks to his practice. Inko took a deep breath, her determination unwavering. Shoto, with his soul now free, attempted to reach out to her, but his efforts were in vain. The intensity of her attacks increased, yet he continued to evade them. Inko's voice carried a sense of urgency as she warned him that if he left, he couldn't come back. She believed she was acting in his best interest, fearing he would be hurt. Shoto, desperate to communicate, asked if they could just talk. Katsuki, watching from the sidelines, noted that Inko could hear him but remained focused on her assault. Shoto continued to dodge, trying to spare her from the pain of their confrontation. He felt the weight of her love and concern, but Inko was resolute, insisting that if he chose to leave, she would not stop him. However, she pleaded with him not to return. Inko's demeanor shifted as she fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the thought of not being able to save her child. All Might and Midoriya wished they could comfort her, feeling her anguish deeply. FO, watching the scene unfold, found amusement in the chaos. Shoto approached Inko, embracing her tightly. She returned the hug, expressing her sorrow for not being able to save him from the dangers outside. As they held each other, she reassured him that she would take care of him, even in their modest Inko's smile faded as she urged him to go upstairs, revealing her struggle to let him go. When Shoto thanked her, her eyes widened in surprise, and she squeezed him tightly once more before stepping back. The moment was bittersweet, drawing a collective from the audience. As Shoto turned to Katsuki, who was watching Inko leave, he caught his gaze and rolled his eyes, floating closer. Kirishima wondered about the nature of Bakugo's relationship with Inko, but no one responded. The scene shifted as Shoto opened the door, and the screen was momentarily engulfed in white before fading to black. Tefo's laughter had ceased, much to the relief of Danny and All Might. Uraraka expressed her sympathy for Midoriya, acknowledging Inko's kindness and the pain no mother should have to endure. Ida agreed, hoping for Shoto's survival. Aoyama raised concerns about the monsters that would remain if he did return. Danny checked on Monoma, who seemed unusually quiet. He dismissed his feelings, claiming the singing had simply been too good. Kendo comforted him, affirming that he was fine. Shigaraki pointed out the similarities between their situation and a game, prompting agreement from Spinner. Danny urged everyone to move on to the next story. As they transitioned back to Bakugo's encounter with a ghost, Bakugo corrected Danny, emphasizing that it was his story. Kaminari recounted how Bakugo had met his adult doppelganger, who had frightened him. Bakugo interrupted, insisting he hadn't been scared at all. Denki explained that their conversation had touched on past events involving their class, particularly Midoriya's worthiness of his quirks, which Bakugo had to keep secret. Fayola questioned the mention of quirks, her suspicions about the duo resurfacing. Setsuna revealed that Midoriya was expected to gain several more quirks, which shocked Fayola. Aizawa expressed frustration over the lack of information from Midoriya, Bakugo, and All Might, while Monoma showed interest in the unfolding events. Everyone was eager to understand the connection between Izuku Midoriya and All Might, as well as Bakugo's role in it. Danny reflected on the situation, feeling a hint of sympathy for the secrets that would soon be forgotten. So much stress and drama for nothing in the end. Danny clapped their hands as usual to load the screen. Loading. 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 Bakugo expressed his frustration with a dismissive remark. Vlad complained, clearly annoyed. Aizawa pointed out that Bakugo's language was typical for him. Bakugo smiled triumphantly while Midoriya and Kirishima nodded in agreement. The ghost warned Bakugo to watch his tone, no longer leaning against the wall. Bakugo retorted fiercely, reminding everyone that Midoriya had been chosen by All Might himself, questioning why anyone would doubt his worthiness. Midoriya looked at Bakugo with gratitude, but Bakugo brushed it off, insisting he hadn't done anything special. The vestige reminded them that the purpose of One for All was to defeat All for One, who was growing stronger alongside his successor. Bakugo stared intensely at the vestige, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. The silence was palpable. All Might wondered why Bakugo wasn't speaking, but Midoriya was too preoccupied with thoughts of how to confront All for One. The others were curious about who the ninth was. Katsuki sighed, asking what was expected of him. The vestige stated he needed Bakugo to become a leader, to which Bakugo replied that he already was. The vestige insisted he needed to be a better one. Bakugo glared at the vestige, who concluded their conversation, saying they would train his meta ability the following day before vanishing. Left alone, Bakugo mumbled under his breath, feeling a headache coming on. He groaned and left his room, initially planning to tackle his homework but finding his mind too cluttered to concentrate. After grabbing a bottle of water from the kitchen, he decided to head to the gym. The screen flickered before displaying Katsuki alone in the forest. Vlad questioned why he was outside school grounds, while Monoma teased about Bakugo getting into trouble. Nizu clarified that Bakugo hadn't done anything wrong and that they didn't know if he had permission to be out there. Katsuki prepared himself, taking a deep breath and smirking confidently. With a loud explosion, he launched himself into the air, skillfully navigating through the trees to avoid injury. He landed safely and called out, asking how that was. The vestige, whom Katsuki had taken to calling Second, appeared before him. When Second said it was okay, Katsuki was incredulous, noting the time it took him to maneuver through the trees. Second reminded him that the Prime All Might would have cleared the path much faster, implying that Katsuki had room for improvement. Determined, Katsuki declared he could go faster and prepared to take off again. Uraraka watched with amusement, noting that Bakugo wouldn't let Midoriya surpass him in anything. Bakugo agreed, stating that losing to Midoriya would be unthinkable. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Fayola were busy deducing information, realizing that Midoriya was indeed All Might's successor and had the potential to surpass him, which was significant news. They remained composed, however, not showing any outward reaction. The scene changed to Katsuki in the gym, running through obstacles with his eyes closed while following 2ND's commands to avoid injury. Ojiro questioned how this would help him become a better leader. Minoma suggested that a good leader should be able to trust and listen to others, which might be the point of the exercise. Hawks chimed in, mentioning that it could also help with mobility and instincts, recalling similar training he had done. A student from Class 1B argued that this training was only useful for combat and suggested teaching him how to be a better person instead. Kaminari defended Bakugo, reminding everyone of his leadership during their joint training. Kirishima added that Bakugo had always been a good person, despite his rough exterior. Midoriya jumped to Bakugo's defense, highlighting his hard work and dedication. Ida noted that Bakugo's attitude had improved significantly. Kaibara interjected, suggesting that if they hadn't been transported before Midoriya's team had a turn, Midoriya would have been a better leader. Bakugo dismissed their opinions, proudly asserting that they were just jealous of his character development. Shoto then questioned how they ended up in civilian clothing, to which Danny suggested it was the boss's doing. The camera cut back to Bakugo, who was yelling into the air. Midoriya wondered what he was doing, while Tsaya speculated that he might just be really angry. Fayola and Shigaraki agreed, and Spinner suggested he might be trying to unlock a new ability. The scene shifted to Bakugo in a library, reading a history book. Siro questioned if this was really training. Second appeared next to him, offering to provide all the necessary information for his assignment. Bakugo sarcastically wondered if he could trust the intelligence of a being without a brain, expressing his desire to pass. Second insisted that the information in books was often inaccurate. Bakugo retorted that inaccuracies wouldn't help him achieve high grades. Second critiqued the historians, stating that the history of meta abilities was far more complex than what was written. Bakugo, feeling annoyed, whispered about the absurdity of not getting every detail right. Second glared at him, expressing his frustration. Bakugo continued to ignore him, prompting Midoriya to question why he wasn't listening to someone who had first-hand experience. Bakugo shot back, stating that no one would believe a random 16-year-old over the countless books filled with years of research. Midoriya's expression turned serious as he realized something important. Kaminari groaned from his seat, expressing his dread about an upcoming history assignment. Ashido wondered if the ghost could help them with math, considering if Bakugo could use him to cheat at school. The scene shifted to Midoriya and All Might in the staff room, where they were alone, with All Might sipping his tea as if waiting for someone. Uraraka admitted her curiosity about what Midoriya and All Might did together during their meetings, and Ida echoed her sentiment. Midoriya shrugged, stating that there wasn't much to report, as their conversations were usually brief. Toshinori mentioned that he had informed Bakugo about their meeting, wondering why the loud blonde was absent. Midoriya fidgeted with his fingers, quietly voicing his concern about Bakugo's recent behavior. Toshinori, noticing Midoriya's worry, assured him that he had also noticed something was off with Bakugo and planned to confront him when he arrived. Midoriya expressed his usual ability to read Bakugo's thoughts, but lately he felt something was amiss. He stood up, his concern evident. Bakugo, overhearing, called Midoriya a stalker but secretly appreciated that Midoriya noticed these details about him. Midoriya, feeling flustered, slumped back into his chair, unsure of how to respond. Uraraka lightly chided Bakugo, knowing him well enough to understand that his comment wasn't entirely serious. Ida agreed, emphasizing that being a hero meant helping others, even when they didn't want it. Midoriya sighed and looked up when Toshinori reassured him that Bakugo would be fine, despite his stubbornness. A chorus of voices chimed in, agreeing with the sentiment. All Might chuckled, reminding them that their stubbornness would help them through. He placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, prompting him to look up. Aizawa commented on the understatement of the year, earning a mock-hurt look from All Might. Dabi pointed out that their troubles were likely minor compared to their leader, Shigaraki, who rolled his eyes but didn't refute the claim. Meanwhile, Bakugo struggled to concentrate on his book and called for his second-in-command to reappear. After a brief wait, the second appeared, looking expectantly at Bakugo. Bakugo asked about his life before, and the second smirked, teasing that his help was now relevant. Bakugo admitted curiosity, stating he could barely focus on his book anymore. The second warned him to pay attention, as there was much to discuss. All Might and Midoriya focused intently as the second began recounting the past. The scene transitioned to a flashback of AFO during his reign, standing over an army of followers, his words captivating them. Fayola remarked that it felt like they were watching a cult, and Aizawa agreed, noting the near-perfect nature of it. FO, shrouded in shadow, added to the atmosphere with a grin. Standing off to the side, the second acted as AFO's bodyguard, though his stoic expression revealed his disagreement with AFO's rhetoric. A beep from his earpiece interrupted, and a voice warned him of complications, urging him to proceed with their plan. The second muted the device, returning his focus to AFO, who continued to address the crowd. The scene shifted again, showing the second in a limo with AFO, who boasted about his accomplishments. Fayola noted that AFO didn't yet have the scar on his face, prompting curiosity about how he acquired it. AFO suggested they go out for drinks to celebrate his control over Japan, revealing the second's name as Nikaro. All Might noted this new information, while AFO dismissed Nikaro with a derogatory remark, surprising Shigaraki, who had never heard AFO use such language. As the conversation continued, AFO questioned Shigaraki about his lack of progress, while Midoriya expressed surprise at learning AFO's name. The implications of AFO's relationship with Shigaraki were discussed, with various theories proposed about their connection. AFO dismissed the speculation, and the atmosphere grew tense as the second held back his frustration, realizing that arguing was futile. All Might remained silent, recalling the secrets he held about AFO's past. The scene closed with AFO's confident declaration, leaving an air of uncertainty about what would happen next. Even without their knowledge, the cabinet essentially belonged to Shigaraki. Aizawa noted that Shigaraki treated his associates like friends. Danny couldn't help but chuckle, imagining how furious AFO must have been at Shigaraki's betrayal. Compress shivered at the thought of how chaotic things might have turned out. Aizawa remarked that pride wasn't the best protector, to which Shigaraki responded that he had Aizawa for that purpose. The limousine pulled up in front of a large house belonging to Shigaraki. FO whispered angrily, calling Shigaraki a traitor. Nikaro, Shigaraki's top bodyguard and confidant, had risen to the top of AFO's regime through sheer dedication and loyalty, despite not willingly choosing that path. He had earned Shigaraki's trust, but there were still many secrets, including what lay behind the suspicious door upstairs that Shigaraki guarded so fiercely. At the base of Nikaro's resistance were two men, one with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and a purple headband, seated in front of a computer, and the other with black hair in a frizzy ponytail. They appeared stressed as they discussed their situation. The blonde expressed concern, stating that they needed leverage. His raven-haired colleague agreed, and the blonde snapped his fingers, suggesting that AFO was hiding something invaluable in his home that they could use to their advantage. The other man liked the idea, speculating that it could be a weapon. The screen behind AFO's mysterious door faded into empty space. Kirishima whispered to Kaminari, suggesting that the weapon might still exist and could be utilized. The man with the purple headband continued, hinting at the possibility of blueprints for future plans, as the screen slowly revealed a man whose side profile was visible, obscured by shaggy white hair that blocked his eyes, leaving only a scowl visible. Midoriya's eyes widened in realization. This could lead to the story of how the PFA was created. He turned to see All Might wearing a similar expression. Toga pointed out that Shigaraki's lookalike was back, and Shigaraki responded with a soft acknowledgement, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the strange feeling he had whenever he saw his master's brother. Danny, a known AFO critic, agreed that it was unsettling. Kaminari expressed sympathy for the mystery man locked away, wondering what could be so significant about him. Endeavor pondered the same question, while Aizawa looked expectantly at All Might, who nervously looked away, unsure of the answer. Aizawa remained skeptical but noted that whatever it was Shigaraki's most prized possession, and they needed to destroy it. The screen lingered on the mystery man for a moment before going black. Monoma lamented the abrupt ending, feeling invested in the story. Danny, however, cheerfully announced that the next universe would be lighter, much to the audience's relief. They were grateful that the upcoming universe wouldn't reveal any secrets or delve into serious angst. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the audience, sharing the same sentiments as the young worker who had been trapped with them. Danny announced the transition to the next universe, stating that there wasn't much to explain as it was quite similar to their own. Everyone agreed, eagerly waiting for the screen to finish loading. As the loading screen progressed, a well-dressed man in a wheelchair resembling a familiar character introduced himself as Redestro of the Meta Liberation Army. Next to him sat Tamura Shigaraki in a more comfortable chair, dressed in a black suit with a red jacket draped over him. Compress complimented Shigaraki on his appearance, while AFO reminisced about his brother, noting that the look suited Shigaraki well. Dabi mockingly expressed surprise at Shigaraki's improved appearance, prompting a monotone laugh from Shigaraki. Midnight shook her head, questioning how villains could act so humanely with each other while being cruel to innocent people. Redestro proclaimed the rebirth of the Metahuman Liberation Army, expressing that he had once viewed the League as an obstacle until a pivotal moment changed his perspective. He declared that Tamura Shigaraki was the one who was truly free, leading to his abdication and the recognition of Shigaraki as the Grand Commander of the Liberation Army. Bakuga commented on Redestro's flattery, while Shigaraki introduced the League of Villains with a new name. The audience reacted with shock at the change in his voice, with some expressing their approval. Shigaraki explained that they were redefining the term villain and would do as they pleased, revealing his bandaged face and wicked smile. The crowd erupted into cheers and boos, while the camera panned to show thousands of people, including the number 2 hero, applauding. After stepping off the stage, the League mingled with the crowd, enjoying the celebration as music played and people chatted. Hawks, wanting to speak with Shigaraki, noticed Dabi keeping a close watch on him. Present Mike questioned Hawk's presence, while Toga playfully teased Dabi about being a protective figure. Kurojairi gently reminded Toga to be kind, and Kaminari confirmed that Dabi's behavior was indeed accurate. Aoyama shivered as he felt a chill from the intense gaze directed at him. Danny urged everyone to keep watching, preventing the conversation from escalating further. Twice expressed his excitement, noting that he hadn't seen the League have this much fun in ages. Hawks, with a hint of longing in his voice, remarked that he thought they had fun all the time, doing whatever they wanted. Kendo pointed out that Shigaraki shouldn't be socializing with the enemy. Shigaraki calmly side-eyed Twice, who shrank into his seat, and remarked that he could say the same thing. Twice reflected on the challenges of being feared villains, reminiscing that board games and fighting could become tiresome after a while. Jiro found it surprisingly domestic for villains to engage in such activities during their free time, while Hawks laughed at the idea of board games being too hard to imagine. Jiro celebrated her point with a triumphant smile, while Twice lamented that Shigaraki wouldn't let anyone but Spinner touch his video games. Shigaraki shot a glare at Toga, recalling how she had broken his Nintendo Switch. Toga, wishing she had her knives to play with, dismissed his complaint. Hawks whispered to Twice about making the gathering a true celebration, and Twice eagerly agreed before running off to prepare. The scene shifted to Toga talking to Compress while Shigaraki and Dabi argued. Toga excitedly proclaimed her plans for destruction, prompting a chuckle from Compress, who felt a twinge of fear. Before he could respond, the music abruptly cut off, leading Shigaraki to question what was happening. Hawks made a grand entrance, flying high above the crowd and greeting everyone. The audience buzzed with surprise at his appearance, expressing their admiration. Hawks, feeling a mix of stress and confidence, noted that he even had fans among the Liberation Front. Shigaraki's anger simmered as he questioned why a hero was present, while Midnight shrugged, admitting she wished she knew. Dabi, wanting to avoid drama, explained that he hadn't introduced Hawks earlier because he wanted to ensure Hawks was trustworthy, revealing that Hawks wanted to join the league. Hawks, feeling overwhelmed, wished he could hide and take a nap. He reminded everyone that this was an alternate universe and playfully suggested that he would never stoop so low as to become a villain, looking to Endeavor for support. Endeavor affirmed his faith in Hawks, causing some heroes to look away in shame. Hawks smirked, mouthing, "Sucker," to the heroes, knowing the villains were still watching. Danny chose not to clarify that this was an alternate reality. The camera shifted back to Hawks, who announced that their esteemed guests were new to the party scene and encouraged everyone to show them some love. Toga and Compress acknowledged the truth in his statement, while Shigaraki expressed his disdain for the outside world. Hawks charismatically flew to the stage as the crowd cheered, and music began to play. Twice joined him on stage, encouraging everyone to clap along as the energy in the room surged. Twice declared his awesomeness, and Hawks raised his visor to wink at the crowd, while a Twice clone played the drums off to the side. Ashido felt excitement bubbling within her, and many girls in the audience swooned, momentarily forgetting about the pro hero. As Twice and Hawks began to dance, Mina bobbed her head to the rhythm. The performance continued, with Hawks soaring above the stage, drawing everyone's attention. Twice interjected playfully, correcting a misconception about Hawks' abilities. Uraraka questioned if people had thought otherwise, and Hawks chuckled, recalling how some fans had thrown seeds at him, eliciting giggles from the crowd. The atmosphere was electric as Toga smiled, enjoying the fun unfolding on stage. Hawks zipped around the venue, and the crowd cheered as he showcased his aerial skills. Faye nodded to the rhythm, acknowledging the impressive music. As Hawks prepared for a daring move, Midnight teased him about always showing off. Hawks, with his practiced smile, continued to engage the audience, flapping his wings and flying closer to the ground before taking off again. Twice leaped off the stage to crowd surf, prompting envy from others. Shigaraki, watching the performance, appeared spaced out, lost in thought as the lively atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Dabi waved a hand in front of Shigaraki, who continued to stare ahead. The scene shifted to a memory of Shigaraki as a child, playing with his older sister, Hana. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and asked if Shigaraki didn't recognize her. Shigaraki shrugged, dismissing her as no one important, while AFO confirmed her insignificance. Danny discreetly gestured at AFO, expressing her disapproval. The memory flashed to Hana's smiling face, evoking a bittersweet expression on All Might's face as he reflected on how much she resembled Nana. The scene transitioned to Tenko, and Shigaraki remarked on how he had once felt weak. He acknowledged that in the army, he had come to understand his strength. The focus shifted to the league, where Splinter nodded in agreement, expressing that they looked cool. As the performance continued, Hawks joked about how he would make a great performer if he chose to. Danny pointed out that he was already a performer, prompting a playful exchange between them. Hawks laughed, acknowledging the truth in her words. The camera then cut to Twice, who was energetically performing, with Toga cheering him on as his hype woman. A clone of Twice danced around, engaging the crowd with his lively antics. Compress wondered where the clone had gotten his clothes, while Spinner suggested he might have borrowed them from a coat rack. Another clone, wearing sunglasses, took over the singing, hyping up the audience with a boombox. Jairu admitted she would pay to see a concert like this, while Kaminari expressed his envy that the league was enjoying it for free. The real Twice stood on the roof of the stage, looking out at the audience before leaping off the rail, only to be caught by Hawks as they soared through the air. Sue commented on the impressive coordination of their stunt. Hawks safely dropped Twice back on stage, where he greeted the audience with high fives and charming smiles. Pony excitedly asked for a photo, and soon others joined in, requesting pictures as well. Danny quickly intervened, suggesting they wait until after the performance to avoid chaos. Twice and Hawks resumed their duet, swinging their arms over each other as they belted out their lines. The crowd joined in, chanting along with the performers, and Toga watched with stars in her eyes, inspired by the admiration directed at Twice and Hawks. Impulsively, she leaped onto the stage, assisted by a Twice clone, and began to sing, drawing applause from the audience. Shigaraki watched in surprise as Toga showcased her talent. Compress complimented her singing, and Uraraka and Jairu agreed, causing Toga to blush. Twice wrapped his arms around her, proudly declaring her his best friend, while Toga playfully pushed him away, joking about needing to breathe. As Toga sang, the atmosphere felt electric and the crowd cheered, making her heart swell with joy. Midnight commented on how the stage lighting enhanced Toga's beauty, and Danny noted the surprising compliments from heroes who once treated villains with disdain. She decided to let Toga enjoy the moment without interference. The performance continued, with Toga diving into the crowd, her smile wide as they caught her. Twice high-fived her, and Jairu expressed her desire to try crowd surfing as well. Kaminari agreed, while Tokoyami hesitated, wary of too many hands reaching for him. The camera captured everyone enjoying themselves, even Dabi, who seemed to be having fun teasing someone with long black hair. Shigaraki observed his comrades with amusement, while Toga, Spinner, and Twice shared smiles. All Might felt a pang in his chest but was relieved to see Shigaraki smile in a way that suggested he was not lost to darkness. Midoriya made a mental note that Shigaraki seemed to care for the League, while Hawks pondered whether Shigaraki was similar to Twice or too far gone. The camera returned to Hawks and Twice, who concluded their performance with a striking pose as two spotlights illuminated them. Both of them were breathing heavily as sweat dripped down their foreheads, adding to the epicness of the moment. Subaruba expressed that it would make a great poster, and Komori agreed, noting that she would buy it. Ashido teased Komori, suggesting her interest was because Hawks was featured, causing the petite mushroom girl to blush and hush her. Ashido laughed, appearing near Komori out of nowhere, while Midnight and Present Mike chuckled at the camera panned out on the cheering crowd before fading to black. Danny announced that everyone could take selfies now, and the large group of students practically leaped from their seats. Hawks, however, seemed unbothered and laughed in amusement. Once the selfies were taken, everyone returned to their seats. Todoroki admitted he liked the previous segment, and Ashido agreed, saying it was super entertaining. Danny cheerfully declared it was time to move on to the next one. Danny suddenly shouted Ashido's name, startling the dancer, and pointed at her with a smile, announcing that she was the main character of this universe. Ashido jumped up in excitement, asking if it was true. Danny confirmed, explaining that this version of her was a bit more geeky. Ashido smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, while Kirishima chuckled at her reaction. Danny provided some background, explaining that Ashido was a normal girl about to be sent to summer camp to learn how to fit in better. A strange owl took one of her books, leading her to chase it to a mysterious shack in the woods, where she was transported to a magical world called the Boiling Isles, filled with odd creatures and unexpected twists. She would meet Rumi, the owl lady. Tetsu exclaimed in excitement upon hearing about Mirko, while Hawks casually questioned why she wasn't referred to as the bunny lady. Danny clarified that she simply wasn't. Danny continued, explaining that Rumi was a powerful witch who agreed to let Ashido stay and train under her, meaning Ashido would spend her summer having fun and wacky adventures instead of going to camp like everyone back in the human realm thought. Most people in the room nodded in understanding, and Tokoyami remarked that it sounded fun. Jairu smiled, teasing Tokoyami about finding a world of witches entertaining. Danny added that, despite their appearance, witches weren't considered human, and humans couldn't perform magic in the usual way before clapping and announcing it was time to start. As the loading screen appeared, Fayola commented on how long it was taking, to which Danny replied that they hadn't used the system in months. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, pointing out that they had just finished the last universe moments ago. The loading continued, and the screen opened to reveal a large, oddly shaped home with a distinct stained glass window resembling an eye. Danny triumphantly pointed out the scene as it began. Inside the house, Mina was lying back on a couch, holding a pamphlet featuring a picture of a man with a white bear mouse creature covering his head. All Might's eyes widened in recognition, and before he could finish his thought, Danny rushed to clarify that Nizu was the one in the pamphlet, and the creature on his head was his palisman. They promised to explain what that was shortly. Mina urged Koda, a furry gray creature with a skull for a head, to listen to the pamphlet. Koda, resting on Mina's stomach, suggested they focus more on scratching than reading. Ashido cooed at the sight of Koda, while the other students, excluding Bakugo, Tokoyami, Fayola, and Todoroki, expressed their adoration for the cute creature. Midoriya smiled fondly at the scene. Mina sat up, causing Koda to shift down onto the couch, and excitedly declared her desire to learn all about Hexside, mentioning a new crush on education. Koda playfully tore a chunk from the pamphlet, prompting smiles from Kirishima and Bakugo. Just then, Rumi burst through the door, without her iconic bunny ears and wearing a dress while holding a staff. She greeted everyone with enthusiasm, asking if they knew what day it was. Mina and Koda both guessed it was Rumi's birthday, but Rumi clarified that it was Human Treasure Day. A bird-headed creature that had been attached to the door chimed in, causing confusion among Bakugo and Jiru. Danny admitted they weren't sure what the creature was but noted that it fit the theme of subverting expectations. Mineta cried out in surprise upon realizing he was represented, causing many in Class 1A to stifle their laughter. Even Aizawa cracked a smile. Rumi quickly closed the door with her foot and excitedly revealed a suitcase adorned with a large golden eye. Shigaraki inquired about the significance of the eyes in this world, but Danny shrugged, stating they didn't know. Aizawa pointed out the cat-like pupils, and Rumi tossed the suitcase, which transformed into a glowing door mid-air. An owl carrying junk entered, and Rumi eagerly dove into the pile of random garbage. Koda rushed to grab a stuffed teddy bear, excitedly claiming it as another worthy addition to his collection. The bear spoke sweetly, prompting many to at the scene. Rumi turned to Mina, who was still engrossed in her pamphlet, reminding her that the treasure pile was getting cold. She then dove her arm into the pile, feeling the heat rising. She found a bent hanger. Hawks covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. They don't have hangers? That's unfortunate, Hagakure remarked. I'm pretty sure they do. I don't know what Mirko is thinking, Danny shrugged. Whatever it is, I want some too, Siro added, causing many to look concerned, and Aizawa to give a warning glance. You can have my trash, Mina dismissed, before spotting something that piqued her interest in the pamphlet. I was excited to go to UA, but never this excited, Ashido said, tilting her head. It felt strange to see herself so enthusiastic about school. Did you know that Hexside was built on the bones of its rival school? One it literally conquered. She opened the pamphlet to show off an image of a young Nizu smiling widely as he stood atop a wounded creature. Around him were students in similar uniforms, cheering as the school behind them was engulfed in flames. Wow, Fayola said. There's no way that's legal, Present Mike exclaimed, shocked. That's pretty cool, Bakugo smirked. I look pretty decent as a human teen, Nizu nodded. The other staff turned to their principal, questioning his priorities. Yes, I know all these things, I went there, Rumi said while admiring herself in the mirror with her hanger's earrings. It was the most harrowing PRD of my life. Oh hello, she said, moving her hair around as she continued to admire her reflection from different angles. She's so cool, a girl from Class 1B remarked. Can you imagine it? Me in the halls of Hexside, she said, scrunching the pamphlet against her. Studying with Momo and Denki, and maybe even Kyoka. Her eyes brightened as she smiled at the thought of being friends with Kyoka. Ah, that's so sweet, Yayarosa said, smiling with her arms together near her face. We're still buddies, nice, Kaminari said to Ashido. It doesn't look like we're buddies though, Jiru said thoughtfully. Maybe we are friends, but you're like a really aloof kid who seems cold but is still really cool, which is why I want to impress you so much. I'm not even aloof, Jiru said, exasperated but not maliciously. Kaminari and Ashido laughed as Kaminari comforted her. Kyoka. Oh no. We're supposed to meet so I can get my Azura book back. Mina exclaimed, jumping from the couch and dropping the pamphlet. Oh, I guess we are friends, Ashido said. Mina rushed out of the house, then swiftly opened the door again. I love you guys, she said quickly. And I love you, Mina. Mina left, slamming the door and causing Mineta to yelp. The boys laughed at Mineta, who was still sulking over his other self. Rumi turned from the door with crossed arms. Who needs her? Kota dove up from the pile. Yeah, this bear can be our new Mina, he said, not noticing the underwear caught between his horns. He pulled on the bear's string again. He's so unintentionally adorable. Midnight said in awe. I know, right? Our Kota would probably be really embarrassed about this. Ashido giggled. Being without you is just unbearable, the bear said. Kota threw the bear onto the floor with a grunt. You're unbearable, he pointed accusingly. Geez, does the kid have something against puns? Hawks quirked an amused brow at the screen. The scene switched to Mina running past a sign that read, Market, pointing in the direction she was headed. Kyoka, 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 she mumbled as she looked around. Got to find that There she is. Mina stopped in her tracks as she spotted Kyoka, who seemed to be looking for her as well. Kyoka had dark red hair with hints of purple at the roots. Huh, nice hair, Jiru said sarcastically as she looked at herself. I think red looks good on you, Kirishima said, grinning at the screen. The compliment made her blush. I agree, Jiru still looks as pretty as ever, Momo added. Jiru's blush deepened, causing Kaminari to snicker. Adorable. Hey Kyoka. Mina is finally here. Mina called out as she started running toward her. However, her path was blocked by two teens with red hair who seemingly appeared from nowhere, startling Mina and causing her to fall back. They wore matching clothes, and aside from gender, the only way to tell them apart was from their hair and the boys' seemingly sharper teeth. They even had matching beauty marks right under their heterochromatic eyes, one red and one blue. Ooh, Kendo, it's you. You're in this one. Tetsu nearly jumped from his seat. Kendo's eyes softened as she looked at him, letting out a quick chuckle. It's cool that I finally got to show up, she agreed. Honestly, what was the point of us being here if we only ever look at Class 1A? As the superior class, we deserve to be seen way more than these guys. Monoma crossed his arms. If I could, I'd have us watch way more of you guys if that helps. Danny smiled softly at him. Monoma smiled and nodded. At least someone gets our greatness. Bakugu rolled his eyes while moving his hand in a yapping motion. Hi Mina, the two greeted, giggling at her reaction. Kyoka walked toward them, looking frustrated. Idru, it's Suka, stop bothering her, Kyoka said, stepping between them and bending down to help Mina up. Sorry Mina. They insisted on coming for some reason, Kyoka explained. Because we love you, baby sister, Itsuka said, grabbing onto Kyoka's head and pulling her close with a smile, ruffling her hair and pinching her cheeks in the process. Kyoka yelped before shoving her off. Oh, we're siblings. Kirishima realized. That explains the eyes and moles. They've been extra protective and nice towards me to make up for the library incident, Kyoka said, briefly fixing her hair before crossing her arms. And we still apologize every day, Idru said, leaning innocently toward his little sister with his hands clasped together. Kyoka lightly shoved him away without sparing him a glance. What did we do? Kirishima turned to Danny, curious. I don't remember. I think you guys played a prank that ended up getting Jiru fired from her job at the library, which she loved. They shrugged. Oof, Fiola said as Kirishima looked shocked. So not manly of the other us. Kirishima shook his head, disappointed, while Kendo nodded in agreement. At least we're remorseful about it, Kendo said. Kyoka then reached into her bag. In any case, here's your book. She handed Mina the book. Ah, they're library friends, Danny smiled. So, what did you think? Mina asked, smiling as she took the book. It was. Kyoka hesitated for a moment before avoiding eye contact with Mina. Fine. What's that word again? Mike asked in wonder. Sundara, present Mike said in awe at the screen. Jiru glared at him from her seat. Really, Mike-sensei? Present Mike laughed. He enjoyed teasing the students. Kyoka asked if she had really drawn herself with Malangale the mysterious soothsayer, holding up a sheet of paper she had found in the book. Laughter erupted among the group as Jiru hid her face in her hands, feeling embarrassed. She insisted it wasn't her, trying to shake off the second-hand embarrassment. Kyoka's face flushed as she lifted her hand, creating a small glowing purple circle in the air. The paper glowed with a purple aura before it was torn into pieces. Midoriya expressed his amazement, and Danny nodded in agreement. Stars sparkled in Midoriya's eyes, while Bakugo silently grumbled about him being a nerd. Mina smiled, suggesting they could start an Azure club at school when they became classmates. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, surprised by the statement. Mina then revealed she was enrolling in Hexside, pulling out a pamphlet with a wink. Kaminari noted that Jair didn't seem as excited as he expected, and Ishido tilted her head in mild confusion. Midoriya speculated that Jairu was just surprised, as humans were quite different in a magic school. Kirishima agreed, understanding her perspective. Kyoka then mentioned that to be in her class, one needed to take a placement exam and prove mastery of 2 spells. She turned the pamphlet to show the requirements. Bakugo dismissed the challenge, claiming it was easy, while Tsu pointed out that casting spells could be difficult. Bakugo argued that at 14, knowing 2 spells should be simple. Faye agreed, and Danny pondered why that didn't seem to be the case. Danny asked Luz if she knew any other spells besides her light magic, raising her arm curiously. Mina's confusion quickly turned to dread at the mention of the placement exam and spells. Ishido humorously compared it to the feeling of discovering homework. Kaminari, Siro, Kirishima, and Hagakure nodded in agreement, prompting Aizawa to glare at them. Itsuka, along with Aijuru, appeared from behind Kyoka, telling Melody to stop giving her a hard time. Jairu learned that Melody was a nickname, and Danny confirmed it. Kirishima proudly noted Jairu's musical talent, causing her to blush and shyly downplay her abilities. Kaminari encouraged her, insisting she was amazing, which made her blush deepen as she looked away, thanking him without making eye contact. Aijuru placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, affirming that she knew 2 spells. Mina chuckled awkwardly, claiming she knew 2 spells as well, but her tone suggested otherwise. Faye sarcastically remarked on her confidence. Kyoka warned that failing to know spells would result in being placed in the baby class, showing an advertisement for it. Kaminari found that embarrassing and Mineta agreed. Kirishima excitedly suggested they all train together to showcase their skills, crouching down to provide balance for Kyoka as Itsuka leaned on her. Toga expressed interest in joining, while Itsuka pushed Kyoka down playfully. Danny realized that none of them had siblings, and Tsu raised her hand to confirm she did. They all snapped their fingers in recognition, sharing their experiences with siblings. Aijuru smiled at Mina, who nervously placed the pamphlet into the book, claiming she had training plans in a faraway place. She made a running gesture to emphasize her rush and quickly ran off, leaving Ishido groaning in second-hand embarrassment. The scene shifted back to the Owl House, where Rumi hummed while holding a book titled, Bending Ingredients to Your Will. She commented on the surprisingly peaceful moment, wondering when it would be disrupted. Aizawa tiredly agreed, while Midnight playfully nudged him, insisting it wasn't that bad. Midoriya expressed concern about the knives in the kitchen, and Danny confirmed they didn't belong there. Toga admired the knives, and Shigaraki and Spinner agreed, noting their video game-like appearance. Suddenly, Mina burst into the house, calling for Rumi and twirling before falling to the floor. She insisted Rumi teach her a new spell immediately. Rumi, busy with cooking, explained that the vegetables wouldn't cook themselves yet, pouring a blue liquid onto them. The vegetables, however, ran past the pot, screaming in panic. Monoma commented on the amusing scene, and Tsu noted that the vegetables couldn't be blamed for their reaction. Uraraka giggled, sharing in the humor of the moment. Midoriya couldn't help but glance at her with soft eyes, a moment that all might noticed. Rumi pondered to herself why she always thought her approach would work. Hawks teased, wondering aloud about it for his own amusement. Mina stood up from the floor and positioned herself next to Rumi, explaining that she needed to know 2 spells to qualify for decent classes at Hexside. She revealed that she could create light glyphs, pulling out a large piece of paper with a drawing of a symbol on it. When she tapped the paper, light emerged from her touch, causing the paper to crumple inward. The brightness made Rumi shield her eyes momentarily. Todoroki remarked that it seemed simple, while Danny explained the complexity of glyphs, noting that they were an ancient form of magic practiced by witches of old, now forgotten. The symbol was just one of many needed to create spells, but the challenge lay in the fact that no one knew what the other glyphs looked like. Toga questioned why Rumi couldn't perform magic like other witches, to which Danny clarified that Rumi was human, and in this reality, witches had special organs for storing magic, unlike humans who relied on glyphs. Midoriya asked how Rumi knew that particular glyph, and Danny explained that she had seen it on her phone, while other glyphs were hidden in nature and required extensive searching to find. Alternatively, the Titan could reveal them. When Rumi dramatically claimed that the only spell she knew was the one she had just shown, she crawled onto a stool and pointed at Rumi. Ashido doubted Rumi could even help her reach the baby class if no one knew the glyphs. Rumi playfully challenged Mina, who insisted that Rumi should teach her a spell. Hawks inquired if Rumi knew any glyphs, but Danny confirmed that no modern witch did. Bakugo questioned how Rumi could teach if she didn't know any glyphs, and Danny responded that Rumi was the greatest witch in the Boiling Isles and would figure something out. With determination, Rumi hopped back onto the stool, looking at Rumi with an intense glare, suggesting that it could be the darkest evil. Bakugo quickly dismissed the idea, while Ashido rolled her eyes with a smile. Danny mentioned researching wild magic but claimed to be too busy at the moment, shutting her supposed cookbook and dropping it into a pot. Monoma sarcastically commented on the situation, and Mina argued that it would look bad if Rumi's apprentice ended up in the baby class. Endeavor agreed, while Danny remarked that she could think of worse scenarios. Rumi smirked, acknowledging the playful jab at her pride. With a newfound resolve, Rumi declared that it was time for magic boot camp. Just then, Koda entered the room, holding a teddy bear and confidently announcing that he would run the boot camp, promising to rise at dawn. Mineta shivered at the thought of a boot camp led by Koda, while Kaminari reminded him that it was his own fault for not being liked. Koda playfully threatened to ride on Kaminari's back while yelling insults, which came off as more adorable than intimidating. Many watched the unfolding scene with amusement. Rumi firmly stated that Koda would not be part of the boot camp, as Mina needed to focus. Mina smiled sweetly, prompting Koda to stomp his foot in frustration, declaring that he was not adorable. Mina's eyes sparkled with delight at his antics, and Ashido cooed at the screen, echoing Mina's sentiments. The playful banter continued, with Uraraka empathizing with Koda, realizing how hard it must be for him to be so cute that no one took him seriously. As Koda ran off, slamming the door behind him, Rumi emphasized that there was no time to waste and that Mina would need to follow her teachings closely. Rumi suggested they go somewhere special, and Mina eagerly agreed, excitedly anticipating a place where magical energy flowed. Midoriya leaned closer to the screen, intrigued by what was to come. The scene shifted, revealing Rumi and Mina in winter attire in a snowy area. Rumi exclaimed that they were at the knee, which left Midoriya confused. The other students echoed his bewilderment, and Shigaraki shot All Might a disapproving look. With enthusiasm, Mina shouted in agreement, her excitement infectious. As the camera zoomed out, it became clear they were on the literal knee of a giant skeleton. Danny casually mentioned that the entire land of the Boiling Isles was built upon the skeleton of what was essentially a dead god, which shocked nearly everyone in the room. They learned that this god was the Titan, prompting further astonishment. As the chaos of reactions unfolded, Danny covered their ears, anticipating the commotion. Are you one of those who are sensitive to sound? Only when her earphone jacks are plugged in, so she was good. She remained as shocked as everyone else. It was indeed shocking, and unfortunately, the connection to this world had been severed before their team could gather enough research on how it worked. They had a bunch of theories, but that was about it, Danny shrugged. Midoriya asked if she could explain those theories. Danny confirmed she could. Midoriya felt his shoulders droop a little. The scene shifted back to the two of them hiking as Rumi provided Mina with a lesson on ancient witches. The earliest witches knelt to develop their magic, drawn to its natural power. She paused, allowing Mina to catch up. When Mina reached her, she gasped at the sight of the land around them. Most people would think an island full of magic would be strongest at its heart. Danny ranted to herself, wondering if she could get hands or even an eye, but the knee? It was a bit strange, Toga agreed, tilting her head at the screen. You're one to talk, A Class B student named Kaibara commented. Toga shot him a glare, and feeling bold, he glared back. Before Toga could react, Danny intervened. No physical fighting was allowed. They had no quirks, and their weapons had been taken, so it was best to calm down. Kaibara was told not to be a nuisance. Toga grinned, unfazed by being called crazy. It was beautiful, the camera panning around an area filled with ancient and broken architecture covered in snow. Hawks whispered in awe, observing how interesting it looked. It appeared there used to be a city in this area, Midoriya mused, his mind racing with ideas about the possible history. However, Rumi pointed out that it wasn't without its dangers. She looked to her right, and Mina yelped at the sight of a large creature with no eyes and white fur, chewing on a tree trunk. The abominable snowman? Minoma guessed. Nope, Danny replied. The slither beast. Don't worry. If you don't mess with him, he won't mess with you, Rumi assured them before continuing on her way. Mina, out of curiosity, quickly threw a raspberry at the creature, only to be frightened when it chomped the trunk to bits and reared its head. She hurried to catch up with Rumi. Some laughed while Aizawa shook his head, exhaling like a tired father. That was dangerous, he sighed. Here's where we'll set up shop, Rumi announced, looking at a small clearing. Mina twirled and ran around the area, excited to learn her second spell. It was really manly how excited Ishido was to learn magic, Kirishima noted, admiring the traits he loved about her as they translated to another universe. Her boldness, fun attitude, and passion remained intact. But could anyone blame her? Uraraka chimed in, imagining how cool it would be to learn magic. Danny expressed that they would be ecstatic to have powers. You don't have powers? Present Mike asked, confused. He could have sworn that the menu thing was a power, or the fact that they were literally showing them different universes. Nope, nada, none, Danny shrugged. Midoriya mumbled that he understood the feeling. But what about the hologram thing you do? Hawks asked, imitating the movements Danny often made with their hands. Super high-grade technology that's kind of bonded to my consciousness? Danny replied, unsure. Anything unnatural they could do was completely restricted to this room. Fascinating, Efo remarked, looking around the cinema. What else can you do then? Midoriya continued, asking how things could happen when Danny wasn't there, how they could summon food, and if their consciousness was also connected here. Would that mean I could get my quirk back in this place? Bakugo grunted. All of that is irrelevant. Next break, I'll stay over and answer as many questions as you want, Danny promised. Gorgeous views, magic in the air, and best of all, they were completely alone. Mina was so caught up in the beauty of the place that she didn't notice the luminous purple beam heading straight for her. Luckily, Rumi pushed her out of the way just in time. Everyone snapped to attention at Mina's sudden near-miss. Watch out. The beam struck a column behind them. Rumi quickly took cover behind a large rock, her staff outstretched and ready to fight. Mina peeked over the rock and gasped. Sorry, whoever's over there. Kyoka called out from a distance, her siblings watching with smiles. What a great coincidence, Faye remarked with a small smirk, noting Kyoka and her siblings were there too. Poor Ishido, Gyro empathized. Mina ducked behind the rock to hide. Forget teaching me a spell. Just make me disappear, she whispered, covering her eyes in embarrassment. Kirishima's expression shifted to one of curiosity and concern. Mina Ishido? Being anything but confident? That was unusual. What's up with raccoon eyes? It's strange seeing her self-conscious, Bakugo commented. Is other me okay? Ishido asked, looking at Danny. She wasn't popular at school. In fact, she was the weird kid who could never fit in and always cause trouble, so that might explain her lack of confidence around peers, Danny explained. Oh dang, Kirishima said, struggling to imagine Ishido as anything but the fun, popular kid he knew. What? But I've got a 60-40 record of making you reappear, Rumi said before realizing what Mina actually meant. Please tell me she isn't serious, Momo interjected. Danny shrugged. Best wich, Bakugo scoffed. A chorus of voices lightly reprimanded him, calling him out. And Itsuka noticed Mina and waved her over. Mina took a deep breath. Okay, let's do this, she whispered before revealing herself to the group. Hey guys, she waved with a nervous smile. Fake it till you make it, Faye and Monoma said simultaneously, causing the two to exchange brief smiles before focusing back on the screen. Who are they? Rumi asked, looking at the group. Be cool, Mina instructed, still smiling and waving as she pulled Rumi closer. If they knew she hadn't mastered 2 spells, they'd think she belonged in the beginner class. Which was true but embarrassing, Spinner acknowledged. What's that about the beginner class? Kyoka asked as she approached the two. Only that it's for beginners, and Mina here clearly isn't a beginner, Rumi replied, getting to her feet. She rubbed Mina's head and whispered, nailed it, with a smirk. She then walked away whistling, leaving an unimpressed Mina and Kyoka to themselves. Midoriya laughed in fond second-hand embarrassment, feeling as if it was something his mom would do. Mina quickly put back on her smile as she turned to Kyoka, chuckling before slipping over a rock she had tried to jump over and landing on the floor with a grunt. Mina felt a blush creep up her cheeks as she shrank in her seat from second-hand embarrassment. Uraraka couldn't help but giggle, finally witnessing Ishido being the embarrassed one. Mina attempted to play off her blunder as intentional, asking what Kyoka was doing there. Kyoka replied that she was there to train, trying to beat Idru and Itsuka's highest score on the exam, avoiding eye contact and latching her hand onto her other arm. Uraraka smiled, expressing her wish for an older sibling. Itsuka suddenly appeared from behind Kyoka, startling her, and teased that Kyoka still needed to use a training wand to learn new spells. Idru, also appearing from behind Kyoka, smirked teasingly at Mina, fully aware of Kyoka's glare directed at him. Jairu flushed in embarrassment on her other self's behalf, stating that it was moments like that which made her glad she didn't have older siblings. Idru and Itsuka walked closer to Mina, asking what she was working on. Mina claimed she was working on powerful spells, bragging about Rumi being an incredible teacher. Monoma, aware he was talking to a screen, commented on Mina being an incredibly bad liar. Faye leaned back in her seat, tightly shutting one eye as if the cringe she felt was physically hurting her. Rumi excitedly announced that she would teach Mina how to identify different types of snow by taste, holding a basket of snowballs and playfully shoving one in Mina's direction. Aizawa, looking exhausted, noted that Rumi seemed to be doing that on purpose. Rumi frowned at Mina's lack of enthusiasm and tried to shove the snow into her face for her to taste. Hawks expressed surprise at Rumi's seriousness, while Momo wondered how that would help Mina learn magic. Bakugo stated that whatever method Rumi was trying to use, it wasn't effective. Itsuka whispered to Idru, both staring at the scene with curiosity, acknowledging how odd it was. Ishido sunk further into her seat as Tsu comfortingly patted her head. Kyoka cleared her throat to get her siblings' attention, stating that she didn't think Rumi wanted to show them any powerful spells. The twins turned to see Rumi with a mouthful of snow, trying to get Mina's attention while Mina rubbed her temple, clearly done with the situation. Rumi eventually swallowed the snow with a big gulp, cursing her brain freeze. Itsuka wished Mina good luck with her training as Idru curiously observed a snowball he had made before attempting to taste it. Itsuka slapped it from his hand, causing him to exclaim in surprise as he was reluctantly pulled away. Kirishima and Monoma both expressed that they felt the impact of that moment. Kendo smiled sweetly at Monoma, knowing her innocent appearance was deceptive, especially as she waved at him. He glared at her quickly as she giggled. Mina waved them off before turning angrily to Rumi, asking her to take things seriously. Rumi pointed at her, insisting that Mina needed to take her seriously. She challenged Mina to taste snow without her guidance and see where it got her, standing with her hands on her hips, looking offended. Present Mike mumbled with a frown that it was hard to side with Rumi in that moment. Mina looked down with a pout, and Rumi opened one eye to see her before sighing and ruffling her head, reassuring her that if she listened, she would soon be able to do amazing things, pointing to Kyoka, who was practicing magic. With a training manual in hand, Kyoka drew a large circle in the air, creating a blast that blew up a tree. The camera zoomed in on the beeping battery of Kyoka's training wand, indicating that the spell had drained some of its power. Rumi assured Mina that she would be using the real deal, not some wacky training wand, if she trusted her. Mina smiled and agreed, expressing her trust in Rumi. Rumi announced that they had covered snow and moved on to smelling moss. She took out a piece of moss, splitting it and demonstrating how to get a good whiff by shoving it up her nostrils. Mina's smile quickly faded again. Shigaraki mimicked Danny's tone, commenting on Rumi's methods. Danny, annoyed, asked if Shigaraki had always been this pessimistic, not caring about the age difference or the potential danger. Shigaraki rolled his eyes at them. The scene shifted to Mina walking back to Rumi, proudly stating that she had identified the smells of 3 different rocks, sorted twigs from big to small, and found Rumi's detached hand, holding it up and pulling off its glove. Kaminari, twice, Jiru, Monoma, and present Mike gasped loudly, while others cringed in disgust and concern. Tokoyami wondered why there wasn't any blood, and Compress remarked that they should be glad there wasn't. Rumi, taking a sip of her drink, thankfully accepted her hand back. Danny explained that Rumi could detach and reattach her limbs. Mina, having lost faith in Rumi, then turned her attention to Kyoka, who seemed to be enjoying herself with her siblings as they trained. Mina was unleashing her magic, creating shields to block the snow attacks, fully immersed in her activity. Endeavor observed and commented that it didn't look like training. Midnight, with an endearing smile, dismissed his concern, suggesting they were just taking a break and having fun like kids. Kyoka noticed Mina watching and waved with a smile, which distracted her just enough for Aijuru to playfully sink her into the snow. Kirishima expressed light disapproval at this tactic, calling it cheating. Mina giggled behind her hand at the sight. Rumi noticed Mina's amusement and reminded her to trust in her abilities. Danny admired the scene, commenting on how cute they looked before realizing the mixed reactions from others. They defended their view, urging the group to see past the names and faces they shared. Jur shook her head, unconvinced. Mina explained that her lessons might seem odd, but they were all about connecting with nature. Ojiro questioned if there was a less unusual way to do that, to which Danny replied that if it weren't weird, it wouldn't be them. Mina pointed out that the earliest witches understood this connection, and human witches needed to grasp it too. All Might, curious, asked how that would help her find glyphs. Rumi inquired if Mina wanted to learn a second spell, to which Mina responded with determination, placing a fist over her heart. Rumi instructed her to learn from the island and directed her to a rock to sit on. She gestured toward the boiling isles, where the land formed the large, lifeless skeleton of a titan. Despite its appearance, it seemed almost as if the skull was watching them. Ashido expressed disbelief that the entire world was on a corpse, and Kaminari agreed it was scary. As the wind howled around her, Mina took a deep breath, encouraging herself to focus. She lifted her hand, taunting herself about being stuck in the baby class, but quickly dismissed those thoughts. She demanded silence from her hands, which had begun to voice doubts. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention, leading her to Kyoka, who had just blasted another tree. Todoroki remarked on Kyoka's endearing weirdness, prompting Ashido to thank him, though he was confused by her gratitude. Itsuka called out to Kyoka, announcing dinner and mentioning a bat Aijuru had caught. Kyoka warned him not to eat it, setting her book and wand down to join her siblings. Mina, inspired, realized that if she wanted to be in the same class as Kyoka, she needed to learn magic like her. She smiled at her newfound determination. Yayurozu wondered if Mina's motivation was to be near Jiru or simply to avoid the baby class, to which Danny answered affirmatively. As the scene shifted to Kyoka, Itsuka, and Aijuru, Itsuka demanded the bat from Aijuru, who was still intent on keeping it. The 3 siblings became distracted, allowing Mina to sneak into the tent where Kyoka had left her belongings. She opened the curtains to find the items exactly where Kyoka had left them. All Might expressed concern about Mina's actions, and Ashido lamented her decision to steal. Faye pointed out that Mina could have approached the situation differently, prompting a raised eyebrow from Danny. Mina took the manual and wand, sneaking off to the cliffside. She opened the book to see a drawing by Kyoka and commented on the improvement in her crosshatching before removing the drawing obscuring the page she wanted to see. Jiru felt secondhand embarrassment as Mina looked at the page about fireballs. Setting the book down, she stood up and extended the wand forward, mimicking the circular motion she had seen Kyoka perform. Danny mused about the training wands, leading All Might to ask why. She explained that a witch's magic comes from their bile sacs, which humans lack. In most universes, training wands help focus existing power. Hawks agreed that it was indeed strange, and Danny wondered if the wand had its own magic, which would mean it wasn't truly a training wand. Mina gasped as the magic gathered in the wand, ready to be unleashed. She aimed it at the sky and fired, watching in delight as the fireball exploded like a firework. Aizawa and All Might expressed their doubts about the outcome, but Mina celebrated her success, jumping into the air and declaring that she had done magic without drawing anything. Danny questioned why Mina didn't just stick with the training wand, and Midnight gently asked why she seemed upset. Danny clarified that she was confused rather than angry. Monoma agreed that it was a valid question. Suddenly, Rumi's voice rang out, startling Mina. She turned to see Rumi approaching, hands on her hips and a sharp scowl on her face, questioning what Mina was doing with the wand. Mina, no longer looking like a deer caught in headlights, glared at her mentor. Ashido and Monoma reacted with playful surprise, exchanging glances, Ashido smiling while Monoma shot her a disapproving look. Mina expressed her frustration, questioning what else she could do besides her magic. Dabi smirked, noting her newfound attitude. Rumi, waving her arms in the air, acknowledged that her methods were indeed unique, but pointed out that connecting to the island would be more beneficial than relying solely on the wand. Hawks agreed, noting that the connection was important. Mina defended her abilities, insisting that her magic had already helped her. As she cast another spell, sizzling sounds emanated from the wand's tip, which was beeping and nearly out of power. Suddenly, a large sphere of flame erupted from the wand, causing Mina to panic as she flailed it around, trying to control the fireball. Aizawa, Midnight, and several students shouted in alarm as the fireball shot off into the distance, followed by a loud explosion. The ominous growl of the slither beast echoed through the trees, causing many students to express their concern. Dabi mockingly commented that Mina should have listened to warnings, while AFO ominously agreed, suggesting that ignoring advice often leads to trouble. Rumi gasped as the beast leaped from its resting place and landed in front of her, revealing a large scar and patches of missing fur on its head. She instinctively raised an arm to shield herself as the beast roared, its wide mouth displaying sharp yellow teeth and glistening spit. Mike commented on how he would have fainted in her position, though he didn't truly believe it. Rumi stated that Mina had angered the slither beast, her voice shaky as she stared at the creature. Dabi sarcastically remarked on the situation, while Rumi reiterated her warning, her tone sharper this time. The beast roared again, pacing back and forth, and Mina nervously asked if a heartfelt apology would suffice. The slither beast, catching the scent of smoke from the wand, charged at them. Rumi swiftly pushed a screaming Mina out of harm's way, only to be caught by the beast. Mina called out in fear, while the other heroes, except for the Todorokis, shouted Rumi's name. Todoroki nearly jumped out of his seat, gripping it tightly. Mina was at a loss for words as Kyoka reclaimed her wand, glaring at her. Ashido noted that while Kyoka was rightfully upset, it wasn't the time for it. Itsuka pointed out the more pressing danger, gently placing a hand on Kyoka's shoulder. The slither beast, still holding Rumi, approached the group with a menacing growl. Itsuka feigned adoration for the beast before turning to Aijuru with a mischievous smirk. Tetsu quickly praised Kendo, who smiled back in appreciation. The two extended their arms, ready to unleash a powerful blast at the beast. Their magic formed turquoise circles, small but potent. Sato grinned, anticipating an impressive display of magic. The blasts transformed into ropes that lassoed the beast's wrists. The slither beast thrashed violently, trying to escape, but the twins held their ground impressively. Kirishima admired their teamwork, while Kendo agreed, both marveling at their synchronization. Midoriya praised their strategy. Rumi, despite being shaken, urged them to finish the beast off. Kyoka rushed forward with her wand, but when she attempted to cast a fireball, it sputtered out. Frustrated, she checked the wand and realized it was out of power. She glared at Mina, accusing her of using it all up. Monoma remarked on the swift arrival of karma, while Shigaraki and Midnight echoed similar sentiments. Mina, guilt-ridden, stepped forward, admitting her lack of knowledge about powerful spells. The slither beast, reaching its breaking point, let out a thunderous roar and stood on its hind legs, causing the twins to scream as they were pulled forward. They released the ropes and fell to the ground with a thud. Kyoka panicked as the beast scooped up Rumi and the twins, but she managed to slip free. The beast ran off into the trees, carrying Rumi and the twins, their screams fading into the distance, leaving the remaining students and teachers in shock. Out of sight from Kyoka and Mina, who had tried to chase after them, Midoriya expressed his concern about how they would save their friends. Ida suggested that they should seek a more skilled witch for help, mentioning the existence of witch police. Danny explained that Rumi was the most wanted witch in the Isles and would likely be arrested if they sought her assistance. She speculated that Jairu was worried about facing her mother's disappointment regarding her magical abilities. Todoroki asked if their mother was similar to Endeavor, to which Danny confirmed, somewhat surprised that he had figured it out so quickly. Bakuga commented on Mirko's wanted status, prompting Uraraka to question why she was pursued. Danny explained that Mirko refused to conform to their corrupt society, which Aizawa questioned further. Faye added that it was unfair for Mirko to be labeled a criminal, and Uraraka agreed passionately. Shigaraki, along with Toga and Twice, complained about the unfairness of their situation, to which Ida pointed out that Mirko had not committed the same crimes as them. As the two 14-year-olds panted, watching the spot where the beast had last been seen, Mina expressed her distress, prompting Kyoka to assert that she would go after them while insisting Mina stay behind. Kyoka extended her arm, resembling a protective gesture, and firmly told Mina that she would only get hurt. She cast a spell that formed a circular cage of purple bars around Mina, trapping her by the rock. All Might shook his head, expressing concern that Jairu should not be facing this alone. Ashido sighed, wishing that her alternate self could assist. Tokage pointed out that without magic, Ashido would be more of a liability. Kirishima argued that everyone had something to contribute, while Ida questioned whether it was wise for someone without magic to confront the beast. Mina pleaded with Kyoka to reconsider, but Kyoka had already sprinted off. Mina attempted to touch one of the bars of the cage but recoiled from the sting. Frustrated, she kicked the rock, only to wince in pain. Sitting down, she gazed up at the stars, lamenting that she would never learn more magic. She took out a pencil and paper, drawing a light glyph and tapping it, watching as her spell floated away into the dark sky. Some stars shone brighter than others, and she squinted to see a constellation forming a familiar symbol. Ashido's eyes widened in surprise as she realized the Titan was helping Mina. Midoriya smiled, understanding that the Titan was indicating her worthiness. Ashido expressed her excitement, while Todoroki asked about the significance of the light glyph. As a snowflake fell into Mina's palm, she noticed it resembled the symbol she had drawn. Realizing the potential of her magic, she began to draw a larger glyph in the snow, taking up the entirety of her small prison. Mina's excitement grew as she discovered that the size of the glyph controlled the magic's output. She jumped onto the glyph, placing her palms on the snow, and a blue light enveloped her as a rumbling occurred beneath her. In an instant, a large ice glacier propelled her over Kyoka's spell. Mina squealed with joy, but as gravity took hold, her excitement turned into a startled scream. Landing safely in the thick snow, she celebrated her success, thanking the snow, the island, and Rumi. However, reality quickly set in, and she realized she needed to save Rumi. With determination, she sprinted off, prompting Ashido to cheer as the other ambitious hero students joined in with enthusiastic support. The scene shifted to Mina entering the beast's cave, where the creature sensed her presence. It spat a sticky substance against the wall, roughly slamming Rumi and the twins into it, causing them to grunt in pain before the beast dashed away. Bakugo remarked on the unpleasantness of the situation, but reassurance followed. Itsuka tried to reassure her friends, believing they would be fine. However, it seemed the universe had a twisted sense of humor, as a couple of skeletons covered in purple fluid suddenly fell from above, landing right in front of them. Aijiro accepted their fate, declaring that they were doomed. Danny found amusement in how quickly he reached acceptance. Bakugo pointed out that unlike Aijiro, he wouldn't go down without a fight, and Kirishima nodded proudly, feeling a tightness in his chest at the thought of kids their age being prepared to face death. It was a sobering realization. Suddenly, another skull appeared, its voice gravelly and reminiscent of a teenage girl. Popped up from behind a rock, only to be revealed as Mina, who smiled and said she was just kidding. Midnight cringed, realizing Mina had placed a real skull on her head, causing All Might and others to cringe as well. Toga giggled at the scene. Rumi ordered Mina to get out of there, whispering that she would sneak away when the creatures started to attack the twins. Kendo expressed offense at Rumi's plan, while Kirishima shook his head in disapproval, and Bakugo crossed his arms, calling it a cowardly move. Ida frowned, disappointed, questioning if the most powerful witch wouldn't feel morally obligated to help if she could. Itsuka shouted in disbelief as Aijiro gasped in horror. Faye commented that she wouldn't have let that slide. Mina, however, reassured Rumi that she understood now, admitting she had been too focused on learning her second spell to listen. With a grin, she declared she was going to save everyone, hopping off with childlike enthusiasm. The three stuck on the wall watched her leave with worry. Rumi commented on Mina's misplaced confidence, while Spinner stated that they were doomed. Shigaraki agreed, and the scene shifted to Kyoka, who was peering behind a rock, her concentration evident in her scowl. She didn't notice Mina peeking from below her until it was too late. Mina cheerfully greeted Kyoka, and they both retreated behind the rock. Tsu expressed concern that Mina wasn't taking the situation seriously, but Danny shrugged, suggesting that everyone copes with stress differently. Kyoka questioned how Mina had gotten past the barrier, to which Mina replied with excitement that it was magic. She insisted they needed to work together to save everyone and leaned in to whisper her plan. Midoriya wondered what the plan was, but Bakugo snapped at him, warning that he would miss it if he kept talking. The beast returned, sprinkling what appeared to be seasoning on its captives, causing Rumi to sneeze and complain about garlic. Defo observed that the slurher beast displayed some intelligence. Mina shouted to get the beast's attention, waving confidently. The creature grew agitated and pounced after her as she ran away. Bakugo grunted, expressing concern for Mina, while Ishido bragged about outrunning a collapsing city. Cyril reminded them that Mina was younger and not exactly like Ishido, but she brushed off the comments. As the beast chased Mina, Kyoka cautiously peeked out from her hiding spot, trying to climb to the top of the rock. Toga commented on her hesitation, and Tsu reassured them that other Ishido was good at hiding. Relief washed over Aijiro when he saw Kyoka, and Itsuka encouraged her to use the fire spell they had taught her. Kyoka frowned, saying she couldn't do it without the wand, but Itsuka provided the encouragement she needed. Taking a deep breath, Kyoka focused and created a fireball, which she then directed to melt the adhesive binding them. As they fell to the ground, a moment of relief was shattered by Mina's scream. The twins gasped, and Kyoka turned with wide eyes. Mineta remarked on the timing of the scream. The scene shifted back to Mina, who was bravely running from the beast. She huddled against a tree, watching as the creature charged toward her. Just when it seemed hopeless, Mina smirked and stomped her foot, revealing that she had drawn a glyph beneath the beast. Bakugo laughed, realizing what was about to happen. The glyph glowed blue, and a giant ice glacier erupted from the ground, sending the beast flying through the air. It landed hard, disoriented and roaring. Kirishima cheered, confident in Mina's abilities, while Twice joked about not wanting to be in the beast's position. Rumi, Kyoka, and the twins rushed out of the cave, panting as they checked on Mina. The beast, however, turned to attack them again. Rumi smirked at the kids, asking if they wanted to learn something cool. They eagerly agreed, urging her to hurry before they became the beast's next meal. Rumi ran forward, light shining from her fingers as she performed a series of impressive movements, launching a spell at the beast. The spell hit, and the creature immediately fell asleep, snoring. Faye expressed disappointment at the lack of violence, a sentiment echoed by Endeavor and Hawks. Monoma and Compress agreed that it was somewhat anticlimactic. Mina cheered for Rumi, excitedly running up to her. Mina beamed with pride as she announced that she had learned her second spell and made the connection. She smiled at Rumi, feeling giddy about her accomplishment. Rumi returned the smile, praising her for her hard work. Yayorozu watched the interaction and smiled sweetly, appreciating their bond. Itsuka, with a proud smirk, acknowledged Mina's bravery, while Ijiro playfully teased her, ruffling her hair. Kyoka, slightly annoyed, intervened to stop Ijiro's antics and went over to Mina, who was still glowing with happiness. The wholesome atmosphere in the theater brought laughter from the audience, and Danny enjoyed the peaceful moment. She noted that they would be in the same class, which excited Mina, who expressed her hope for the Azura Book Club. Kyoka, blushing, insisted it should be a secret club, but Ijiro loudly declared it was not. Itsuka chimed in, saying they would tell everyone, which made Tokoyami sigh in annoyance, sensing the impending chaos. Kyoka felt exasperated by her siblings, but Mina continued to smile at her. Rumi, feeling overwhelmed by their banter, cuddled herself for warmth and suggested they go home. Mina eagerly agreed, creating an ice glyph beneath them and launching them into the air with a cheer. Aizawa observed their flight and questioned why they didn't just walk or use a broom, to which Danny confirmed that witches do use brooms. Itsuka suggested they could take the normal route as they watched Rumi and Mina soar. Ashido felt proud of her other self, noticing a change in her demeanor. It seemed Mina was distracted by her recent success, and a win was a win. The scene shifted to the Owl House, where Koda and Mineta stood amidst a chaotic mess, both sweating but triumphant. Endeavor and Midnight entered, surprised by the state of affairs. Aizawa simply stated, "Kids?" Koda praised Mineta for his grit and determination during their recent challenge, while Mineta humbly replied that the honor was all his. Ashido found their camaraderie amusing. Koda moved to hug Mineta, declaring that their hearts had been touched by fire, but their moment was interrupted when Rumi and Mina returned. Rumi exclaimed her surprise at their antics, prompting laughter from Siro and Kaminari, who teased them about being in trouble. Koda, annoyed, insisted they were having a moment, while Mineta lamented the interruption. He then faced the camera, dramatically stating he would be haunted by his actions forever before breaking into a smile. The screen faded to black. Danny clapped, expressing enjoyment of the segment and noting it was pretty good overall. Some nodded in agreement, while Midoriya expressed curiosity about the society they had just witnessed. Danny explained that if they returned to that universe, they would find it ruled by an emperor. When Endeavor inquired about the identity of this emperor, Danny pointed to AFO, causing All Might to groan while Shigaraki and AFO smiled. Danny warned Shigaraki that being close to AFO in that universe might not be as pleasant as it seemed. AFO, with a smooth demeanor, argued that if he ruled, life must be paradise and dismissed any notion of oppression. Danny sighed, stating that nobody important was on AFO's side, which prompted Shigaraki to glare. Danny shook their head, suggesting that one day Shigaraki would see the truth before shifting back to a cheerful demeanor. They announced the next universe they would explore, and excitement filled the room as they prepared to continue with Avatar. A few students cheered, while Spinner asked for clarification on which universe it was. Danny explained it involved elemental powers and a war, and Midoriya being frozen in ice, prompting Spinner to acknowledge he remembered. As the screen lit up, the residents of the Southern Water Tribe were seen reacting to a flare signal set off by Izuku and Ochako. The two kids walked down the slope, contrasting the excitement of the village children, who cheered for Izuku's return, while the adults remained tense. Denki commented on the atmosphere, noting the children's innocence in the face of danger. Denki confronted Izuku, accusing him of signaling the Fire Navy, which caused the hero members in the audience to watch in shock. Ochako attempted to calm the situation, explaining it was an accident, while the village kids sensed the tension and quieted down. Aizawa, reminded of Eri, felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Izuku, determined to defend himself, spoke up, ready to address the misunderstanding. They were on a ship when they encountered a booby trap, and he nervously scratched the back of his head, recalling the incident. Mineta, feeling defensive, insisted he wouldn't say anything immature. The outburst lightened the mood slightly. Danny nodded, not bothering to look at the grape-themed hero. Gran reprimanded Ochako for going on the ship, expressing concern for their safety. He defended her, taking the blame for their presence on the ship, feeling ashamed as he looked down. Aizawa pointed out that while it was commendable he was taking responsibility, Uraraka should have known better. Uraraka agreed, acknowledging that she should be more responsible. Ida placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, reassuring her not to be too hard on herself since she was younger then. She smiled at him, laughing at how seriously he took things. He smiled back, just wanting to ensure she was okay. Denki, with a frown, pointed out what he saw as a betrayal. He declared that the foreigner was banned from their village, and the kids sadly walked away from Izuku, returning to the rest of the village. Toga protested, questioning if he could do that, feeling upset about being kicked out for curiosity. Danny shrugged, noting that he was the oldest male in the village. Fayola added that it wasn't an overreaction, as they were in danger because of him. Midoriya felt guilty despite knowing he hadn't done anything wrong. He sank deeper into his chair. Ashido tried to defend him, stating it was a mistake, but Bakugu pointed out it was a significant one. Ochako warned her brother with a stern expression, insisting he was making a mistake. Denki, however, was determined to keep his promise to their father, claiming he was protecting them from threats like Izuku. Ochako argued that Izuku wasn't their enemy and had brought them joy they hadn't experienced in a long time. Shigaraki chimed in sarcastically, questioning how fun would help their situation. Kendo quickly retorted that nobody had asked for his opinion, and they exchanged glares. Denki expressed disbelief, stating they couldn't fight firebenders with fun. Hawks sighed, acknowledging the situation. Izuku smiled, suggesting they should try having fun sometimes. Midoriya cringed at his other self's lack of social awareness and mumbled for him to stop talking. Denki ordered Izuku to leave their village, trying to restrain himself from saying anything harsher. Ochako turned to their grandmother, pleading for her to intervene. Gran reminded Ochako that going on the ship was forbidden and agreed with Denki that it was best for the airbender to leave. Ochako was taken aback, declaring that if Izuku was banished, she would leave too. She took Izuku by the arm, urging him to come with her as she turned away from her village, her voice shaking. Uraraka stared wide-eyed, while Todoroki remarked that he thought she was serious. Denki yelled out, asking where they thought they were going. Ochako informed him that she was going to find a waterbender and that Izuku was taking her to the North Pole. Izuku smiled, excited about the journey. Denki's voice softened as he questioned if she would truly choose Izuku over her own tribe and family. Dabi shrugged, saying she should go where she could be heard and learn to harness her powers. Toga agreed, emphasizing that Izuku was her only chance to learn waterbending. Uraraka felt conflicted, reminding them of her family. Kirishima acknowledged it was her choice, while Todoroki expressed doubt about whether it would be worth it. Midoriya reflected on not wanting to be the reason she left her family, thinking of his own mother, but he understood her desire. Present Mike questioned if learning to use her powers was worth it. Tsuyu pointed out that if bending was like a quirk, it was fundamental to one's being, and denying that would be damaging. Toga nodded in agreement. A moment of silence fell as Ochako contemplated her brother's words. Before she could make a decision, Izuku walked beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder, expressing that he didn't want to come between her and her family. He then approached Kuda, the bison. Tears threatened to spill as Ochako realized this might be goodbye. Uraraka's eyes began to well with tears at the thought of losing one of her dearest friends. She gasped in surprise as Midoriya wrapped an arm around her, pulling her against his chest to comfort her. He thanked her for the fun they had together. She asked where he would go, and Izuku prepared to mount Kuda, stating he would return home to search for the airbenders. Aizawa and All Might exchanged worried glances, recalling Gran's words about no one having seen an airbender in a century. Concern for young Midoriya stirred in their hearts. Izuku jokingly mentioned he hadn't cleaned his room in 100 years, expressing his reluctance about that task. He gracefully leaped into the air, landing on Kuda's head, taking hold of the reins while looking back at the village. Kaminari attempted to lighten the mood with a comment, but it didn't quite land. Bakugu, realizing the implications of the situation, wore an expression of mixed concern and realization. Izuku bid farewell, saying it was nice meeting everyone. Denki, arms crossed, challenged him to show them how his bison could fly. Encouraging Kuda, Izuku urged him to take flight as he whipped the reins. Kuda got up and grunted but didn't take flight. Both of Twice's voices expressed disappointment, wishing to see him soar. Hawks agreed, sharing in the sentiment. Denki, despite the somber mood, couldn't help but feel a bit smug about being right. Hagakure rolled her eyes, suggesting that Kuda could tone down the rudeness. Monoma countered that it was justified and claimed he would be even ruder. Kirishima chimed in, affirming Monoma's tendency. A girl ran up to Ochako, her eyes filled with sadness as she looked up at Izuku. She pleaded with him not to leave, saying she would miss him. Midoriya felt a pang in his heart, imagining Eri in her place. He responded that he would miss her too and then turned to Ochako for a final glance before leading Kuda away. The girl sulked back to her parents as Gran approached Ochako, trying to offer comfort. Ochako interrupted her, frustrated about losing her chance at becoming a waterbender, and walked away, leaving Gran looking down sadly. Uraraka winced at the unfolding situation but understood both sides. It was indeed unfortunate. Meanwhile, Denki gathered the younger boys, instructing them to prepare their defenses against the potential threat from the Fire Nation. One child complained about needing a bathroom break, but Denki, visibly exasperated, insisted that there would be no breaks. The scene shifted to Izuku and Kuda, who were resting in a uniquely shaped ice structure. Izuku lay comfortably on the top while Kuda was at the bottom. Kuda groaned, and Izuku looked down, sharing his sadness about the girl. Uraraka and Midoriya felt a blush creeping up, while Toga sighed in response. Suddenly, a strange sound interrupted their moment. Izuku gasped as he spotted Fire Nation ships heading toward Ochako's village. Alarmed, he exclaimed about the village, a mix of worry and disbelief evident in his voice. He slid down the ice formation and sprinted toward the village, instructing Kuda to stay put. Kuwaro wondered if Izuku would make it in time, while Danny reassured everyone that airbenders were incredibly fast runners. The focus shifted back to Denki, who donned his warrior attire and traditional face paint, his expression a calm fury as he secured a boomerang behind his back. Faola admired his warrior look, while Kirishima agreed, calling it manly. Kaminari hyped himself up, and Jairu teased him, but Ishido expressed her enthusiasm for trying out the look herself. On the Fire Nation ship, Shoto was being fitted with armor, his expression filled with barely contained rage as they placed a helmet on his head. Momo expressed concern about his scar, while Todoroki reassured her that he was fine. Midoriya, also worried, noted how much worse Shoto's scar seemed compared to his own. Danny attempted to explain the situation but found their voice suddenly gone, sighing in disappointment as they apologized for not being able to disclose more. Denki sensed a shift in the atmosphere as his candle reacted to the impending presence of the ships. The village fell silent, a calm before the storm, as Denki stood alert on the wall, ready for battle, though he knew he was alone in this. Tokoyami remarked on Denki's bravery, but he doubted that Denki could take on an entire ship of benders without any bending abilities. The sounds of the ship grew louder, striking fear into the hearts of the villagers, who had hoped the flare wouldn't attract the Fire Nation. The ground began to rumble, and the wall beneath Denki started to crumble. Denki felt disappointment as his hard work on the wall seemed to be for nothing. Villagers fled for safety, and amidst the chaos, Ochako looked up at her brother's position, seeing the silhouette of the ship through the fog. Aizawa appeared worried yet resigned to the destruction unfolding. Denki's eyes widened as he realized the ship wouldn't stop in time, but he remained rooted in place. Ishido yelled for him to move, sensing the urgency of the moment. Kirishima felt a surge of instinct to act but knew it might be futile. Aizawa cursed under his breath, leaning forward in his chair, while All Might and Midnight shared similar reactions, and Hawks and Mike remained silent. The rumbling intensified, and Gran watched in terror. Ochako quickly saved a child from the collapsing ice and got them to safety before turning her attention back to Denki, urgently calling for him to get out of the way. Denki, stubborn as ever, braced himself and raised his weapon. Efo smiled wickedly while Shigaraki smirked, and the others reacted in their own ways. Midoriya cringed at the sound of Ochako's voice, feeling the weight of her fear. He remembered why he wanted to be a hero, to prevent loss and pain. Just as the wall crumbled beneath Denki, he found himself balancing on the sliding snow instead of being injured. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd as the rumbling ceased, and the ship finally came to a halt. Steam escaped from the sides of the ship, and the villagers looked on in shock and fear. Ochako and Denki gasped as the front of the ship suddenly opened. Realizing he was in the way, Denki leapt out of the area where the ship's ramp would make contact with the ground. Looking up, he saw Todoroki in full armor, gazing down at the villagers, flanked by 2 henchmen. Bakugo commented on Todoroki's appearance, while Kirishima noted that the henchmen looked quite threatening. Denki felt that seeing Todoroki's face diminished the intimidation factor, to which Todoroki responded with confusion, glad that his face wasn't scary. Aizawa interrupted, asking for peace as they watched the unfolding scene. Denki looked up at the firebender as he and his men began to walk down. With a warrior's cry, Denki charged toward Shoto, boomerang raised. However, Shoto swiftly disarmed him and sent him flying off the ramp, landing in the snow. Kaminari sighed in embarrassment, while Jairu offered him comfort. Shoto reached the ground and surveyed the villagers. He demanded to know where they were hiding someone, but received no answer. He made eye contact with Gran and pulled her roughly toward him, causing Ochako to gasp in fear. Many of the villagers gripped their seats tightly as Endeavor inhaled deeply. Shoto used Gran as a demonstration, indicating the age of the person they were searching for and mentioning the mastery of all 4 elements. Still, no one spoke. Shoto pushed Gran back toward the crowd, where Ochako caught and steadied her. Toga complained about Shoto's roughness, while Danny whispered that he didn't act like a prince. Shoto then waved his fist over the crowd, sending a burst of fire into the air, causing the villagers to duck for safety. He expressed his frustration, insisting he knew they were hiding someone. Denki, getting back up, charged at Shoto again with his boomerang. Bakugo remarked on Denki's bravery, while Kaminari noted his foolishness. As Denki swung his boomerang, Shoto dodged and tripped him, sending him flying once more. This time, Denki managed to throw his boomerang, which Shoto barely avoided, his expression shifting for the first time as he glared at Denki. Jairu whispered that Denki was close, and All Might noted his potential. A boy from the crowd encouraged Denki and tossed him a spear. Denki got up and ran again, but Shoto remained still, breaking the spear in half with martial arts. He then jabbed Denki in the head with the other half, causing him to fall to the ground. Shoto discarded the broken pieces into the snow, prompting Present Mike to cringe at the exchange. Despite the tense atmosphere, some found humor in the situation, with Shigaraki chuckling while Kaminari sighed in exasperation. Shoto stared at Denki, unimpressed, which led him to miss the whirling boomerang that struck him at the back of his head. Denki celebrated his hit, and some students smiled while Dabi smirked. Shoto, surprised and in pain, bent forward from the impact, quickly adjusting his helmet before glaring at Denki. He conjured 2 fire daggers in his hands, a threatening display that intrigued Dabi and Endeavor. Midoriya and Uraraka watched with curiosity, wondering if Todoroki could replicate the move. Tsuyu suggested they try it when they returned, but Ida cautioned against engaging in dangerous activities, especially involving fire. Todoroki acknowledged that he was more of a long-range fighter, but Uraraka pointed out that he could benefit from learning close combat. Izuku arrived riding a penguin, sliding under Shoto's feet and causing him to flip and land unceremoniously. The village kids cheered upon recognizing Izuku, who smiled as he greeted Ochako and Denki, thanking them for their support. Shoto stood up and ordered his soldiers forward, taking a defensive stance. In response, Izuku swung his staff, using his airbending to send snow flying at the approaching men. He then asked if they were looking for him. Shoto, despite his hardened expression, expressed disbelief at Izuku being the avatar. Ochako was taken aback, and Bakugo exclaimed how obvious it was. Kirishima noted that it was different being in the situation without prior knowledge. Izuku marveled at the idea of another version of himself being so important, while All Might reassured him of his significance. AFO echoed the sentiment, but Danny quickly dismissed him, their tone filled with instinctive disdain. Denki, wide-eyed and smudged with face paint, shared the disbelief of the others. Shoto began to circle Izuku, mentioning his years of preparation for this encounter, only to express disappointment at Izuku's youth. Izuku responded casually, pointing out that Shoto was just a teenager as well. Or at the very least, he was questioning his reaction since he was still quite young himself. This interaction, despite the tension of the situation, elicited a few smiles and chuckles. Shoto, feeling frustrated, launched an attack with his firebending. Izuku, surprised but quick to react, used his glider to block the flames by twirling it in front of him. Aizawa commented on Izuku's impressive reaction time. Bakugo, muttering under his breath, acknowledged that it was indeed impressive for someone Izuku's age. As Shoto continued to unleash fire, Izuku focused on the villagers cowering behind him. The scream of a young girl pierced the air, and his expression softened with sympathy and concern. At that moment, he set his staff down and looked sternly at his attacker. He asked if Shoto would promise to leave everyone alone if he went with him. Shoto straightened and nodded. Fire Navy soldiers took hold of Izuku from both sides and guided him onto the ship. Uraraka cried out in alarm. Kirishima admired Izuku's selflessness, though his tone was tinged with sadness. Others watched with concern. Midoriya gazed at the screen with an unreadable expression, thinking that he couldn't bear to see anyone hurt because of him. This was for the best. Ochako rushed forward from her brother's side, fear for Izuku evident in her eyes. She pleaded with him not to do this. Izuku looked back at her, assuring her that everything would be okay, just as a soldier pushed him forward to hurry him along. Bakugo grumbled about Izuku being a nerd. As they ascended the ramp, Izuku asked his friends to take care of Kuda until he returned. Shoto commanded the crew to set a course for the Fire Nation, quietly expressing his homesickness. Faola noted that he sounded nostalgic. As the ramp began to retract into the ship, Izuku shared one last look at the small water tribe village. Despite the dire circumstances, he forced a smile in an attempt to comfort them. Ojiro admitted he was tearing up, while Hagakure echoed the sentiment softly. Ochako watched Izuku's smile fade as she felt her own sadness reflected in his eyes. The scene shifted to some time later. The Fire Nation ship had vanished, and the villagers were working to repair their home, the atmosphere. Heavy with sorrow. Spinner remarked that he wouldn't want to be there at that moment. The focus then turned to Ochako, who was staring out at the ocean while Denki busied himself in the background. She insisted they had to pursue the ship, explaining that Izuku had saved their tribe and now they needed to save him. Monoma interjected, pointing out that the soldiers weren't obligated to save Izuku, which earned him some odd looks. He clarified that while they could help, they were ill-equipped to face firebending soldiers. He noted that Izuku had chosen to help them willingly, so they didn't have to do anything. No one argued with him, recognizing the validity of his points. Danny added that he was surprised Monoma hadn't mentioned their young ages. Ochako, frustrated, insisted that they needed to help Izuku. Denki attempted to speak, but she cut him off. Bakugo, slightly annoyed, told Denki to let her finish. Ochako continued, emphasizing that if they didn't help Izuku, no one would. She acknowledged that while Denki might not like Izuku, they owed him. Denki finally raised his voice, asking if she was going to talk all day or come with him. He gestured to the raft he had prepared. Ochako gasped in delight and ran to embrace him, and Denki steadied them to prevent them from falling into the water. Aizawa expressed his uncertainty about the situation, while All Might noted it was good to see his students being heroic, even in another universe. Compress added that it felt like a death wish, prompting sighs from All Might and Aizawa. Denki urged them to get in, stating they were going to save her boyfriend. Ochako quickly corrected him, but Denki shrugged it off. If Ishido had been closer, she would have teased Uraraka, but for now, sharing a laugh with their classmates was enough. Midoriya felt his face heat up with embarrassment. Their moment was interrupted by their grandmother approaching them. She asked what they were doing, and they turned to her with nervous smiles. She held up supplies, surprising both Denki and Ochako. Shigaraki expressed disbelief, and Aizawa sighed in disappointment, agreeing with the villain for once. Their grandmother spoke of how long it had been since she felt hope, but they had reignited it within her. She hugged Ochako, who gladly returned the embrace, and then turned to Denki, telling him to be nice to his sister before hugging him as well. Denki smiled back at her, though he nearly rolled his eyes. Their grandmother explained that Izuku was the Avatar, the world's only chance, and that their destinies were now intertwined with his. Ochako sarcastically remarked about the pressure, while Midoriya joined in, feeling the weight of her words. They both felt the responsibility resting on their shoulders. Ochako expressed doubt about catching a warship with just a canoe, but they were soon introduced to a solution as they heard Kura's soft roar in the distance. She ran toward him, relieved, while Denki remarked on how this was pushing him out of his comfort zone. Shoji noted that the best heroes often started outside their comfort zones, and Spinner agreed. Kaminari turned to look at the villain but quickly decided to focus on the unfolding events. The scene shifted to Shoto's ship, where he was speaking with Izuku. He held Izuku's glider while the boy's hands were tied. He admired the staff and remarked that it would make an excellent gift for his father, suggesting that Izuku wouldn't understand the concept of a father due to his upbringing by monks. Ojiro expressed curiosity about what it must be like to be raised by monks. He then ordered his uncle to take the avatar to the prison hold and the glider to his quarters. Torino asked a soldier to assist, and they complied with the orders before dispersing. All Might smiled fondly at Gran Torino. As Izuku was escorted to his prison, he couldn't help but speak up, challenging the guards by claiming he could defeat them even with his hands tied. The guard in front of him simply told him to be silent. Ida noted that Izuku had a significant advantage, as no one had seen an airbender in over 100 years, implying that the guards wouldn't know how to counter him. They arrived at the cell where Izuku would be held. As the guard took out the key to unlock the door, Izuku inhaled deeply and released a powerful burst of air, sending the guards flying back. Seizing the moment, he jumped out and sprinted across the ship's surface, heading toward the area where he had seen Shoto enter. He kicked into the air, and a gust of wind flung the door open. The alarm was raised as one of the men on board warned that the Avatar had escaped, while another ran off, likely to call for backup. Meanwhile, the Water Tribe siblings were atop Kuda, who was swimming in the water. Siro complained about the scene change, while Denki lazily suggested that Kuda should fly. Ochako urged Kuda to help them, emphasizing that Izuku needed assistance. Denki continued to mockingly chant phrases about flying, but Ochako reassured Kuda that she believed in him. Her encouragement seemed to stir something within Kuda, who roared and appeared more alert. Mike looked intrigued by the situation, and Denki idly repeated phrases he had heard, feeling a rumble as Kuda responded. With newfound determination, Kuda picked up speed, his giant tail flapping as he leapt into the air. Ochako was amazed, and Denki held onto Kuda's saddle, marveling at the view. Back with Izuku, he was still running through the ship's hallways, anxiously glancing behind him. He halted abruptly when he encountered 3 men with swords. He innocently asked if they had seen his staff, but they remained silent, ready to attack. Izuku charged forward, using his airbending to skillfully evade them, running in loops around the guards before speeding off, leaving them shocked. All Might sighed softly, noting Izuku's naivety. Izuku climbed a ladder and faced another guard, dodging a fire blast by leaping into the air and flipping over him. He managed to free his hands from the ropes midair and dashed away, leaving the guard to stumble. Shigaraki acknowledged Izuku's skill, while Hawks and Todoroki expressed their admiration for his impressive moves. Izuku peeked through various doors until he stumbled upon a room where Torino was sleeping peacefully. He quietly closed the door, whispering an apology to let the old man rest. Izuku continued running and doubled back when he spotted his staff. He rushed into the room to retrieve it but was surprised when the door slammed shut behind him. Shoto admitted that he had underestimated Izuku as he turned to face him, looking angry. Frustrated, Izuku exclaimed his dismay. Momo empathized with Kaminari's exhaustion, and without further ado, Shoto crouched down, gathering energy before launching a fiery punch toward Izuku. He narrowly dodged the attack, but Shoto continued to unleash blasts of fire. Izuku clung to the wall, trying to catch his breath while dodging Shoto's relentless attacks. The two engaged in a fast-paced exchange, with Shoto growing angrier with each missed strike. Izuku utilized various moves, bouncing off the walls and using an air scooter to evade Shoto's fire. Eventually, Shoto managed to kick the air scooter, causing it to vanish and sending Izuku tumbling forward. However, Izuku quickly recovered, using his arms to propel himself upward and grab onto a banner. He ran around Shoto, using the fabric to momentarily restrain him. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku grabbed his staff just as Shoto burned free from the banner. Concerned, Izuku prepared to counter Shoto's next move. Shoto was knocked against the wall before landing on the mattress, which Izuku had airbended upward, causing him to hit the ceiling. Shoto grunted as he looked up, only to find that Izuku was gone. The scene shifted to Izuku, who airbended a hatch open from the other side and popped up into what appeared to be the ship's control room. He entered and ran forward toward the exit, jumping over obstacles and smiling as he felt freedom drawing closer. Mineta admitted that the situation hadn't gone as badly as he had anticipated. Shiro added that Midoriya was actually a really good fighter. Uraraka analyzed that she liked how he mainly used evasive maneuvers, while Danny noted that this was a teaching in airbender culture, if she wasn't mistaken. Izuku threw his glider, its wings popping out as he jumped onto the ledge and caught hold of it. As he started to soar, the sound of Shoto charging toward him made the camera focus on him as he jumped off the same ledge in an attempt to capture Izuku. He barely managed to grab his leg, and the unexpected weight caused the two to tumble down to the ship. They quickly got up, but Shoto spotted a giant bison in the sky behind Izuku, causing him to lower his guard in confusion. He asked what it was. Izuku turned around to see what Shoto was talking about and exclaimed with a big smile, but it quickly vanished as he sensed an attack. He turned back and twirled his staff to block the fire. The force of the blast shot him back, but luckily, Izuku managed to save himself from falling overboard. Aizawa remarked that Izuku's skills never failed to impress. Some members of Class 1A lightly mourned the fact that their teacher had never said such a thing about them, at least not to their faces where they could hear it. Shoto continued to attack relentlessly, forcing Izuku to let go of his staff. Another blast came, and Izuku leaped to avoid it, landing on the railing and nearly losing his balance. Shoto attacked again, and Izuku, unable to dodge, fell into the ocean. Ochako leaned forward, her eyes wide with fear. Many others yelled in dismay, and Bakugo and Midoriya thought the same word in their heads as they sat on the edge of their seats. Izuku was shown sinking into the water, his body motionless as he descended further into the ocean. Ochako's voice echoed, calling out to him, each cry more desperate than the last. His eyes opened, and at that moment his arrows and eyes glowed with an ethereal white light as his face scrunched up in determination. Suddenly his body was no longer limp, and Izuku began to waterbend his way upward, spinning as he did so. Many eyes widened, but no one could bring themselves to speak. He emerged from the ocean, water following in his wake as he impressively bent it to his will, commanding a significant amount of it. The water swirled around him, lifting him high above sea level, as the crew and Shoto on the ship looked on with wide eyes and mouths agape. Izuku landed on the ship and created a thick, swirling ring of water that rapidly expanded, splashing everyone surrounding him. Shoto screamed as he fell into the water, while Ochako and Denki looked on in absolute shock and bewilderment. Ochako asked if everyone had seen what he just did, still not quite believing her eyes. Denki exclaimed that it was some impressive waterbending. All Might, Shigaraki, and Bakugo expressed their shock, horror, and awe at the display. No one bothered to reprimand their language as they were all in disbelief. Toga remarked that she thought encasing himself and the bison in ice was impressive, while Gyro added that he looked terrifying. Hawks recalled Danny's brief explanation about the avatar state, and asked how Izuku suddenly knew how to waterbend when he hadn't before. Danny explained that he gained a power boost and the skills and knowledge of all the past avatars. Midoriya wondered why One for All couldn't work like that, thinking it would be helpful if his quirk had such capabilities. Present Mike queried how many past avatars there were, estimating between 129, and Dabi casually remarked on the number. Back to Izuku, his eyes shut and the glow in his arrows faded as he dropped to the floor, seemingly unconscious again. Kuda flew and landed on the ship, and his siblings hopped off to attend to Izuku, asking if he was okay. Faola commented on how unfortunate it was that he couldn't control it, while Tokoyami remarked that it was like he had been possessed. Shinso commented on how draining that must be, earning a disapproving look from Ojiro. Izuku weakly thanked Ochako and Denki for coming. Denki joked that he couldn't let Izuku have all the glory. He mentioned that he had dropped his staff, and when he got up to retrieve it, an arm reached out and grabbed the other end, startling him as he realized it was Shoto, using him to climb back onto the ship. Denki tried to yank the staff away, but Shoto's grip was too strong. An idea came to him, and he poked Shoto on the head twice with the staff, causing him to let go. Not wanting to be taken by the water, he managed to grab hold of the anchor. Kaminari laughed triumphantly, and Kirishima smiled, joining in on the celebration. Denki gloated that it was a move from the Water Tribe, to which Kaminari coolly agreed, demonstrating a sense of nationalism for a tribe that wasn't his own in a cute way. Ochako helped Izuku onto Kuda, but then noticed a few men who had made it back onto the ship. Gathering her courage, she attempted to waterbend the water on the floor as the guards approached her. They stopped to see what she was doing as she gathered a significant amount of water. Looking them dead in the eyes, she swung her arms, hoping to strike them, but instead, the water flung backward, accidentally freezing Denki's feet. She mouthed a tiny, "sorry," to her on-screen brother. The men began to approach again, and Ochako repeated her earlier action, this time turning her back toward them to ensure they would be caught off guard. Aizawa sighed, recognizing that the kid needed more training, but he couldn't help but appreciate her creativity in the tense situation. A smile crept onto his face. It worked. She turned around to see that she had successfully frozen them just in time, as they had been only inches away. Acting quickly, Ochako ran to climb onto Kuda. She urged Denki to hurry up, expressing her impatience. Denki complained about the unexpected challenges, struggling against the ice that had trapped him. As soon as he freed himself, he grabbed Izuku's staff and dashed up Kuda's tail. Danny quietly mused to themselves about how relatable the situation was. Denki exclaimed in excitement, eager to escape, as Kuda took off. The scene shifted to Torino, who had missed the action but caught sight of Izuku and his friends making their escape. He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was fully awake. As Kuda flew away, Torino assisted Shoto in getting back onto the ship. Shoto commanded them to shoot down their pursuers, and he and Torino combined their powers to create a massive blast of fire aimed at the bison. However, Izuku quickly countered with a powerful gust of wind from his staff, redirecting the fire and causing an avalanche of ice to tumble onto the ship. Midoriya watched in awe, his eyes shining with admiration for the impressive display. Uraraka echoed his sentiment, wishing she could be an airbender. Siro pointed out that Todoroki and Gran Torino also possessed significant firepower, noting how the fireball had traveled. Todoroki admitted that it was impressive but daunting to compare himself to them. Tsuyu reassured him, stating that he was still incredibly strong and likely capable of defeating his counterpart in a fight. Todoroki smiled at her comforting words. Danny considered this for a moment before agreeing with enthusiasm that all the benders in this universe were truly remarkable. Shigaraki interjected, reminding them that not all benders were equal. Uraraka felt disheartened, while Toga shot a glare at her boss. Danny defended Uraraka, stating that in her uniform, she would become the best waterbender of her generation. Aizawa nodded in agreement, noting Uraraka's intelligence, bravery, and compassion qualities that would help her develop her skills further. All Might shared a knowing look with Uraraka, who struggled to contain her pride, her eyes betraying her emotions. The other teachers exchanged amused glances, finding it entertaining to see Aizawa's softer side. Shoto's expression turned to one of fear as snow began to fall. Denki and Izuku laughed as Kuda carried them further away from the ship, successfully escaping the Fire Nation for the time being. Back on Shoto's ship, a third of it was buried in snow. Shoto knelt on the ground, fighting the urge to scream. Torino attempted to lighten the mood for Shoto's sake, pointing out that the Fire Nation's greatest threat was just a child. Toga rolled her eyes at this. Shoto reminded Torino of the damage caused by that child, indicating their ship's predicament. He ordered his men to dig the ship out and follow Izuku and the others, only to find them preoccupied with unfreezing their comrades. Midoriya smiled, recognizing Shoto's typical response. The camera focused on Shoto's scowling eyes before fading back to Izuku and the crew, who were now flying peacefully on Kuda across the ocean. Ochako, still processing the day's events, excitedly asked Izuku how he had done the water manipulation, calling it the most amazing thing she had ever seen. Izuku, sitting on the higher ridges of Kuda's saddle, looked away as he replied that he didn't really know how he had done it. When Ochako calmly asked why he hadn't told them he was the Avatar, he averted his gaze and admitted that he never wanted to be. Ochako and Denki exchanged somber looks, understanding the weight of his words. A shadow passed over them as silence enveloped the group, resonating with the audience who empathized with Izuku's burden. Shigaraki exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, prompting a smirk from Dabi. Dabi remarked that Izuku simply wasn't tough enough, to which Bakugo shot back an insult, glaring at Dabi. Izuku expressed his doubts about how he could fulfill the expectations placed upon him, questioning how he would end the war. According to legend, he needed to master water, then earth, and finally fire. Izuku confirmed that this was what the monks had told him. Ochako suggested that if they went to the North Pole, he could master waterbending, and they could learn together. Izuku's excitement was evident as he embraced the idea. All Might looked on optimistically, despite his heart aching for the young Midoriya. Ochako playfully mentioned that Denki would have the chance to confront some firebenders along the way. Denki relished the thought, expressing his enthusiasm. Bakugo smirked, agreeing with the plan. As they solidified their commitment to work together, Izuku pulled out a rolled-up map, revealing 3 coordinates. Minoma wondered aloud what was special about those locations. Ochako pointed to a spot on the map, curious about what lay ahead. Izuku explained that they would ride hopping llamas, surf on giant koi fish, and ride hog monkeys, which would be a thrilling challenge. Momo sighed lightly, concerned about the adventure that awaited them. Jairu shrugged, a playful smile tugging at the corners of her lips, and remarked that he deserved to have fun. Denki and Ochako exchanged glances, eyebrows raised, as Izuku excitedly shared his plans. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he looked at his new friends, eager for what lay ahead. Midnight couldn't help but gush, wishing she could pinch his cheeks like a doting grandmother. The scene shifted to a breathtaking view of Kuda soaring through the sky, high above the clouds. The sun's golden rays from the setting sun illuminated the scene, creating a majestic atmosphere before the screen faded to white. Mike commented that for once, this was a solid ending, free from cliffhangers, serious injuries, or urgent questions. Midnight teased that Danny's boss was treating them well. They acknowledged that it probably wouldn't last long before snapping back into their showman personas, asking for thoughts on the episode. Hawks expressed his desire to see more of this universe, while Endeavor expressed interest in firebending, hoping for inspiration. All Might leaned in, agreeing that the mechanics of this world were worth exploring further. Midoriya sighed in relief, noting that the darkness didn't overwhelm the story. Danny clapped their hands, rhetorically asking if they should continue, and the group eagerly responded, ready for the next part. Danny exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the hologram, disbelief etched on their face as they grasped their hair. Aizawa, concerned, inquired if it was bad, knowing that Danny's strong reactions were usually warranted. Danny replied that it was worse, prompting Midoriya to nearly slump in his seat. All for one grinned, anticipating the entertainment, but Danny shot him a glare, clarifying that the universe was complicated supernaturally so. Danny explained that in this universe, the supernatural was real: vampires, ghosts, werewolves, curses, jinn, dragons, the whole shebang. The crowd reacted with intrigue, and Danny continued, describing 2 brothers, Midoriya and Bakugo, who traveled across the US hunting these creatures to save people. They were known as hunters. Uraraka found it fascinating, and Midoriya beamed at Bakugo, excited about their brotherly bond. Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms, but Midoriya recognized that their relationship was improving, which made him smile as he pulled out his notebook for inspiration. Danny tilted their head with an amused grin, prompting Midoriya to explain that he could draw inspiration from the creatures they would encounter. All Might and Aizawa exchanged hesitant glances, contemplating the ethics of dealing with supernatural beings, hoping they weren't too human or sentient, especially concerning Bakugo. Danny clapped their hands again, signaling the start of the next segment. The scene opened with a shot of a large, leafless tree at night, transitioning to an old-fashioned American suburban house. Crickets chirped in the background, and the screen displayed the text, "Lawrence, Kansas, 22 years ago." Danny nodded, appreciating the editor's efforts to enhance the cinematography. Ciro remarked on how long ago 2005 felt, while Mineta called it ancient. Danny and Mike playfully protested, and laughter filled the room. The scene cut to the interior of the house, where a blonde woman carried a boy, no older than 4, into a nursery. The moment sparked excitement among the viewers, with Kaminari exclaiming if the child was Bakugo. The girls cooed at the sight, while Bakugo yelled for silence, clearly annoyed. Uraraka fawned over the cute child, and Todoroki's serious demeanor added to the tension, prompting laughter from the others. As the woman, Mitsuki, set Katsuki down, he rushed to his brother's crib. Danny interrupted the banter, asking for calm as they had just begun. Mitsuki encouraged Katsuki to say goodnight to his brother, but Bakugo's irritation flared again, leading to more playful jabs from the group. Just as Bakugo seemed ready to retaliate, Danny swiftly flicked their finger, causing him to thud back into his seat, momentarily silencing the chaos. Danny looked at their hand in shock before a grin crept onto their face. They exclaimed their excitement, thanking their boss before turning smugly to Bakugo. They reminded everyone to behave, especially the kids who were poking the bear. Aizawa smirked at the scene. Danny felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking they could get used to this newfound ability. Just then, a note manifested in their hand, and they sighed upon reading it. Danny brushed off the teasing comment from a voice in the background, not bothering to explain the note's contents. Fayola smirked, pointing out that at least Danny was spared future embarrassment, leaving them flustered and without a comeback. Katsuki leaned over the side of the crib and kissed baby Izuku on the forehead, wishing him good night. Izuku babbled happily in response. Mitsuki leaned over, gently brushing a tuft of hair from Izuku's face and planting a kiss on his forehead as well. The audience cooed at the tender moment, except for Fayola and Kodai, who exchanged softer glances. Midoriya smiled at the screen, reminiscing about how Auntie Mitsuki had always been kind to him, just as she was on screen. He felt joy seeing Bakugo treat Izuku like the brother he always considered him to be. The scene transitioned to 2 silhouettes in gold, one a boy and the other an elegant young lady, standing back to back in a castle. The music had an old-timey yet fast pace as the spotlight shone on the girl, revealing her to be Toga. She squealed in delight at her beautiful dress, while Momo commented on its historical style. Yosetsu complimented Momo, prompting agreement from others, making her blush. Midoriya wondered about the identity of the boy, while Toga secretly hoped it would be him, imagining him as her knight. Compress complimented Toga, and she thanked him happily. The screen shifted to show a head profile shot of the boy, revealing him to be Nito. Monoma expressed his surprise and excitement at being back, but Kirishima interrupted him, asking him to keep quiet. Toga expressed relief that she and Nito wouldn't be shipped together, while Monoma dismissed the idea of wanting to be paired with her. As the scene continued, Toga and Twice engaged in playful banter about their quirks and potential family ties, which amused the others. Bakugo rolled his eyes at the chaos, while Aizawa called for silence as the universe began to unfold. Nito turned and knelt, taking his sister's hand and kissing it in a gesture of loyalty. Tsuburaba joked about Nito's sweetness, prompting Toga to ask if she was a royal. Danny confirmed her royal status, which excited her, while Monoma attempted to claim the same title, only to be quickly corrected. The screen displayed a beautiful still photo of Himiko holding a fan, prompting Uraraka to admire her beauty while reminding herself of her villainous nature. Next, an image of Itsuka waltzing with Izuku appeared, inspiring Midoriya to express a desire to learn how to dance. Kendo suggested that Momo could teach him, while Ashido chimed in, saying Uraraka would be more patient. Midoriya laughed naively, while Uraraka's face flushed red as she turned to Ashido, who was smirking back at her. She admitted after her initial embarrassment that she would gladly dance but didn't know how. Midnight found their interaction thoroughly entertaining. Next, a stunning knight appeared, gazing out with determination. Jiru smirked, pleased with her appearance, and Kaminari agreed. Shoji remarked that the look suited her well. The scene shifted to Nito's silhouette as he set tea down on a table for awaiting Himiko. Realizing the situation, Monoma sighed in disappointment, questioning why he was cast as a servant. Vlad King assured him they would find out soon. Toga, looking dreamily at the screen, noted that at least they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Monoma hummed in agreement, though he felt uneasy talking to a villain. Jiru declared that she was rocking the night look, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ashido hyped her up, and they shared a high five, celebrating their camaraderie. Momo giggled in amusement. Images of two babies appeared on the screen, clearly the twins, prompting Bakugo to huff that they were finally getting an explanation. Uraraka pointed out that it had barely been a minute. New images showed the twins slightly older, smiling at each other. Todoroki thought about how he wished he could have had a relationship like that with his siblings. Silhouettes of three mysterious figures appeared, their features obscured by shadows. Quick flashes of Himiko struggling and reaching out for her brother as she was held back by a mystery man filled the screen. The camera panned out to show Himiko reaching for Nito, who was being taken away in a carriage by the man while a mysterious woman held her in place. Tfuyu gasped softly, and Monoma complained about being denied his royal status, while Kirishima expressed sympathy for the separation, unable to imagine being apart from a sister. Mineta pointed out that Kirishima didn't have a sister, but Kirishima countered that if he did, he would feel the same way. Toga felt a pang of sadness for her alternative self, while Monoma and Shigaraki felt a tug at their hearts as they watched the scene unfold. Lefo remained silent, his expression unreadable to those who knew him well enough to notice. Images of Himiko flashed, showing how time had treated them. Nito's images depicted his hard work and dedication to becoming the fine young man he was now. Shiro complimented their looks, and All Might agreed, noting their beauty and handsomeness. Toga felt warmth spread through her, only to be replaced by sadness as she realized they were talking about someone else. Dabi noticed her distress and placed a hand on her shoulder, quietly assuring her that she was just as pretty. Toga smiled, tears brimming in her eyes as she squeezed him tightly, calling him by his name. Dabi tried to push her away, regretting his choice to comfort her. The screen shifted to Nito and Himiko's first interaction in years. He approached her with a warm smile and bowed. Himiko's eyes widened in realization as she loosened her grip on her fan. She smiled and ran to jump into Nito's arms, causing him to stumble back as they both fell to the ground. In that moment, it didn't matter, she held him tightly, as if letting go would mean losing him again. Nito, initially shocked, happily hugged her back with his available arm, glad that his sister recognized and missed him too. They separated only to connect their foreheads together, just like when they were kids, with tears in Himiko's eyes. Monoma remarked that it was a sweet moment, expressing happiness for them. All Might agreed, noting how nice it was for family to reunite. Toga's eyes filled with tears at the bittersweet scene, and All Might's comment caused Endeavor to lower his head, burdened with guilt. The villains, unable to relate to the sentiment, remained silent. The scene shifted to Nito kneeling before Himiko, chivalrously kissing her hand. Aizawa examined the situation, questioning if Nito had spent his life studying just to reunite with his sister, even if it meant being a servant. Tetsu grinned, declaring it manly, while slinging an arm over Monoma, who was taken by surprise. Monoma chuckled, feeling flattered by the compliment. Bakugo skeptically remarked that he didn't like how Nito said he would dirty his hands, doubting his ability to protect her from everything. Uraraka hoped it might not turn out so bad, though she could already sense the impending trouble. The scene changed to Nito walking through the streets in casual attire on a sunny day when a strong wind blew his hat away. As he wandered, he caught sight of a maiden who turned with beautiful light. The hat flew but was caught by a pair of delicate hands. Itsuka turned her gaze toward the source of the hat and made eye contact with him. Midoriya remarked on their entrance into the story with a hint of amusement. Kendo glanced at her hands, noting their rough appearance, a stark contrast to her more delicate counterpart. She smiled to herself, squeezing her fist, recognizing that these hands belonged to a hero. With a voice as gentle as a seraph's lullaby, she warmly returned the hat before waving goodbye and rejoining Izuku's side. Momo commented on the poetic nature of the moment, and Shiozaki nodded in agreement, her smile graceful. Tetsu, feeling no jealousy since this wasn't their universe, was simply captivated by Kendo's beauty, thinking her smile could light up a town. Monoma watched the pair leave, his expression one of awe. Despite Tetsu's lack of jealousy, Monoma felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He exclaimed dramatically, causing laughter to ripple through the group, including Kendo. She rolled her eyes and playfully hit him, expressing her annoyance at his exaggerated reaction. Midnight, with genuine concern, teased Kendo about her feelings, to which Kendo responded with a shiver, emphasizing her point. Uraraka expressed her concern about love at first sight, and Bakugo nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Himiko, who held a framed photo of Izuku close to her chest, her expression heartbroken. Toga observed this with curiosity, feeling that her love for Izuku transcended universes. Dabi commented on the unfolding drama, and Fayola agreed that it didn't look promising. Uraraka felt sympathy for everyone involved, while Ashido reacted with surprise at the intensity of the situation. Tokoyami speculated about Monoma's involvement, and Toga defended the right to love freely, surprising Uraraka with her perspective. Tokoyami expressed disappointment in humanity, and Danny remarked on the presence of a demon, which shocked the audience. They quickly clarified that the demon of pride was a separate entity, calming most but leaving others unsettled by the implications of a demon possessing a young girl. Shiozaki expressed sympathy for the situation, and Tsu questioned the idea of killing out of jealousy. The atmosphere grew tense as the screen zoomed in on Nito, who pulled out a dagger, causing some audience members to look away. Tetsu instinctively shielded Kendo from the scene, while those who continued to watch cringed at the unfolding events, noting the tears in Monoma's eyes. Ojiro commented on Monoma's feelings for his sister, while Endeavor remarked on the unforgivable nature of the situation. Toga pondered the difficulty of choosing between loves, reflecting on her own conflicting feelings. Despite the chaos, Itsuka embraced Nito with kindness, her compassion evident even as her body went limp. Nito caught her, showing a moment of dignity in her final moments. Ashido attempted to lighten the mood, but Midnight and Mike held onto each other, sobbing at the heartbreaking scene. Monoma felt guilt despite it not being his true self, and Kendo empathized with her counterpart. Ida solemnly noted that Itsuka was too sweet for such a harsh world, while Jiro understood why others fell for her. The scene shifted to a moment of joy, showing Nito and Itsuka enjoying tea together, her smile brightening the atmosphere. Uraraka couldn't help but admire the beauty of the moment, while Shigaraki contemplated a world where people like them could smile freely. Toga wondered if she looked like that, caught in her own thoughts. Aizawa remained focused on the darker implications of the situation, questioning how it had come to this. The scene transitioned to Jiru's horrified expression as she stared at the lifeless body of her friend, Itsuka. All Might felt a deep sorrow, reflecting on the youth lost too soon. The scene then cut to Jiru standing in a graveyard, the weight of the moment heavy in the air. She looked down at the rose she held close to her chest, her lips quivering as she struggled to bear the pain. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, honoring Itsuka, taken by those who truly cared, while others chose to watch quietly. The scene shifted to the moon, glowing golden, as the camera followed a falling leaf that danced past Nito's heavy expression. He was startled to feel another presence beside him. The screen displayed the golden silhouettes of the twins, connected back to back. Kirishima squinted, sensing something was off. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, wondering why. Nito walked alone through the palace corridors, halting as he recalled overhearing a conversation outside the palace. Images flashed in his mind. Jiru rallying a crowd, Midoriya on his knees, mourning the loss of his beloved, holding her tightly. Dabi observed the unfolding events, noting the impending overthrow. Mike agreed, sensing the tension in the air. If the masses call this retribution for your sins, I will challenge that God who would ask for my twin. The scene cut to Himiko, staring out the window with a soft hand pressed against the glass. Her eyes reflected a deep sadness until Nito unexpectedly draped a piece of fabric over her shoulders and pulled her into a hug, whispering gently with a mournful smile. He urged her to change her clothing and escape in his place. Himiko's eyes filled with tears, her expression crumpling under the weight of the situation and the love of her twin breaking down the barriers around her heart. Nito reassured her that he would wait while she made her escape, insisting that it would be okay, that he was meant to face this day alone, and that no one would know she had gotten away. Himiko tried to nuzzle into the hug, but Nito pulled back to look into her eyes, comforting her as tears continued to flow. He kissed her forehead before gently pushing her behind him to run. Shigaraki watched in disbelief, while Toga's eyes widened in surprise. Monoma expressed his astonishment at Nito's deep feelings for her. Midnight, fully invested, exclaimed that Himiko didn't deserve him. Fayola, detached, pointed out that Nito had been responsible for another girl's death, suggesting that justice was still being served. Midoriya countered in surprise, questioning if they both deserved such a fate. Fayola argued that they both should be punished, but not with death, emphasizing the importance of empathy. Aizawa chimed in, agreeing that they should face consequences but not in a way that disregarded their humanity. Fayola rolled her eyes, responding in a monotone manner. Monoma mused that the situation resembled a Shakespearean tragedy, prompting Danny to contemplate the classics they had been forced to watch. Now dressed as the princess, Nito walked toward his fate as Jairu burst into the palace, sword raised toward the monarch. "If they say you're the devil, a demon with flesh," Nito smiled radiantly, catching Jairu off guard. Monoma admired the moment, only to be elbowed by Kendo, who urged him not to cheapen it. "By my blood, I'm the same and will bear the fate you left." Everything went black for a moment before returning to life, revealing Nito, the princess, staring into the only source of light in the dungeon as he awaited his fate. Memories flashed in his mind, capturing moments from their childhood and Himiko's radiant smile. Aizawa remarked on the beauty of her smile, and Midnight nodded in agreement, forgetting the girl's counterpart in the audience. "Was the sister that I loved." The scene shifted away from Nito as he wiped away his tears, and the footage jumped forward in time, showing him being led to the guillotine. "Even if the world were to send you their vice, if they DM your name, they gather and cry, 'I will never stray and will stay by your side. Just smile somewhere in a better life.'" Nito appeared resolute, his thoughts echoing in his mind as he lay down on the guillotine. In the audience, a figure pushed through the crowd to see him up close. Nito opened his eyes to see Himiko, breathless and clutching the cloak he had given her to disguise herself. She looked distraught, her gaze shifting from him to the ground, then back again, a strained yet genuine smile breaking through her tears. Suddenly, Jairu signaled for the guillotine to fall, and in that fleeting moment, Nito noticed Himiko's smile lose its warmth, becoming hollow. Evil? There was no time to process anything as suddenly his world went dark. Komori expressed his frustration, lamenting that the last thing he saw wasn't even his sister. Mr. Compress seemed disappointed, commenting on the tragedy of the situation. A haunting melody echoed, speaking of loyalty and sacrifice. It told of a queen who would serve until death, of twins burdened by fate, and a hope for rebirth and redemption. As the bells rang, tears streamed down Himiko's face, her smile faltering as she transformed into a little girl, mourning the loss of her twin, and the screen faded to black. The scene shifted abruptly, with Danny declaring that the story had come to an end. Kodai, nearly exasperated, remarked that everything could have been handled much better. Tsunatori agreed wholeheartedly, while Monoma, displeased with his tragic fate, suggested they blame the demon responsible. Though she knew they weren't speaking directly about her, the conversation made her uncomfortable, prompting her to withdraw a bit. Twice noticed her discomfort and tried to bring her back to the moment, managing to coax a small smile from her. Hagakure sighed, expressing her sympathy for everyone involved. Someone remarked that sometimes unfortunate events just happen. Shinso, looking intently at Danny, pleaded for assurance that the demon situation would be resolved, but Danny averted their gaze, uncertain. Danny admitted that this universe felt rather dull to them, emphasizing that it was just their personal opinion. They mentioned that the boss likely restricted access to information about the situation, prompting Hawks to raise an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of this mysterious boss. Danny sighed again, acknowledging that the reality of their boss was far more complicated than it appeared. Sensing the curiosity from those around, they quickly shifted the focus. The moral of the story, Danny concluded, was to value oneself and not become so consumed by the happiness of others that it jeopardizes one's own well-being. With that, they declared it a good lesson and urged everyone to move on. In a world where digital creatures known as Digimon roamed, a group of friends found themselves on an unexpected adventure. They were determined to uncover the mysteries surrounding their digital companions and the challenges that lay ahead. As they journeyed through the vibrant landscapes, they encountered various creatures, each with unique abilities and personalities. The friends faced trials that tested their courage and friendship, forging bonds that would last a lifetime. One day, while exploring a dense forest, they stumbled upon a hidden cave. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, but the flickering light within beckoned them closer. With a shared glance, they steeled their resolve and ventured inside. The air was thick with anticipation as they navigated the winding passages, their hearts racing with excitement and trepidation. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the cave, and the ground shook beneath their feet. They quickly realized they were not alone. A formidable creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes glinting with a fierce determination. The friends prepared for battle, their Digimon by their side, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. With a flurry of movement, the clash began. The friends coordinated their attacks, showcasing the strength of their teamwork. As the dust settled, they could feel the tension in the air, a palpable energy that surged through them. They fought valiantly, each moment filled with adrenaline and the thrill of the unknown. After an intense struggle, they managed to subdue the creature, which retreated into the depths of the cave. Breathing heavily, the friends exchanged relieved smiles, knowing they had triumphed together. This victory was not just about defeating an enemy, it was a testament to their unwavering friendship and the bond they shared with their Digimon. As they exited the cave, the sun shone brightly overhead, illuminating their path. They felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the digital world. With their hearts full of hope and determination, they set off on their next adventure, eager to uncover the secrets that lay ahead.